Hey everyone. I am going to take care of a few quick things here. There were a couple of commands I wanted to add in, and yeah, these things. So let's get to that now. I'll go into PhantomBot scripts commands. I think I've just been throwing everything in a help command, which I'm fine with. So let's continue to throw things in there. What did I want here? I wanted exclamation point bugs, which will go to. Let's figure out what it's supposed to go to. Bot.len/pre-beta. And I believe we put this here. Yeah, bug reports. Yep. Submit a new issue. Yeah. Okay, good. So this is good. We're gonna use this, and we're gonna register bugs. Put this here. So please report bugs for botland here. Make sure to check if the bug has already been found. Hey Metsudo. So Metsudo, where have you been? What have you been up to? And also, hey Roving Eye. Oh, it's Tuesday. It means you shouldn't be here. What's going on? And then Bang Keyboard as well, which I don't want to link to like an Amazon page. I wonder if Microsoft has a site for this. Maybe it's this one? Is this what I'm using? Yes, this is. Okay, so then I'm going to link to this. Yeah. Test for days. Oh, exams? Yeah. Well, Metsudo, I don't know if you got to use the pre-beta yet, but welcome to sign up. And you have the points for it. Okay, let's put the keyboard. Adam uses a Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard 4000. What's it called? Natural Ergonomic Keyboard. So, a Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard 4000. There. Oh wow. Alright Metsuro, that sounds very busy. Okay, and then Bang Mod, I don't think I'm gonna make. Not a lot of people have been asking about mod privileges. Currently converting PEP 8 to object code for my homework. Nice. Let me see if PEP 8 was on one of those mainframe computers, wasn't it? Oh no, is this? Oh, this is Python, never mind. What am I thinking of? What was the mainframe assembly? It's not, yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, lack of computer knowledge. Okay, so that stuff was done. I don't know if there was any other exclamation point command. Wait, this. Yeah, this stuff. Did I already make, hang on a second, let me check this out. Current game development. That's weird. IBM assembler. I'm not sure what you're asking about, Roving Eye. I don't know if the US has an equivalent of tweakers, but I thought it would be a good type of page to link with specs, info, user reviews, and prices. Tweakers means something totally different in the US, I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm not gonna look it up. Yeah, there's something like Google Shopping. I figure if someone wants to buy the keyboard, then they can find a site like that. But I do appreciate it. And yeah, Google Shopping is still a thing, right? Google Shopping. Whoops. Yeah, actually, enough people have asked about my specs. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Tweakers are druggies, I'm pretty sure. Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard 4000. Oh, wow. But yeah, this doesn't have like price charts and stuff. Yep. Okay, I wasn't wrong about the mathematics thing then. Yeah, just go to tweakers.net. No, like the literal definition of tweaker would be someone who tweaks, so it would be like, yeah, the same thing, a modder, but that's not what it connotes when you talk about it in the US, I think. Yeah, I'll put a specs command in, and I'll put that here. So specs. Adams computer. Let's get these specs over here. So i7 CPU at 2.67 gigahertz, 12 GB RAM, SSD, and then a GeForce 630. Yeah. Okay, so mouse is a what? Logitech 6G something, Logitech G600? I don't know what this is. Oh wow, I think it actually is a G600. That was a good guess. I could have just clicked this. Yeah, G600. Okay. Logitech G600, keyboard, Microsoft, ergonomic, natural. I think it's the other way around. Natural ergonomic. Yeah, it's natural ergonomic. Okay, natural ergonomic keyboard. 4,000. I know, Wildfire, I'm not going to put the git bod command there because not many people have been asking. Okay, let's see. So if I type specs, yep, good. Keyboard itself, yep. Bugs. Okay, I think that's everything new. And then let me unregister the lights command because I just never made this work. Oh, it's already been unregistered. So yeah, what shows up when you type bang commands now? Commands, group, users, mods, admin, purge, timeout. Because frequently people will type in all the different pages of commands, so I wanted to get that down as far as I could. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. People can just type in the pages of commands. It doesn't happen too frequently anymore. Okay, so I've added that. Yeah, I gotta remember this stuff today. So last night I forgot to host someone else's stream, which isn't a big deal, but I want to do it. And then yeah, some stats for you guys. 14 people are in pre-beta as of yesterday, including myself and a giveaway winner. Which, by the way, is this Vito in chat? I gotta make sure to get a hold of them. I sent him a message yesterday. So yeah, we're gonna pick up where we left off today. We're gonna finish up artillery, and one of the things I did, there was a guy named Jim Lee in chat yesterday, and he suggested that I convert my code. Let me show you guys what I did actually. Let's do this. So client, arena, A10 to no Victor. Yeah. All right. So here's what the code ended up being. I figured out the speed, I got a direction vector, I figured out how far across that vector I should be, and then I added it to the current point, and there we go. So code looks great, right? But I also fixed up the code from yesterday that wasn't making it great. And here's where my problem was. I was using the wrong time. So when I was getting the speed, it was too fast. Roving I broke up with my girlfriend today. Okay, well, that ended up being a joke. Alright, so let me show you guys how this works. If I go into... Oh, I need a game server too. Okay. Yeah, so check this out. If I load up two different clients, gotta wait for this to finish. My computer's like totally overwhelmed right now. Yeah. Alright, here we go. So I load up 3 clients, just like yesterday. So I have one where I've connected over here, and I deploy a bot, and there it is. Okay, then I have the second one where I connect. Actually, I need to kind of prepare this. Okay, so I have a second one where I connect off screen, and I deploy a bot that's going to shoot artillery. Alright, and then over here when I connect, we should see the projectiles in exactly the same location that we see them over there. And when I hit connect, we do see that. And so they both blow up at the same time, and they take away life, and all that's fine. And so now when I deploy new bots, you'll see that the new bot will also get hit by the old artillery. And that's the interesting thing about artillery. has a travel time, and right now it's set to 10 seconds, but it's not going to be 10 seconds in the real game. So old shots that were fired can hit new bots. You don't have an API to detect them though, but we'll talk about some of this stuff. At the very least, I fixed that problem. Now we need to clean it up and check it in. So let's do that. Yeah, so it's mostly this function here that we're gonna have to clean up. So let's check into everything else that we've done here. Yeah, this doesn't need to be checked in, and this doesn't need to be checked in. This also doesn't need to be. And what is this? This should still be set to 2. Source tile X, source tile Y. Yeah, I want to comment all this stuff. Oh man, alright. We keep source tile X and source tile Y around. Yeah, so we got to comment that too. So there are 2 things to comment. Is artillery shell component and the arena. Is the server behind in any commits? Wasn't able to watch much yesterday. Yes, so right now what I've been working on is artillery. So I'm pretty sure that artillery isn't on the server at all. Actually, I could just go find out. I'll go to play.bot.land, colon 3000. Let's find out. Your doom. Who's online right now? Oh, Walter. Okay, yeah, artillery is not even on the server. So I'm going to clean up artillery, and then that'll be new hardware. The other things that were added yesterday were thrusters and regen. So if I just deploy a bot that moves around, you can see the fast movement due to thrusters. So he's moving way faster than the Your Doom bots are moving. And it's regenerating life. Although it will eventually die because it has no offensive capabilities on it. Although that was pretty lucky. I got 3 turns of extra regen. There we go. It died finally. Alright, there we go. You know what? Let's kill the Your Doom bots. How's that sound? Let's just go in there, guns blazing. I should make... Alright, let's do this. This and... Let's put... Well, let's just do this. Overwhelm with power of numbers. Except for that only kind of worked. I should have put regen on these bots. Oh well. Aha! Take that! Alright. Cleaning ladies in there. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to close the main server down, and I'm going to finish checking this in. We've got to go into the arena, and we've got to comment why we did everything here. Let's also go into is artillery shell. So yeah, this is kind of a mess. We're going to clean this up. It's not a huge mess or anything. So note, we keep source tile X and source tile Y around, so the clients who connect after the shell was fired, but before the shell landed will be able to render the shell correctly. Yes, and let us put that here as a comment. We'll join these lines, and then we'll do this. Done. And type is number. Yeah, good. And then this starting time until impact. So this is here so the client can extrapolate how far the shell has traveled. This represents the... It's not starting time until impact, it's initial time until impact. Do I want to change this all over the code base? Initial time until impact? I think so. So let's change it. It should only change in 2 files. Yeah, 10 occurrences in 2 files. That sounds fine. So this is the time, and this is the value that time until impact was set to initially. It is here so that the client can tell how far a shell has traveled. Any plans to customize the look of Blockly? Perhaps. And the only reason I can say perhaps, the only reason, not the right word. Maybe it is. The reason why I say perhaps is because it's all up to what my art director says, because I trust that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what he says. I think the look is okay right now. It's not very futuristic and does look a little bit basic, but it works. And yeah, we'll talk about how we want to do these things eventually. I'm gonna have a conversation tonight about how you guys get new hardware. So you'll probably, I'm not guaranteeing this, you'll probably start with all of this, and then there'll be an extra something like I don't know, 300 or 400 different combinations that slightly tweak these things. But we haven't coded any of that yet. So we have the starting time until impact. This isn't even necessary anymore, the splash damage. I mean, it kind of is. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll write this note over here. Note, we only keep track of splash damage here and not primary damage. Alright, good. And so this is only passed in. This is only passed into the constructor when deserializing. Otherwise, it can take the time until impact that was passed in. Okay, there we go. So I think this is good. We need to serialize it for the client so they can determine how fast to move the artillery projectile. However, they won't base its explosion on this value. Yeah, I should put that here. Okay. Yeah, so we'll join these lines too. Oops, that's one too many. We need to serialize this for the client so that they can, so we need to, I guess, save this for the client so that they can determine how fast to move the artillery projectile. However, they won't base its explosion on this value since the client won't necessarily know which entity will take damage. Since it does not have an authoritative view into the world, into the arena. This isn't the only reason though. Yeah, this is also tracked. So I'll say this value is used by the server, but it's also needed for the client. Yeah, there we go. Roger says, apart from 1x atom and 3 scrap, the cleaning leads to the picture. So when I exit the screen, my bots will remain, right? Yep, that's totally true. And actually, you already kind of had proof of that because I was showing it on my screen and then I just closed it. And yeah, when I come back in, my bots are still there. And there's your bot. And I can deploy some janitor bots too. Janitor 13531 there. Now the arena will be a very clean place because when your bot eventually dies, oh wait, no, you have reflect. You could kill my bot. Oh, fine. Yeah, oh, and by the way, so if you go to bot.land/prebeta, you can see that the cost for today is now 90 points. So anyone who didn't get an account yesterday, it's 10 points cheaper, which is an hour and 40 minutes cheaper. Alright, so that's commented. We need to comment this now, and I believe it's only this function that we need to comment. Yeah, create artillery shell. And this existed before, it should have at least. Oh no, no, I know what happened. I wanted to converge this code into artillery was fired because of the similarities. Oh, darn it. Alright. Yeah. So to do is combine the artillery shell functions on the client. Oh, Metsudo, that's very nice of you. I don't think you're in the top 10 anymore. Oh no, you're probably in the top 10, but I don't think you're number 1. Who is number 1? Temporaya is. Then Sweet Jenny, then Tyrandez, then Destadam, then Roving Eye, Void Dreamer, Metsudo. It's a lot of points. You guys could take over the stream if you wanted to. Okay, so let's see what the similarities are. And by the way, this function here was only to show you guys, like, I did eventually get the trigonometric way working, where we have a 10, 2 here. But I think the vector way is much better. Because this is quadrant dependent, and I don't want to do anything like that. So yeah, let's just hit no, we're not going to save that. So we need to combine these functions. So there's create artillery shell, and there's artillery was fired. And these are going to have some similarities. Let's just do diff selections and see what is similar. This is gonna be kind of tough. Maybe no. Here's what I'll do. I'll do the combination in a new commit. I'll just comment this for now. So this is called when you connect to the server and there are already artillery shells in the air. So this is the entity representing the shell. Doesn't return anything. Combine this with artillery was fired. Alright, so I think we don't have a source entity ID, so we can't animate the source entity firing the shell. The entity itself has the, so we know how far along the path we're already good. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine too. We can leave that comment there. So initial time until impact, time until impact. We need both of these things. We need the destination. We need the distance. No, we don't. That's not used anymore. That's fine. Okay. And then the rest of this all looks good too. Very good. And we tested this already. Yeah, so I think we can check this in. And then I think we need to refactor it briefly. But once we've done that, yeah. So when the client connects to the server and there are artillery shells in the air, the client will now render them properly so that when they blow up, so that they appear to, so that they reach their target when other clients, when the server says they will reach. Yeah. Alright, so we got to refactor this now. Let's take a look at both these functions. I don't know what the best way of doing this is. How about this? Let's create another view into this file. So we'll do file, new view, put this over here, and then one of these will be looking at artillery was fired, and the other one will look at, let's see, here's the problem. I gotta like zoom out like crazy here. So I guess let's also turn off the mini-map, hide mini-map, and hide scroll bar. Can you hide the scroll bar? Hiding the scroll bar doesn't matter. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom out a bit here, guys, so you might not be able to see the full screen or might not be able to read the text. I'm gonna change that right after I'm done this. Hey, Jimly. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to condense these functions into one function. So where do these converge? We got an entity here, which we later need to add components to. That's the same as the shell entity. So we could do, since we don't use entity here, we could say, we could change shell entity here. No, I think it's better to change it in this function. That way it's very obvious where we're changing it. So let's see. Oh, unfortunately, the word entity shows up a lot in this function. Okay, so we can change this to shell entity. That's number one. Because at some point we do get an entity over there too. Do we ever need the is artillery shell component over in this code? Yes, we do, and we also get the time until impact, but we don't get the initial time until impact. We don't care about that. However, getting it is not a bad thing. And in fact, I think this code would work out to be roughly the same regardless. So I'm gonna write a function called like refactored shell entity, and we're gonna try to, I don't know. Let's just put this here and kind of see what happens. So we have the shell entity, and that was serialized, and we have the source entity. So the source entity is going to need to animate that it fired. But as far as getting source tile X and source tile Y, no. So we do want to pass in. We want to pass in the source X and source Y, and these are pixel values. Source pixel X and source pixel Y. And then instead of getting these things, source tile X, this should no longer be used at all. Are these center values or are these? Source, let's just say center pixel X, I guess. Source center. Yeah, let's make it incredibly verbose. How about that? And then we can get rid of these things, I believe. So the projectile sprite we make a new sprite, but we don't need the source tile X or the source tile Y. So we can do source center pixel X and source center pixel Y. And this should be here. Again, I'm kind of just hacking this into shape. Then at some point I'll go back into one buffer mode and we'll make the text size bigger so you guys can read this again. I just want to see how can we make these functions not have duplicated code. So now we have the shell entity and we have some values where they should be located. All right, that's good. Next, getting the texture is going to be the same regardless, and then we make a projectile sprite that's the same regardless. So that's all fine, I think. So far, here's what we have. We need to, what do we use the source entity for? For getting the sprite. Okay, which we get the center X from that. Source center pixel X. The only thing is we don't modify the, I don't know if we can pass in the center necessarily. I don't think we should do that. I think we should just say source. I think we still need this here. Oh, we have that here. Okay, good, yeah. So then this is, we're gonna take source center X and source center Y. So these are what's gonna be passed in. So when we call this dot refactored, we're calling it with a shell entity, and then source center X. That's not how you spell center. And then source center Y. So we no longer need this. And then this gets a sprite component and adds it. And it adds it with the correct texture. Projectile sprite, sprite component. Where do we set the texture here? Yeah, good. So we can get rid of that. Then one of the to-do items we have here, to-do animate the source entity. Firing artillery, so that still needs to happen in this function, that's fine. What else then? Is artillery time until impact. So all this stuff is setting the correct speed of the chase tile component. This can be done in the refactored function. And what we really should do is say this here. Well, no, we don't. Yeah, no, we should do this here. So this should go where I said speed. Good. All right, and then we can just add the entity, which is done in the refactored function. So I think we can just get rid of this. All right, so that function now looks good. Next, we go into create artillery shell, and we do something very similar there. So create artillery shell also needs to call into this function, but it needs to use this, source center X and source center Y, which is based on the tile. So just like down here, how we eventually called into this, we're going to do the same thing here. We have the shell entity, we have the source center X and source center Y. Then all of this stuff, getting a sprite component, adding it, this is now being done in the refactored function. So we should be able to get rid of all of this code. And the texture here. And then this is necessary. And this is not needed. All right, we're almost there. Finally, so in our refactored function, we make the sprite, we add it to our shell entity, we get time until impact in the initial time. Now, this at first, when artillery is fired, these values will be exactly the same. So the difference between them, since they're the same, will be 0. So time elapsed is going to be 0. So when we do multiply scalar down here, we're going to get our normalized vector. We're not going to, this is going to be just 0 basically. So when we add the force to the current point, we will get the current point. I think then that this is good. I think this should just work. So let's switch back into single buffer mode and zoom in on this again and try it out. And see you long. In order for us to test this though, we need to go into here and say, let's make artillery take 20 seconds before it lands. And then let's rerun the server. Metsudo, I think it's kind of a fun exercise to do something like that. Granted, it's fun to do in I think small doses. So if I had to work on that for a year, I'd probably be incredibly frustrated. But working on it for a week or a month, I think that's good. So we're going to try the same thing that we tried before, and thankfully we have the code set up for that. So when I deploy this bot, it should go right there, good. And when I deploy a bot over here, you should see very slow artillery start to fire. And we don't. Yeah, what did I do? Oh, no, wait, yeah, what did I do? Source center X is not defined, and that's coming from somewhere over here. So let's see, source center X and source center Y. We pass those in. That's in create artillery shell. That makes sense. Here, where's the other place we use source center X? Oh, this. Oh, this should have been source center pixel X and source center pixel Y. And I'm going to refactor this a little bit too. This is all client code, so I guess I can just restart the client that matters. So let's restart once we've rebuilt. There we go. Alright, so we restart all of these things. Alright, same deal. Connect, deploy a bot. Whoa, there's already a bot there. Oh, that's fine. Okay, good. Alright, so we see some very slow artillery firing over here. So then when I connect over here, we should see all that same stuff get created. We hit connect, and there we go. The pixel values are like ever so slightly off. I'm fine with that for right now because they still reach the target at the same time. So yeah, we can see that stuff working just fine. And when I deploy a new bot, it's killed all the same. Yeah, so that's okay. And if I were to refresh this page and connect again, yeah, these are, like I said, they're mostly the same. The difference, so the reason why these aren't exactly the same, if I put these next to each other so you could see them, the reason why they're not exactly the same is because in this one, their source is based on a tile, and in this one, the source is based on this bot. So like artillery is, I'm just gonna make up a point here, but it's acting like it's getting fired from here, which is slightly higher than the center of the tile here. So they curve downward when they shoot. That's all going to be changed eventually. Here, the reason why is because we don't know this bot even exists still, because we connected later. So what we do is we fire it from the center of the tile. So these go straighter than the other ones do. Again, a lot of that's going to change, so I'm pretty much fine for now. Jim Lee says, what's the mission for today? What do we work on? Yeah, it's finishing up artillery, and then after that it's moving on to other hardware, which will probably be shields. That's what I wouldn't really say it's fun. Okay. Posted update video to Reddit and Webflow said for you. Alright, thanks, Walter. So yeah, we're finishing up artillery, and then let's refactor this code now. So instead of calling this refactored, this should be called something like create artillery shell implementation, and then we cut out the to-do, combine this. So this function exists so that two code paths can converge. One, when an artillery shell is fired and you have the source entity, and two, when you connect to the server and you're told that an artillery shell was already fired. Okay, then we need to manually, oh no, we can do that. No, we gotta put this on its own line also. Stupid comments. Alright, so this takes an entity, this takes a number, and this is the center pixel coordinate, the x coordinate in pixels where the projectile sprite should be centered. And then this is just C source X. And it doesn't return anything. Wait, where'd you say no thanks necessary? Oh, you didn't tag me in the no thanks necessary post, so I didn't see that one. It's really tough to read IMs when I'm reading the red tagged ones, and then like, I don't know, I read IMs in a weird order, so yeah. And I know that was a joke anyway, but still. Alright, so let's do this. Const source vector equals new vector. God, I can only ever think of airplane when I say Victor and vector. And that's going to be this. So we can take the source vector there, and then there. This is chainable, so this might actually modify source vector. Jimmy says, question is if I can afford some power to do some programming also today. Just home from work, got the feeling for watching, get the feeling for watching this. I've never tried programming when listening to someone else programming. So I don't know what that experience is like. But I'm obviously programming almost every day with other people watching me and I'm talking to them. So I bet it's the same level of distraction. No, maybe, no, I don't know. Okay, so we have the source vector, we have the direction vector. Yep, that's right. Then we normalize it and multiply it by time and speed, and we add it to the source vector. Then we use that here, offset by the projectile center point. Roving Eye says it's okay, I just tune you out. Roving Eye set up a challenge for himself every day, which is how long can I tune Adam out for? But he tunes in, just tunes out also. I usually have some kind of distraction on the side when I do TV or just anything. I find it very hard to even play games and watch TV. So yeah, I don't know how people do that. I listen to music when I code most of the time. Not on stream, but that's what I like doing. Alright, I think this is fine. I think we refactor this. I think it's a success. I think we can try it out one more time and just make sure that it's a success. And I already pretty much did this, but still, let's make sure we didn't break anything because we're about to check in. So here we connect, we deploy a bot, and here, yep, there we go. Okay, and then here we connect, and we should see pretty much the same projectiles come in. Okay, good. Yeah, I think we're fine. And here's what I'll do. I'll try to deploy so that all of those artillery shells go somewhere. Yep, those killed it, and those killed it, and those killed it. Yeah. Alright, I think this is looking good. Let's check in. I'll close these other tabs. I was coding on a music visualizer, so I had to listen to music. Thinkulum says, I hear bits and pieces when I'm programming. I find it motivating to hear other people working while I'm working, especially when I learn things from them. Yeah, I think, wait a second. Did I read all the diagrams? Alright. Yeah, I think what's nice about this for me, definitely, is that I feel more like I'm in an office. I've told you guys before, if I were working on this just totally on my own, without anyone watching or listening or anyone to talk to, I probably would go insane. So, thankfully, I don't think I'm insane yet, but that's probably what every insane person thinks, is that they're not insane until they have a moment of lucidity, where they think, what have I become? So, refactored, artillery was fired and create artillery shell so that their implementation converge on create artillery shell impl. Alright, see you, Walter. Enjoy your dinner. Where did I learn coding? I learned it by just starting in BASIC, and I don't know if I had like an instruction book or something, or if I just messed around with something. And then I ended up taking classes, and then I got some jobs in programming, and all the while I was doing hobbyist work. I hope you don't find my house and throw pillows at me. Alright, good. Now, we're gonna, we can't totally do this yet. But next time we do a deploy, so alright, next time we deploy, you need to make sure to npm install or else things are gonna break. So I'm now using a library called Victor. I need to add its MIT license into my license files. So let's do that. That way we don't violate any rules here. So let's copy paste Redux license into Victor license. And the license is as follows. So Victor license follows, and this is the MIT license. There we go. Perfect. Great. And now let's, how would I do this? Well, Okay, yeah. Next time we deploy, make sure Victor license made it in. It should make it just by virtue of being in the licenses folder. So that should be fine. So I can pretty much just say that this is a finished commit at this point. So let's commit. And let's say none and just check this. Added license for Victor. Oh, chat, you so crazy. Okay, so there are a bunch of bugs I should really fix. I think we should do that perhaps now before we get mired in more artillery code. What's the other artillery code we have to do? Oh, darn it. I don't know how we want artillery to work from a game design perspective yet, because I'm going to have that conversation tonight. Yeah, let's fix some bugs first. Hey, Smooth Dog. Okay, so fix this. Terminator fire missiles at. This should appear somewhere in the code base, and it was probably just a copy-paste error. This. Yeah. Fire missiles at is what I meant for this to say. So that was just a small bug. Right, and now when we reload this, we should see Terminator fire missiles at. Good. They used to say something different. Okay, rolling on. Play.bot.land. So here's where there should be a bug. Yeah, this. So this said fire Terminator fire missiles at item, and now it says fire missiles at. So bug fix. That was simple. Next, exists item blockly block. Doesn't let you rename the item if there's no corresponding variable. I'm gonna check in what I just did because that's a standalone bug fix. It's in setup blockly. So let's do this. Yeah. Fixed a typo in a blockly block. Alright, this is a little bit more complex, and I'm not even sure if this is something I could easily fix. So here's what happens. If you say... how does this work, actually? If you say, oh yeah, exists item, and then you hit rename variable, and you say something like hi here, it doesn't do anything, because this is not a known variable. I actually don't know if this is a bug. Let me see. If you say set item to something and then you say rename this to hi, it renames it up here and then this gets this value. And now item no longer exists. Maybe this is not a bug and it's just something weird about how blockly works, which would kind of make it a bug, because if it's weird, then it's not what you expect. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like just saying that this is a quirk is perhaps okay. I don't like how this doesn't really rename it. Like we're renaming the variable without updating the reference to the variable, because we're pointing to a variable that no longer exists at that point. Like this is now impossible code, right? Exists hi too. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to fix this right now. What is 16 in hex? It's 10. So in base x, the number x is always represented by 10. So in base 2, the number 10 is equal to decimal 2. In base 16, the number 10 is equal to decimal 16. Blockly blocks. So set item to find. So this is something Lou Long found yesterday, and something that we're hopefully going to fix right now. So let's see what we've got here. He wrote this code. He said set item to find closest enemy bot. If can move to entity, and then he put item in here. Then move to entity item. Okay, and then hit the edit as JavaScript button, and that's screwed up. So let's find out why it's screwed up. Expecting tuple, oh right, that's right. Yeah, I screwed this up. So this just returns code, but that's not how it can return. Can move to entity is a function call, so it needs to do this. Now, unfortunately, we also need to say get XML here so that we can test this out without having to recreate that every single time. So let's go into our reducer, temp, Blockly workspace, Blockly, what did I call this? This. So this we just paste in here. We wait for this to finish building. And we try it out and we hopefully fix the problem. Here we go. Edit as JS. Okay, it kind of works. It's returning a semicolon though, that's a problem. So we need to just get rid of that semicolon and now we should be done. Now everything should be fine. So that wasn't too bad of a bug to fix. Good. Alright. So when we refresh now, we open up Blockly and we press the edit button and we see that our code is valid. So we have item equals find closest enemy, if can move to item, move to item. So now if I put this down, yeah, it's working. Alright, good. Yeah, so we fixed the bug with that. So every time we have something like can do something, we need to make sure its order is a function call. And that's useful for the order of operations that we have inside Blockly. So we don't need any of that. I think we just need this. Yeah. Fix the bug with the can move to entity block. Block. So that bug is fixed. Make use of the server's modify entity life function when applicable. Alright, let's see if we can do this. I don't know if we have to do this, but it doesn't hurt, so let's take a look at where this is done. So it's a server function, so we have to ignore the client functions in there. Here we have artillery shell landed. We have a health component, we have, oh, but this is of the artillery shell entity. Yeah, that's fine. Modify entity life is fine. Code execution system, this part might not be fine. Fire projectile. So we have a health component of our target. We modify life of that target. And then we mark it dead if we need to. So all of that is now something that we can do in the arena. This.arena.modify entity life, actual target, negative damage. And I think that means we can get rid of this stuff. And this. This is now a much neater function. Yes. How does isDead component work? Yeah, it gets serialized. That's strange. That means that we would send dead entities over to the client if they connected at the right time. It is peculiar. I don't think that's possible. Okay, let's take a look at what else we have here. So we have modify life shows up here. That's in life regenerated. I'm fine with that. That's okay. It's where we're dealing damage, like here. Oh, but this is in shared code. We can't use it there. Actually, we kind of can. We have mark entity dead here, and we're doing this based on a real ID. In fact, why did I put this in the server arena only? Modify entity life. We get the health component of the entity, we modify its life, then if it's dead, we get the ID based on the real ID, and we mark it dead. If it doesn't have a real ID component, then it's a problem. Okay, I think we're going to put this into the shared arena. Shared arena. We put this code here, and now we should be able to use this from all sorts of places. For example, here, bot health component. We should be able to do something like this now. Bot entity, negative damage. If it's dead, we mark it as dead. No, we don't tell the client explicitly about this. Just telling them about the landmine damage is enough for them to know that it died. So let's put this here. No, we don't tell the client explicitly about the entity's death, just telling them what the damage is not. Yeah, good. So delete this here. That's much neater. Much neater. Alright, so let's take a look again for health components. Now we should have fewer instances of this. Yeah, we have 86 matches now. And you know what we could search for actually? We could do get component dot star health. This will have way fewer matches. Yeah, 17. Okay, and then let's take a look through these. Do we ever do this? We no longer need to do this. So here's one place where this should no longer be necessary. We should be able to do modify entity life, target entity, damage to deal, which does this. Yes, excellent. Very happy with this change. All right, let's search for that again, because now we have one fewer instance and it'll just make it easier. Yeah, so here that's okay, we don't care about that. This we also want to use, so this dot modify entity life, entity negative damage. Good. Yeah. Search for one more time. So it's commits like this that I really like. Ones where you end up removing more lines of code than you add. So deal damage to the target bot immediately. Do negative damage. Let me just check to see if it's dead here. But we don't mark it as dead yet. Yeah, that's fine. What are we doing here? Projectile dealt damage. Yeah, this is important. Health component. Update health. Yeah, that's fine. This needs to be modified too. So this dot modify entity life. Zapped entity. Negative damage dealt. We need to run the test after this is done. Yeah, this is all good. Roving Eye is saying, removing lines isn't that bad style? How will you make money if you get paid by the number of lines? Get this for the real ID. Wait, where is a health component in here? It's up here. Yeah, that's not necessary. This isn't necessary. This. What are we doing here? That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. All this stuff is okay then. Yeah, so I think we're done because test code happens to have this. So we probably removed a lot of lines of code. Let's take a look. We'll run the test and then we'll also take a look at our change list while the tests are building. We have what here? We removed 12 plus 14 plus 9 plus 33 plus... No, this doesn't count. There are a lot of different things in here that we can't count. Yeah, those need to be not considered. And we need to comment this out too. Let's see what we've got then. All right, these are correct now, I think. Yeah, all right, good. So move modify entity life from the server arena to the shared arena. Uh-oh. It looks like I broke many tests. Yeah, that's not good. Wait, what? I broke every test? 68 are failing? And entities tile X is not what we expected. Okay, that's something's horribly wrong here. If I broke 70 tests. Well, let's take a look, I guess. How did I break so many tests? Hey, Darkstorm. Alright, so the very first test failed. And how did it fail? Let's see. Can I use page up and page down here? No, I apparently can't. Oh, control page up and page down work. That is so good. Okay, yeah. Let's scroll up to here. So we got 4 and we expected 1. I'm guessing that's here. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, this is because the simulation server. Oh, okay, this is just stupid. I think it's this that's causing this to fail. Is that even possible? Let's try this again. Yeah, TGK. Alright, yeah, let's see if this works. Let's finish commenting this this change list. So moved it from the server to the shared arena, refactored a bunch of places in code to use modify entity life where applicable. And so if we refresh this, we removed 45, 53, 64 lines and we added 433. So we got rid of 31 lines of code. That's pretty good. Oh, and all the tests passed now. So yeah, I had just screwed that up. Yeah, looks good. Tests are passing. And the code's cleaner. What else could you ask for? A finished game? Of course not. Good. We don't need this. This was for a conditional breakpoint. Oop. Let's put that there. Alright, yeah, let's lint the code and then let's move on with finishing up artillery. And what's that? Okay, yeah, got it. Finish linting. Illegal trailing white space. These are like the easiest errors to fix. In fact, there's a way to auto fix them, but I always end up deleting all of my code when I auto-fix things, so that is not good. There we go. That's fixed. What else do we have here? Line must be at most 500 characters. Yeah, this is not going to be checked in, though. So we can just Control-Z this. Oh, no, we can't. Alright, well, we can revert that, or we just ignore it for now. In fact, ignoring it's probably best. Let's just ignore it. Because that was temporary. So more illegal trailing white space. Expect valid type instead of type. Whoops, just forgot the right number in here. Camel case, we're ignoring those for now. Shell entity is defined but never used. Interesting. So we only want this for the sake of assertion. Why do we even pass the shell in then? Oh, we need, okay, I see. We need its ID. Okay, that's fine. Router actions is defined but never used. That's okay, we can get rid of that. Actual target entity ID is defined but never used. Interesting. Why do we not need this? Or why did I do this? Doesn't make any sense. I just don't need the entity ID, but I need the actual target. And what do I use the actual target for? Modifying life. Intended target real ID and is reflected. Okay, well, let's get rid of this then. It's just clogging up the code. So I think after doing what I just did that we should also rerun the test, but we don't really need to wait for that. 09 Big Boy says, I have no clue what's going on. So just looks interesting. I can explain anything you want if you have any questions. First thing is I can explain to you what the game is about, but let me finish up this one thing that I'm doing first, and then I can talk to you about what Botland is. Okay, yeah, all that's fixed. So let's just run the test and I'll talk about Botland. So this is Botland. And in Botland, ignore this stuff at the left side here. That's the login screen, and I'm just not going to use that for right now. So in Botland, the first thing that you do is you make a machine. And the way that you do that is you pick what hardware you want for it. Eventually, you'll be able to customize the looks a little bit, and this UI will all be different. But you pick how you want your machine to function. So I want missiles, I want cloaking, and I want regeneration. And whoops, that's actually too much. Hang on, you need level 2 regen. So you pick that, and then you write code for it. So you could literally write code. You could say something like if can cloak, then cloak, and otherwise let's just move to the right. And I deploy a bunch of these bots, and you can see that they cloaked, and now they're moving to the right. But let's say I don't know how to write code. Then I can use this same thing. I could have said the same sort of thing like this. If can cloak, then cloak, otherwise move right. And I can deploy this bot too. So I can call this test, and there's our test bot. He is moving to the right. And if I don't even want to do this, I could use pre-made scripts that I have, and this will do a whole lot of different stuff. So I can put landmines on this and deploy those, and now we can see them cloaking and moving around, laying landmines. And so this is online, and it is already playable right now. And if you want to get access to the game, you can go to bot.land/pre-beta, and you can find out how you get access. And in the online arena right now, we actually have, oh no, these are not real people. These are real people. So we have a few people online, I think. Yeah, ITGK, Winakis, and Wouter. So I can deploy bots that will, let's do this. Let's deploy, I'll get the Zapper bot and Regen and a little bit of thrusters, and we'll say this. Set item to find closest enemy bot, then if that bot exists, let's do if can zap, then zap. Otherwise, let's just move closer. Move to item. Otherwise, we'll move around randomly. Alright, we'll call this Mr. Zaps. Deploy a few of these. So these are going to hunt down the Winakis bots and zap them to death. Yeah. Except for he's got regeneration also. So close to killing him. There we go. We've outnumbered him. Oh no, Big Boy says, it's amazing how much work goes into these small, simple games. Makes you wonder how they make things for giant game releases. Yeah, oh definitely. A lot of people underestimate how much work it takes. So anyway, yeah, that's the game in a nutshell. And if you want to play, you can get access to it by spending loyalty points. And then you could take on ITGK in the arena for yourself. He is also trying to zap me to death. I think he might have just taken my strategy. He literally oh no, he has lasers on his script. Alright, fine. Lasers are much better. If you have lasers and Zapper, you're going to do more damage. In fact, ITGK spots are better than mine. How do we fix this? I think we put lasers on here too. So if I'll make this better later. For now, let's just leave it at that. If I can't do anything, then we'll just say fire lasers in any direction that will work. Let's do that. So now Mr. Zaps. No, that's not. Yeah. So now the ones who can't do anything are just going to fire lasers randomly. Maybe they hit a cloak spot, maybe not. But yeah, there we go. Winakis, do you have something like a percent chance 5 move randomly? Because your bots very rarely move. But yeah, Regen is definitely great. Like, you just won that battle, and now you have some chance to get your life bar up to full. 15%, okay. Huh, I like that. Okay, well, cool. So, fix that up. Alright, we linted the code. Let's also add in the life variable. So in Code API constants, right now, one of the built-in variables is x and y. Let's add in life. And in code execution system, when we say this dot x equals something, we'll say this dot life equals, well, we need to get the health component. Get component, health component of this dot active bot, and we say this dot life equals health component dot life. Also, do you think you'd want to know max life? Max life is always 1,000. I don't think I'm going to expose that for now. If we want that in the future, we can add it in the future. Then let's go into set up block weight, and we have a built-in X and built-in Y. We're gonna also make built-in life, and then we'll go modify this. This should be really simple. We change all of the instances of Y to life. Done. All right, let's see if that works. Do you plan on doing something 3D in the future? For Botland, no, I don't. And part of the reason why is because I have a very limited budget for this game, and 2D art is cheaper than 3D. But also part of the reason why is because I think it's easier to reason about programming in a 2D world for people, and not necessarily programming, writing automation. So rather than like move up and to the left in 3D space and dealing with vectors, it's just left, right, up, down. Yeah, so let's see. Do we have a life value here? Built-in variables life. Here we go. There it is. And when we edit this code, we have life. So let's do this. If life is less than 1,000, then move left. Otherwise, move right. So let's just do this. This is going to be the test life. Oh wait, we need to connect to the server for this to work. Okay, fine. Let's connect to the server then. So this is going to be test life account, and we connect. Is the server not starting? Oh, there we go. Okay, good. So then we deploy the test life bot. Great. So these are going to move right until they've taken damage. Then over here we'll connect as like lasers, and we'll just have these. We'll do this. We'll say if x is less than arena width -1, move right. Otherwise, closest enemy equals find closest enemy bot. If exists CE, then fire lasers, fire missiles. No. If exists CE, how about this? If will missiles hit, fire missiles. Otherwise, move. Okay, that's our code. Let's put missiles on this. And now, when this finally gets over there, I know it's called lasers and it's shooting missiles, but when it finally gets over there and it shoots one of these things, it should cause that thing to move left. And that's how we'll know if we did this correctly. Perfect. And now it's going to find these and slowly free them from their rightmost prison they have. Here, I'll put this over here. Whoops, I didn't mean to zoom like that. There we go. Yeah, so it shot one of these two. Yeah, so I think this is working. You can check your life value now. Looks good. Let's check that in. Why do I have so many changes in the code? Oh, I fixed linting issues, but I never checked in. Oops. That was a mistake. Okay, so let's just check in the linting fixes. We can't just check in the linting fixes unless I comment this out for now. Fine. Yeah, so those are more linting issues. This is not a linting issue. And there we go. So fixed linting issues. All right, then we want to check in what we just did. And unfortunately now we need to go back into the code execution system, and in expose built-in we put this code back here. Good. Oh, also did the test pass? Yeah, they did. Alright, so we don't check that in. We do check that in. We don't check that in. And all this other stuff. Okay, good. So expose the life built-in variable via both JavaScript and block weight. Okay. Perfect. Let's get back to artillery. We'll finish this up and then deploy it to the server, and you guys can test out artillery as much as you want. However, it's not going to be the most usable thing, I think, because I still haven't settled on the game design for it yet. So code will artillery hit. Code execution system. Will artillery hit. We don't even have a function for that. So let's go to fire artillery, and in will artillery hit target entity. Whoops. So we want to say this dot simulating terminator equals true. This dot simulating terminator equals false. Let will hit equals false. Whoops. Return will hit. Will hit equals this dot fire artillery and target entity. And that's not even really true. The entity to hit is what we're going to put here. Entity to hit if, and then we say let will hit equals false. If entity to hit equals target, no, so if util dot exists, target entity, and entity to hit equals target entity, then will hit equals true. Otherwise, no, we don't want to do it that way. Otherwise, will hit equals util dot exists, entity hit. This isn't even, no, this is right. Yeah. So then we just need to make sure to return an entity from here. And I don't think we have that. Yeah, so if this dot simulating terminator return target entity. Okay. So what we really should do here, but that we don't have yet, is that when you specify nothing, we should find an entity to shoot at. But this entity needs to be exactly 5 tiles away from you. Or, well, yeah, let's just make it 5 tiles away. Yeah, and I think I'll change this up later, so this is not going to be the best. But the entity needs to be, so the entity to find needs to be at least 5 tiles away. And we have a way for getting everything in a certain range, and I think Zapper is what did that. Is zapping, is this zap adjacent entities, and that's in the arena. So zap adjacent. Let's go here and see what we did. Entities within distance was get all entities in range. Now, unfortunately, this does not let you pass in the range, so I think we should fix this up too. What does this do, though? What does this do? Whoops. Alright, ignore all that. Alright, here we go. So this goes, oh, it actually iterates over the range of this and then checks to see if you can match entities there. And the range is hard-coded to the sensor range. And this is called from like 8 places in the code base. Alright, here's what we'll do for now. We'll go back into Zap adjacent entities. And we'll take codes similar to what I had in there. And we check to see the distance that we have. Alright. This is not good. We'll do this for now. We have our to-do item here. So let's see what we've got here. We wanted to get enemy entities with distance is get all entities in range. And now this is an arena function. Now we want to get bots. And the flags that we want to get are foes. So constants.enemyMatchFlags.foe. And they have to be ones that we can sense. So constants.enemyMatchFlags.canSense. So we get enemies that you can sense, and they're sensible by ourselves, the active bot. Then we iterate over all of those, and we get the entity, visible entity. It's not, it's the like, well, enemy entity, let's say that. And then the distance, good. And so if distance is less than the minimum range, which we really should put this up here then. So if distance is less than, we can do this. Whoops, oh, man, stupid mouse. I gotta toggle this thing now. Okay, yeah, let's fix that. So if distance is less than the minimum range, then just continue. Or if distance is greater than the maximum range, then continue. And that's it. That's pretty much it. At that point, we can just get that entity. Or we could randomly pick one. I don't really know which one you'd want, so let's just do this for right now. Yeah, let's just do this. Then we can say target entity equals enemy entity, and then break. Okay, there we go. Tyrant says, boom, my computer rebooted while I was gone. You evil bot hackers. So if we did this correctly, then artillery should work without having to choose a target. And if we still haven't found an entity, then we just return null. Let's try this out. Why not? Why not Zoidberg? So in order to try this, here's what we do. We put artillery on here, we say fire. We're not even going to choose a direction. So here's what we'll say. We'll say if will artillery hit fire artillery. Otherwise we move randomly. This is going to be kind of an annoying test. Oh, also we need to connect to the server for this to work. Do we have a server running? Yeah, we do. Alright, so restart the server. So how do we do this? We make this the artillery bot. Artillery, we connect as the name artillery. We deploy a few of these things. Okay, great. Then we'll connect as a second player. So there's our arena. Those are trying to find the idiot bots that we're about to deploy. So we're gonna make bots that don't do anything. And now hopefully, oh, check it out, that worked. Okay, so this is what's really cool about this. The Manhattan distance between these two entities is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is also your sensor range. So it just so happens that you can see all the tiles in this range. So everything in here you can see. And this happens to be just the boundary of your vision. So we're shooting artillery at that. Artillery looks kind of like much more powerful missiles. So I'll make it a little bit more obvious of how this works. Artillery does splash damage, but it hits a tile. So you can see that they're firing at these things, but they're not always hitting what they shoot at. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And I can make it last longer, let's say. Yeah, so let's deploy into a couple of these. Yeah, I think this is working pretty well. Yeah, alright. I'm satisfied with this. Alright, we can check this in, and then I think we can just give you guys artillery for right now. We could... That art asset is getting some good use. Monadic Bind, these are 3 separate art assets, alright? I put a lot of time into this, so if you look into this folder, we clearly have laser.png, then we have missile.png, and then we have shell.png. Now, I was given artwork for the prototype for, well, let me show you this here. Let me load this off screen for a sec. I have a much better looking artillery shell, and it's here. And I like that a lot, and there's an explosion graphic too, but it's not final artwork, so I'm just not going to use it. Okay, cool. So now we can find targets when we don't have a target. And you guys will be able to test this pretty soon, probably in the next hour. Alright, so will artillery hit has now been coded. We need to write tests for that too. Write test for will artillery hit. I think we might completely skip the tests for today because I'm going to have a call tonight to figure out how do we want artillery to work. So I don't know if I want to write tests that are going to get undone tomorrow. I don't think that's a good use of my time. So if tonight we decide that, yep, everything I coded is exactly how I want it to be, then sure, I'll write the test tomorrow. But if we end up changing it, then I don't know if we'll even make the changes tomorrow. Because we'll probably work on shields today after we get artillery done. So let's go into the code execution system, and then what is going on? Will artillery hit? We put So built-in function available to users. Versace Lord. Hello team. Today is not much of a party day in terms of food consumption, but I think I'll survive. Makes me wonder when we'll be able to gamble with our points. You probably won't get many more things you can spend your points on. So pre-beta access and launch BRB. That's probably about it. By the way, for those curious, if you type points help, you can points help. Yeah. So there's a link to the pre-beta page there if you guys want to figure out how you can play the game too. So this is, oh no, that's not right. This is a question mark entity, and this returns a boolean. All right, there we go. Hey, Spurman. So if you didn't specify an entity, then find one for them. Actually, it would be, you know what, I want to write this down. Zap adjacent entities. I think I want to refactor this function at some point. So I am going to write this down. Refactor and keep fire artillery in mind. Both search in a range, but the range is not specifiable. I think it's good that when you don't specify, it takes the sensor range. No, that's not even true. I don't want that. Okay, so if you didn't specify an entity, then find one for them. So we get all the entities, all the enemies that you can sense. So we're not going to find cloaked bots in here. And they have to be bots. And that should really be an entity match flag. Also note, should just take in the, should be able to use enemy match flags for is bot instead of requiring an entity type. If you, I don't know, maybe, I might do that. Okay, so then we iterate over everything and we check to see is the distance within the range of our artillery. If so, we do this. So what we really should do is this. If it's greater than this and it's less than or equal to this, then let's put this code up here, and that way we get rid of a couple lines of code there. Versace Lord says, have you thought about investing in a really good mic? Not radio studio good, but at least $70 or $80. This could easily be founded if you allow us guys and girls to donate. This microphone, so hang on, let me mute it so that I don't cause a bunch of like rustling sounds. Let me show you what it is. So this microphone probably is about $70 or $80. Also, it's not mine. I borrowed it from a friend and just never gave it back, but he knows that, and he's watched the stream before, so he sees it being put to good use. Looks light. Yeah, the microphone itself is pretty light. That's definitely true. Alright, good. I am pretty happy with this. And did I write down a test for this? Will artillery hit? E.g. make sure you can specify a particular entity. Who's controlling the blinking light on the mic? You are, Wanakis. You are. Alright, let's check this in. I think this is working now. In fire artillery, if you don't specify an entity, one will be found for you. Also coded will artillery hit. Risa says, I almost want to give away from Latch. What does he give away in his giveaways? The voice uptake is almost perfect, which makes the volume of the keyboard matching sound incredibly loud. Getting a really good mic, a stand, and possibly a pop filter will make it a lot better overall. That's my thought. Not saying the current sound is bad. Yeah, people have talked about the keyboard. Would a pop filter help for the keyboard sound though? I think I would just need a better directional mic for that. Oh, okay, he gives her the game beta keys. Interesting. I'm assuming his game Infernax is something you have to pay to play. Coming to Steam, PlayStation, Wii U, and Xbox. Okay, I can't find out about the price of the game, but anyway, yeah, I assume. Just use voice recognition code. Maybe lower the volume, place your mic near you, and using the pad. Yeah, I'll have to think about this stuff, because as far as investments and moving around the setup, I don't mind so much. The mic stand will help drastically. Okay, yeah, I'll write it down. I'll say look into getting a mic stand. So a mic stand, are they typically ones where you'd attach it to the desk and then you'd be able to articulate whatever column it's on, or are they ones that you put on the floor? Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, the price of that game is going to be more than $0. Alright, and let's put in the Blockly API blocks here. So set up Blockly. We have, this is pretty much the same as Will Missiles Hit. Which is to say, let's go take a look at this. So we have offense, will missiles hit any valid target or will they hit item? And then our terminators are fire missile at closest enemy, fire missile at item. Yeah, so we're going to do something like that. Desk mounted is most frequently used. Okay, I'll look into that. I don't know how expensive they are. Let me just do a quick search actually. Amazon mic stand. In fact, let me just... $20, $30, $14, $25. Okay, this isn't too bad. Yeah, maybe I'll use, are you ready for this, guys? Maybe I'll use my Bing rewards. I'm not sponsored, I swear to God. But this is worth $10 here. So, wait, what's that? $10 off at the online Microsoft store. Do they sell mic stands at the Microsoft store? Got Mike in the name. Okay, yeah, so let's code this. We have will missiles hit. We're going to code 2 of these. We're going to code will missiles hit, well, will artillery hit. So let's change this to, oh, what? That was weird. Will artillery hit. Will artillery hit any valid target? And great, that was fine. And we just changed this to will artillery hit. Done. That was easy. Hey, boy dreamer, how was lunch? Discounts. Krieg has them. Then will missiles hit target? I guess we also want this. Oh, whoops, did I? Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's put this in here. So will missiles hit target? This is will artillery hit target. Artillery, we put that here too, and then we say will artillery hit, and we pass in an entity. All right, good. So then we have fire missiles. We change this into fire artillery. And this is at any valid enemy. We're not going to say the closest one. We could change that at some point. Yep. So that's good. Then we just need one more thing. We need fire artillery at. So we should have a fire missiles at. Yeah, here we go. So we just need to take this and write artillery. Okay. Then I think we're done. We just need to make these blocks available now. So we have fire missiles and fire missiles at. Let's change this into fire artillery and fire artillery at. And then we have will missiles hit. We need to do will artillery hit and will artillery hit target. And like I said, at that point, I think you guys can test out artillery. So let's see if this worked. We should see this get built here, and then we should have blocks Alright. The builds are taking increasingly long. Almost to the point where I wonder, should I even be bundling these files? So we load this up, we can delete all these things, and we should have, so we should be able to do something like this now. If will artillery hit any valid target, then fire artillery at any valid enemy. Yeah, okay, otherwise we'll move around. Where's move? Alright, I think we're going to put categories for these things now too, because this is really annoying that move and zap and cloak and all that stuff is there. So let's do that in another commit, and then I think you guys can test this out, right? We added in the blockly blocks, we haven't refactored this yet. This is done, so then it's tests, and then these extra features, oh darn it, I forgot about this. Alright, yeah, let's check this in. That is not what I meant to do. So we don't care about that, or probably the simulation server. Yeah, good. All right, so we added will artillery hit target, fire artillery, and fire artillery at. And let's just take a quick look through these and make sure the word missiles doesn't appear in any of this stuff. Will artillery hit, good. Will artillery hit target, good. Fire artillery, good. And fire artillery at, good. Yep. All right. So added blockly blocks for fire artillery entity, will artillery hit, and will artillery hit entity. All right. Next up, what did I say was next? Oh yeah, sorting this stuff out. Okay. So we had categories for if, movement, offense, support, and random. Let's put some categories in here too. So let's take the movement category and slash category, and in here we put move to tile, move to entity, pursue, and I think that's it. Then we also want one for offense. So let's put this here. Alright, and then in offense we put zap, lay mine, all of this stuff basically. And then we have harvest, cloak, and reflect. I guess I call those support. Yeah, I guess so. Also, where is this? Yeah, this should have been tabbed in. Alright, so we'll call these support. We'll put this here, tab those in, delete that. So now we should have categories, and this should make it slightly easier. And then I think we can do a deploy, and we'll see you guys using artillery in the arena, and hopefully it's not super overpowered right now. Also, it's not being animated correctly yet. That's all going to change. We don't even have real graphics for it yet. So Terminators, now we have movement, offense, and support. Perfect. All right, I think we run a deploy. I think we also run the test. So let's run the test. Let's run our linting, and then, whoops. Okay, yeah. So let's run both these things, and while that's running, I'll check in. So we'll try to parallelize as much as we can here. So added categories for Terminators, and there we go. Added categories for blockly Terminators. Movement, offense, and support. Steno keyboard? What is this? Oh, like stenographer's have. Wow. Okay, we just gotta wait for these things to finish. And then once they're done, we can deploy. And let's take a look at our server right now. What's going on here? Darkstorm just connected. Well, maybe that was a while ago. Our memory usage isn't too bad. And let's see what's going on in the real server. So we go to play.bot.land, and now is the time I'll tell you guys about the pre-beta again. I just pasted that in the chat. So yeah, let's see what's going on. We got Darkstorm versus Winakis. We got Killinator in here. I'm gonna just put a simple lasers bot down. We'll give it some thrusters and regen too. There. Take that Winakis bot. Alright, yeah, but see, these guys are regenerating. So they're gonna be a full life and they're gonna kill you. Well, except for that you just reflected all of my lasers. Jerk. Okay, all the tests pass, and unfortunately, I'm a moron. Yeah, so VLCL pre-commit, and then let's run the deploy. Versace says, I'm not sure if I'm alone, but I've been wanting to play the beta now, but I want to wait until Friday because it's cheaper to play that. Well, how many points do you have? Yeah, you have plenty of points. Yeah, you get a pass for the whole week, so your account gets deleted on Sunday. Yeah, so if you go to bot.land, you click pre-beta. Yeah, so this bold part, every Sunday everyone's account is deleted. But yeah, if I mean it's Tuesday, so you'd get access for 6 days or 5 days or whatever, I don't know. And you can play when I'm offline. So we're running the deploy right now. That's all fine. I don't care about that. So once the deploy finishes, I'll put this online. You guys will have access to artillery. Actually, you get more than just that, I think. You had no clue the pass was used the whole week? Oh man, I'm sorry. I did put this here. I said every Sunday everyone's account is deleted and you only need to spend points again. That's why the point cost decreases as the week goes on. Well then, feel free to join in. You'll get to try out artillery. You might be the first person to be able to try it. We just gotta wait for this deploy to finish. Oh, and I gotta turn off my keyboard camera because I gotta type my password for Git pretty soon. Okay, as long as we're doing that, let's push this repository. And yeah, so we'll push that. And then we just gotta wait for this to finish so we can get ready for this. So new deploy, this contains artillery. Well, the biggest new feature is artillery. Alright, now I just wait for this to finish up. There we go, perfect. And here's all our changes. So let's take a quick look through here and just take a look at what we, oh yeah, we also need to install on the server. Ooh, almost forgot about that. So what do we do here? Artillery, that's all an artillery change. This is artillery and a refactoring change. Good, wait, what did that say? TTL. Yep, good. Yeah, so I added in, I also added in the life built-in variable. So you guys will have access to your life values now. And we serialize that component. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not going to continue to look through this. I think most of this is just supporting artillery. All right, so we deploy this, push to the server, and then, all right, good. Then on the server, we can pull, git pull. All right, good. Then we go into share, no we don't. We do npm install production. This should install Victor for us. So if we get Victor, then I think we can restart things. Good, we did. All right, cool. Yeah, let's restart everything. So I'm taking the server down. This means that, the arena is going to be offline for a sec. So Versace Lord, your work is going to be undone in about a second. So we close out of that and we close out of that. And just before I restart it, let's take a look at our memory usage now. It's down to 66 megabytes. Nice. And then let's go and restart these things. Done. And what just happened? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the server's not fully online yet. We have to wait for a couple of output lines to appear here. There, okay. Server's back online now. So let's connect. And am I the first person in? No, Wouter actually beat me. Oh no. Alright, well we can deploy an artillery bot now. Oops. Oh, I forgot about this. I left in the... Oh no, did I forget about this? I did. Alright, well that was a mistake. Yeah, so all of the bots by default are gonna have this like stupid script here. I meant to get rid of that. Well, I'm not gonna do another deploy for that. Hey Squish Squirrel. Alright, so yeah, artillery should be working. Let's test it out. If will artillery hit, then fire artillery. Otherwise, let's just move randomly. And let's put on artillery and a little bit of regen and thrusters. Ooh, that's a problem too. That is definitely a problem. How did I screw all this up? Bots are like teleporting right now. That's not good. Water totally trapped me. Okay, yeah, this is bad. How did I break this? Like, why is that happening? Is this just normal network latency that's causing this to happen? No, I know what's happening. Also, I'm somehow on botland.net. What? How did I get here? This is the fast movement thing isn't being sent across, which means this isn't updated code or that I didn't do something correctly. Oh, nice. Check it out. My bots are shooting artillery all over the place. Just none of them are hitting you. Oh, there they go. Artillery does very, very little splash damage. Oh yeah, by the way, Versace, I don't know if you are getting started easily enough or not, but let me link you to the tutorial video that I recorded. And Darkstorm says, how do I open my JS in Blockly? Yeah, you can't. So it's a unidirectional. You can go from Blockly into JavaScript, but you can't go back into Blockly. So like if I have some code that I wrote over here, and I said something like move right, there's no way to open that up in Blockly and have a move right block showing. You'd have to just recode it. I think that's what you're asking. If not, just let me know again. Alright, so yeah, there's a bug here, and the bug is that fast movement is not getting set. And that's why there's this teleporting happen when you have thrusters. So we want to fix that. But also, did I code this into my own... Is this happening on my own server too? Is there a way to remove all user spawn bots yet? No, not yet. Okay, let's try this out. Did I screw this up locally? Or did something not deploy correctly? So if I put thrusters on here, and I say move randomly, and I deploy this. Oh, I screwed it up. I screwed it up here too. Huh, how did I do that? That is a big problem. Debug main.arena.entities. Does this have a fast movement component? It does. So then the code where... Oh boy, what's going on? Fast movement. If it has fast movement, multiply its speed by 3. And then we set the speed in here of chase tile component. ITGK says, yesterday's hardware characteristics, is it still actual? Yes, although artillery has been added in as well. So now you have access to the artillery hardware. And I can explain that in a little bit. But first I want to figure out this bug. There's a chase tile component. This has a speed of... Wait, what? What is this? This isn't even anything. What's going on here? Entity 0.BigComponent chase tile. Its speed is 0.1. Why is that? Why is that? Move bot. Alright, let's take a look. I don't know. We just gotta debug this because this doesn't make any sense. So we go into here, move bot, put a breakpoint in here. This should get hit immediately. Good. And this is apparently false. Bot entity.ask component fast movement. Component name is not defined. You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. No, what is this? Import component name. Const, and then we export it. How is this undefined? Did I type something wrong? Component names.fast movement. Component names is not defined. So this is erroring every time. No, wait, no it's not. It set speed to 3 right there. Then we added this and we add the entity.getComponent chase tile. Oh, I don't know what's happening. Oh, it's a problem in chase tile component, I think. Speed is not getting set correctly. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. I hard-coded speed to 0.01 or 0.1. Okay, well, that was stupid. We have 4 suggestions today and they're all mine. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. But for now, let's try this out. So I think I fixed this bug. I think I'm going to do a redeploy too because I don't like how this looks. And so I might as well, alright, here's what I'll do. I'll work on some features that you guys have been asking for and just try to like cram those into this next deploy. So now if I deploy a bot that moves randomly, we should see it move quickly and randomly. Yeah, so check it out. Now these move fast and without thrusters, they move slowly. So you can clearly see the two different, alright. Well, do I redeploy this? Oh wait, I have an easy way to redeploy this. I can, I'll just, how do I do this? Here's what I can do. I can go into the client manually, open up public, what do I call it? Public JavaScript, no, not vendor. Where's the code? Wait, what? Oh, it's minified, so it's not in there. Oh, it's in here. Oh, this will be practically impossible to find then. Let's open it up and see if we can find it. 0.1 semicolon. Pattern not found. It probably would have minified it so there's no 0 on it. Oh, Vim searches with regex by default. Okay, here's the fast movement thing right here. What we need to do is we set speed equal to something, this right here. So if we just change this so that it says, it's gonna be really hard to do. Tile x equals e, tile y equals n. It probably optimized out the argument that I wasn't using. No, wait, there's r. Whoa, what the heck just happened? I think I need to use GK. So here's what we have. We have v equals function t-e-n-r. So if we look at this, we have e, n, and r apparently, and r was never used, which I don't know why it wasn't optimized out. We might be able to fix this by just changing this to the character r. Alright, I'm gonna try it. We might break this. We might not. Okay, so now when I refresh the server, let's refresh. And I connect, and I deploy something with thrusters. Let's see. Nice, okay, I fixed it. So if you refresh the client page now, you'll get the updated thrusters. So I don't need to do a new deploy. It is a little weird though. So this got uglified into this code, E, N, R, and the function happened to be called T. The thing is, R corresponds to speed, and speed was never used. So why was it still specified as a param? It should be able to determine that I wasn't using it. Oh well. It's probably just some weird uglified thing. That's what you call hotfix. And yes, I definitely did that the hard way, I know. But it works. Okay, so fixed a bug where the speed was never being used in a chase tile component, so it was hard-coded to 0.1. This caused thrusters to look weird. You can reload the client. If you're not happy with how thrusters bots moved, then yeah, you can reload the client. And you don't have to. So I'm going to deploy a couple of janitor bots. The janitor. Thrusters, regen, let's give it some cloaking. Call it janitor 13531. Deploy a bunch of these. And they'll just go clean up the arena for us. Except for Darkstorm's a jerk. He's standing on a resource. So my bots were trying to move onto it and couldn't. That's like my robotics team fixing a wheel by hitting it with a hammer. No, that's like your robotics team, instead of mailing the part that will fix it, teleporting there, like hitting it with a hammer, and then teleporting back. That's what I did. I am Nightcrawler. Okay, so see, Versace's shooting artillery at me. Because I was moving around, he's not able to hit me. So that's the downside of artillery. If you're shooting a stationary bot, you're going to do loads of damage very quickly and splash damage too. So every artillery shot can do up to like 720 damage, which is the most in the game right now. No, not technically. If you're surrounded by bots and you use Zapper, you do 600 plus 300, you do 900 damage. But that's never going to happen. Alright, well there go my janitors. And remember, today, sometime in the afternoon, I'll give away pre-beta access. Pre-beta access is something you guys get with loyalty points, so I'm essentially just giving out 90 loyalty points. The game's going to be free to play. It's technically free right now. Alright, so yeah, we fixed that bug. We hotfixed it. And next time we deploy, yep, that's done. Alright, so what's left with artilleries? Okay, that's done. Seeks out a tile. Good. Okay, so we need to add in these tests now, or these new features. I think let's add in explosion sprites. So I happen to have an explosion sprite from the prototype. Let's take that. Let me see if I can do this in such a way that you guys won't see the explosion until it's in the game. So I'm going to put this here. I'm doing this off screen so that you guys don't see the image. We're going to call this explosion. Okay, there. So we've got the sprite in. Next, in Pixie Wrapper, let's load the sprite. So where we get missile, let's also get explosion. And now we want it to show up probably on missiles, on machine death, and on artillery hitting. Show explosions on missiles, machine deaths, and artillery landing. It is a component with a sprite and a TTL. We can see it in your class's reflection. Add artillery to the documentation. Yeah, the docs are not very good right now. Add artillery. And Quantum KO is supposed to be back here at some point, which, by the way, speaking of people who are supposed to be back, did this beat though in chat? Let's find out. No, and I don't see Quantum KO here either. Alright, well, whatever. Oh, landmine explosions, yeah. Landmines. So it's got a sprite and a time to live. Is that it? Well, let's look at projectile assemblage. This had life and is laser. Oh, I guess what we could do is put like an is explosion. Maybe is explosion. And an ID. Yeah, that's not necessary. Okay, so adding this in shouldn't be too bad. We should make. What do you think about this? Do we need his explosion? How would we draw these? So we'd want to draw it roughly where we draw bots. No, underneath where we draw bots. That way you can be on a tile that's exploding. So we go into Client Arena, and then we render mines, then resources, then walls. Walls don't even exist anymore. Then bots. So we want to put explosion sprites. No, we want to put them on top of bots. Yeah. So let's do this. Explosion sprites. So then we need an indexer called explosion sprites. Explosion sprites, lowercase that. Then we need to set up the indexer. So just like how we do that here, we want to set this up. Death flag. Does a missile have a flag like that? Landmines and bots should. Yeah, it does. Wait, are you saying just put an explosion when a missile kills the enemy? Because I think missiles should blow up even if they don't kill the enemy. Landmine should too. But I think lasers would only blow up if they kill the enemy. And artillery blows up all the time also. Death flag, what is this a link to? Yeah, alright. So it's a sprite and is explosion. So let's take in the component name is explosion. And we need a component for that, so is bot component will save as is explosion component. And then is bot component is going to change to is explosion component. And instead of is bot we have is explosion. So this is only used to tag explosions. Now make a missile an entity, I mean. Instead of just a sprite. Wait, a missile is an entity. Like we have make projectile assemblage. No, it's here. Yeah, here. So you call make projectile assemblage, and it'll get an is missile component. It'll get an ID, and it'll get a chase target. I'm laughing because Panda with a shotgun said, instead of typing DMG into my code, I typed DMX and Terminal got angry. I don't know why that's so funny. So show explosions. Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll make, instead of projectile assemblage, let's put explosion assemblage. It's such an easy thing to make though. I don't know if we even need an assemblage for it. Fine, we'll just do it. Explosion assemblage. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add, no, we don't want that. We don't want any of that. We want is explosion component. So we want that. We want a sprite and a time to live. So let's add a sprite component, new sprite component, and I guess we'll pass in the texture. What does a sprite component take? A sprite. Yeah, okay, so params.sprite. And then we could make the pixie sprite here. Problem is then we need to assume that we have pixie here. Oh, I see. On entity death should always explode, I suppose, or whatever the equivalent is. Yeah, the only thing I'm not sure about is I don't think lasers would make an explosion. That's the only thing I'm curious about. Like the bot dying should make an explosion, but a laser shouldn't. But I don't have an on-entity death. That's up to the systems to implement. Anyway, yeah, let's see. How can I check my current position on the map? Just use X or Y. So you can say something, if X is greater than 5, then move left. So it has a sprite, and I guess it has a time to live component, but time to live is in number of ticks. We want a time to live in number of seconds. And well, we could just put this into is explosion. Yeah, fine. Let's do that for now. Is explosion component. Time to live in milliseconds. Well, that's true, but it should possibly have an impact animation for lasers, I mean. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think that the way I have my entity component system coded is not such that I can do that in the entity. It's something I'd have to do in the system. The entity could store what it should do, but then the system needs to do that thing on impact. Yeah, I think that's possible. Yeah, Void Dreamer. Alright, let's do this. TTL. And we'll say this is in MS. It doesn't need to be serialized, which means I'm pretty sure we don't even need this here. Can I do that? Where do we not serialize a component up until this point? Sprite component. Sprite component isn't serialized. Yeah, we have to dispose. Yeah, okay. I think this is fine then. This is in milliseconds. So when we make an is explosion, we would take params.ttl. Teamwork makes the dream work. I can't say I've ever heard that before, but that is pretty funny. Explosion entity, and this is make explosion assemblage. The assemblage is literally 2 components right now, so this is really not that useful. And we're not even using the right components up here. So let's make sure that we've got the right one. And then we can get rid of this and these. And I guess we don't use hardware constants either, or util, or assert. Okay, so yeah, this is a dead simple entity. For now, let's try making use of it. The sprite should be something we create. I take this back entirely. Let's do this. If params, no, so we do want util then, huh? Let's get util back here. Alright. Seem to me the laser's depth equals impact animation. Yeah, I guess what I picture for a laser hitting something, and there's no artwork that's final yet, but what I picture for a laser hitting something is like a little streak of light and not necessarily an explosion. But whatever, that's something we'll get artwork for eventually, and then yeah, I'll come up with hopefully a generic system for that. So we are gonna just make the sprite in here, and Pixie Wrapper is where we end up doing these things. So we have dot missile dot something somewhere. Where is this? That's not what I meant to search for, but this is what I want. And then we make a new pixie dot sprite with that texture. So we want something like this code. Then we want this in here. And the explosion really should like follow the bot. For now, I'm just gonna make these like a basic explosion. My bots are dancing. Let me see what you got. Did you make them do that, Darkstorm? To find this tile and then dance around? Or was that unintentional? Okay, so projectile sprite, we want to change this to explosion sprite. And we want to use this texture, explosion texture. So we have the explosion sprite and we put that in here. Next we say explosion sprite dot x equals, we want to base this on, so let's go to the client arena. We want to base this on the width and height of this, yeah. So we say dot position dot x equals, and we also need constants here. So we're gonna just have it taken a tile x and a tile y, I think. No, that won't be good. Let's have it taken an x and a y, fine. So params dot x minus this. Explosion sprite dot width divided by 2. Okay, and then the same thing over here. So we want to change x, y, and width into, or x and width into y and height. Let me add the sprite. Unintentional behavior? Oh, really? That was pretty cool for unintentional behavior. And yeah, now it's just a different kind of dance. Alright. Yeah, so we got the explosion sprite. So now we just need to pass in time to live, x, and y. And then we need a system that updates these though. Well, let's go to the client arena. So we have render explosion sprite. This is going to render them the correct x and y. Yeah, so that part will be fine. Let's create one really fast. Let's do create explosion. X and y, I guess. Yeah. So we need make explosion assemblage from explosion assemblage, and then when we say create explosion, we do this const explosion entity equals make it at x y TTL of, I don't know, 1,000. That's probably too long. 400. And then this dot add entity explosion entity. Oh, my keyboard cam is still off. Oh, thanks. I always forget to turn that back on. I assume, given that people tell me that it's turned off, that they want to see the keyboard camera, but I don't know. Maybe they're just being courteous to other people. So now we just need to call this function. Let's call it on the fly, and we'll render explosions, but they'll stay around forever. Let's load this up. and we'll say debug arena create explosion at 0, 0. Sprite is not defined. Alright. It's explosion sprite. Set up your deployment scripts to turn camera off, on and off. Yeah, you know what I should do? I should just make a hotkey for this. And I think I can do this while OBS is running. Let me take a look. Hotkeys. Yeah, here we go. The push to hide keyboard camera button. Advanced. Hang on, I probably shouldn't be looking at this on stream. Do you guys know how to do this? How do I set a hotkey for like an arbitrary thing? I don't see it in here. I thought there was a way to configure, no. Well, yeah, if you guys know how to do this, let me know, because I don't know how. Yeah, okay, so let's try this out. Let's try creating that explosion sprite. We'll create it at 50-50. That definitely didn't work. So why didn't that work? Well, it didn't give us an error about missing the... Okay, how about this? Let's do entities 0. This should be the explosion sprite. What? Is laser and is missile? Somehow I made an entity that's both a laser and a missile. That is very, very far from what I wanted to do. What? How did I do that? Oh, here. Oops. Okay, yeah, my bad. I think you can set hotkeys for different scenes. Yeah, then if you can do that, then I can make another scene that just doesn't have my keyboard camera on. Well, I'll have to look into that too at some point. Okay, let's try this out. It needs to be this page. Okay, let's do create explosion. Nice. Look at that graphic. That's a nice explosion. Just keep creating them. Okay, so now I need to make sure that they get killed. So we can do this really fast here, I think. Just update explosions. Like this is gonna be our system. This really should be its own system. But do we ever use, do we have render entities? Do we have an update function even called in here? Update game logic. Yeah, so this dot update explosion delta time. And we'll put this right next to update game logic. No, we don't need to do that. How much is pre-beta now? Pre-beta is 90 points. And remember guys, you get pre-beta access for the whole week when you spend points. Oh, right click set hotkey, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, let me duplicate this then. Copy to, so broadcasting without keyboard cam. Okay, then we put this at the top. How do I, oh god, I don't know what just happened. Move to top. Then set hotkey. What should the hotkey be? Control Alt numpad star. Okay, let's see. So we have a keyboard camera, and then we're gonna hit Control Alt numpad star, and now we have no keyboard camera. When I press this again though, I want it to go back to having a keyboard camera, so I guess we need to set a hotkey for this. Do Control Alt numpad slash. So alright, slash is on, star is off. Slash on, star off. Okay, good. Cool. Thanks, Void Dreamer. Points give Void Dreamer 1. Set hotkey to reset button. Okay, update explosion. So here's what we gotta do. We gotta go over everything that we've indexed over here, and we need to, we pass in an indexer name when we call render entities, don't we? Yeah, so this takes an indexer name. So we need to do something like this. Let's take all of this, update explosions. So we get indexer names dot explosion sprites. We just take the values, I guess. Do we need that? Huh. Well, how do I do this in the chase target system? Update. So I do this. And if I ever want to mark something as dead, I just mark it as dead, I think. Yeah, so let's do that same thing here. So this is going to be explosion entities is get the explosion sprites. Then we already have entities here, so we can say this dot entities. I don't know why that happens when I click like that. So we get the entity, we say entity.ttl minus equal delta time. If entity.ttl less than or equal to 0, then mark them as dead. How will we do that? So we have reached destination. And we have an entity ID here. Oh yeah, we have the entity ID. Duh. This dot mark entity dead. Entity ID. Problem solved. Okay, cool. So I think our explosion should work now. Ooh. How many points does Smooth Dog have? Oh, 90. Nice. That's very nice of you, Void Dreamer. Let's close this. We don't need the server. But we do need the client. And now explosions should destroy themselves. So let's try that. That is not quite right. Well, let's see. Is the time to live even getting updated? Entity 0.getComponent is explosion. Its time to live is 400. So this isn't getting hit. Oh, did I just never call update explosion? Oh, that was a problem. Fine, update game logic. Oh no, I did call this. Now what's happening then? If we go into update explosions, is this ever getting hit? It is. And are there any entities here? There are. Oh, entity.ttl. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. This should be get component is explosion. And then let me do this. Done. Wait, wasn't the whisper game to botland bot? Yes, nothing's happening. Try the password too. Wait, what? Smooth Dog, you whisper botland bot game and it doesn't work? Do you, what? Alright, well I know the system's not broken because Void Dreamer just tried it. Oh, my phone just turned off. It said goodbye to me. I didn't touch it. Why would it say goodbye? Alright, let's see. Is this working now? Oops. Cool. So now we have explosions, and now we just need to create them where we want to create them. So when a projectile hits is when we want to create them. So reach destination. If is projectile, let's just do this. This dot arena dot create explosion, and we'll put it at the where we want it to be is at the sprite of where it landed, but maybe we just put it. Maybe we get the sprite. Yeah, get component, sprite component. Oh wait, no matter what, when it reaches its destination. Yeah, as long as it's if it's a projectile or if it's a mine, I think we just create an explosion and it will be fine with it. Alright, we get this of the entity. So if it exists, then let's create it at sprite component const sprite equals sprite component dot sprite, sprite dot position dot x, sprite dot position dot y. Okay, there. So So now landmines, lasers, and missiles will, oh no, everything is going to do damage. Oh, including every time a bot moves, I think it's gonna create an explosion. Okay, well that was a mistake. Let's take a look. So yeah, I think if we just put move randomly, that bots are gonna just cause explosions everywhere that they go. Yeah. Yeah, that was dumb. Oh, we gotta just say, for bots, if we killed this component, killed this entity, I should say, mark dead, chase component, target entity ID, mark dead, entity ID. Where do we, landmine entity? At some point we should be, yeah, okay, so, and entity.has component, fine, I'll just do this the right way. Okay, so Smooth Dog, do you have whispers disabled? You can. That's what Void Dreamer was asking you. You can find out if you do. There's a page. I think it's here. Oops. Hopefully that still worked. Yeah. So if you click that, and if you have whispers disabled or something like that, then that's probably the issue. Go kill my bots. Okay, fine. Missiles. Let's just put missiles down. These are not janitors, but there. Your bots are dead. They hate you. They all died. Alright, so here's what we should do. We should say create explosion equals false. So if it's a projectile and it reaches its target, then create explosion equals true. If it's a landmine, then create explosion equals true. No, this isn't totally correct though, is it? It kind of is. Okay, so then if create explosion, it goes here. So yeah, create explosion, then we do this, and we just need to pass in reasonable. Sorry, do we have util in here? We do. Okay. So util has get center x and get center y. So we'll make use of these things. So util.get center x spray, util.get center y spray. Okay, this might work now. Let me take a look at my console log over here and see if it was trying to send this to you at all. Token bot. Does it even see that it got a whisper from you? Hang on a second, Smooth Dog. I'm taking a look at this for you. So I see Void Dreamers. Balambot game Void Dreamer. Okay, that worked. Now do I see Smooth Dogs? Huh. Balambot never got your whisper. Yeah, that's weird. Smooth Dog, Balambot isn't even getting whispers from you. That's very strange. I don't even know what I would do to fix that. Because there's a botlad too. Yeah, botlad is what is botlad's what's responsible for sending out certain whispers. Because there's one running, well anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't understand why this didn't arrive though. So let's look at Phantom Bot. There is this Atom handler, and we say private message, handle viewer message. So yeah, I guess I'll do print line got message, well, private message, chat name plus message. Okay, Smooth Dog, try whispering me again with well, try whisper, not me, Botland bot. And Void Dreamer says, why did the game suddenly speed up? I think you're talking about Darkstorm, and Darkstorm has thrusters on. So thrusters make it so that your post movement cooldown is reduced, and thrusters level 3 decreases it by like 50%. So you can move around really fast, but you can't shoot lasers any faster. And I know artillery's already equipped. Yeah, I gotta do something about that. Smooth Dog, by the way, once you've whispered the bot, let me know, because I still don't see anything in here. Yeah. So whisper Botland bot, and then let me know that you've done that. And let me deploy my my janitor bots, I guess. Janitor, regen thrusters, and a little bit of cloaking. There. So what's my CPU usage at here? I would expect it to be higher than normal because bots are running pretty consistently. Huh, interesting. Okay, I got a private message from Smooth Dog saying game. That's so weird, Smooth Dog. I don't understand. Like, oh yeah, weird. I don't know. Make sure you don't have any trailing spaces, I guess. I'm not sure what's happening there. Let's test out explosions. So this should be working now. Let's just do this. We'll say debug main.simulationserver.addBot cooldown equals 0, and we should see explosions happening. Yeah. All right. They look a little stupid, but whatever. They work. Do landmines blow up as well? Well, it's going to be hard to see if landmines blow up because they have a time to live on them. Wait, no. This is wrong. Reflected projectiles are exploding when they hit the reflect shield. Yeah, that's a problem. Is there any way to know if they're reflected? Oh, here, if we have another chase target component, then run that first. So only here do we do this. Read explosion equals true. Okay, Smooth Dog, I want you to try one more thing. Just exactly copy paste the text that I have in the quotes there. Because I have a feeling I think what's happening is that there's like an extra space or something maybe. I don't know. So yeah, copy paste exactly what's written there. And it may or may not work. But we'll... yeah. And I can just manually give you access to it. Okay, so does this work? Okay, Smooth Dog, I saw your whisper, it still didn't work. Let's take a quick look at this. What could be happening here? Because what I'm seeing print out is, I'm seeing this. P-message Smooth Dog game. Like, it's obviously getting something from you. And so what that should go into is this code, handle viewer message, but I'm never seeing this private message, and I'm never seeing printline got game. That is very strange. And wait, let's see, when I whispered something, botland bot test. Yeah, when I whispered it just now, it said p-message test. So for some reason, oh, I typed print line. Oops. Well, that was a mistake. Okay, wait. Yeah. Let go. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna give you a point. Alright, wait. Alright, try one more time, Smooth Dog. So yeah, try again, because I screwed that up. I was missing a T on print line, so I think it was, things were going wrong. Yeah, okay, yeah, try one more time. So I should know for sure now if this is working. And let's put quotes around here too. Plus, aha! Haha! Problem solved. I didn't even do anything, by the way. I added a print line and somehow it's working now. So I think you were just typing the wrong thing before. Probably spelling game with like a weird A character. Who knows? Wait, actually, Smooth Dog, I'm curious about that. What's your keyboard layout? Is it just a US keyboard layout? Is it something different? Are you using like an IME to type things? Like, I don't understand why any of that just happened. Alright, but still I want to see, does reflect work the way it should? So I want something to shoot a projectile that gets reflected. Are these going to, maybe? Come on, fire a reflected projectile. Oh. I don't think I've seen a single projectile get reflected yet. Come on, shoot at these things. Oh, there we go. Okay, yes, it's working. Alright, I think we can check this in. Norwegian layout. All Nordic ones are the same. Oh, and thanks, Walter. Yeah, I can write that down. Actually, I think Suggest should still just link directly to the, well, anyway, I'll write it down. I'll consider it after the stream. Voyager made a typo, boo. Alright, so explosions are working. Next, for artillery, I want them to explode all of the surrounding tiles too, I think. Yeah, I think that's what we do. So let's go into Client Arena. And we have artillery landed here. And what we need to do is what do we do here? Because artillery is not going to create any explosions right now. I think we do this dot create explosion. We need X and Y. So I guess we need to get the target entity sprite, create component sprite component of target entity. Create an explosion at, so util dot get center X. Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. The same thing we pretty much did before. Sprite util dot get Y sprite. Yeah, and then let's test out artillery. Oh, and let's also get rid of all the, all that code that I keep ignoring every time. This is one of them, right? Yeah, this is one of them. So let's revert that entirely. Let's also revert temp.js. Where's temp.js? Here. Yeah, let's get rid of that too. Done. Alright, hopefully this gets rebuilt. Meanwhile, though, we can refresh this and we can test out artillery and see if this is working. So let's close that. Put a bot down that says fire artillery at closest enemy bot. Yeah, this looks fine. Okay, let's deploy. Okay, and we should see. Oh wait, no, that's never gonna work. No, I take that back. Fire artillery. We gotta do this. So we call this artillery. And we put this down, and now what we should see is explosions on the tiles where artillery lands. Well, when it does damage. I kind of want to just do it on the tiles regardless of whether it does damage or not. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. How does artillery work? So here's how artillery works. You have, so artillery, let me see if I can expand this somehow. Yeah, here we go. So artillery, min range of 5. max range of 12, but there's no way to shoot that far right now. So for essentially like the range is, the minimum and the maximum is 5. Deals like X damage to primary target. Well, that's not even true. I'll just explain this instead of writing it out. Artillery is fired exactly at a Manhattan distance of 5, but it's fired at an entity's tile. So you need to fire it at an entity, but it actually targets the tile, and then it has a travel time of 2 ticks. So everything else has a travel time of 0 ticks. It hits immediately. So a missile or a laser, when fired at something, is always going to do damage to something if there was a target. Artillery is fired at a target, and it takes 2 seconds to hit. So when it finally lands, it deals damage to the primary tile that it hit, and then 4 cardinally adjacent tiles for a very small amount of damage. So that's how artillery works. And this will be clarified in the game, but for right now, I just haven't done it. So yeah, here's what we want to do. We want to create 5 explosions, I think. I think we want to do that. Let's do let explosion chords equal, we need a tile X and a tile Y, but we don't have that, do we? The shell real ID is artillery shell. Yeah, this doesn't have a destination. How did we get a destination if this doesn't have one? We somehow got this earlier. Oh man, I don't remember this at all. Artillery was fired. We call into here, and we somehow got a destination. We got it from the chase tile component. Interesting. Interesting indeed. So let's do const shell entity. Let's get this. Did not see min range. Yeah, min range. Okay, so we have the chase tile component. From there we get the tile X and the tile Y. So let's do const tx equals chase tile component dot tile X and then ty. Good. Okay, then we want coordinates of tx, ty, tx minus 1, ty, tx plus 1, ty, tx, ty minus 1, tx, ty plus 1. Then we iterate over these. Explosion chords. Good. We say that that's let. We say that that's const. So const x equals this 0 and y equals 1. So if this dot is tile in bounds x, y, then create an explosion there. Create an explosion of x times constants dot tile size, y times constants dot tile size. Okay, and let's see what that looks like. Whoops, kind of screwed that up. Can you add so we can move the camera even when we have it zoomed out within a limit? Yeah, that's something I hadn't actually thought of. Yeah, I'll take that into account. I might not do it, but I'm gonna think about it at least. So I'll write that down. Okay, so now let's try out artillery. We want, also what's happening over there on the server? You guys need more janitors here. That is very clearly the case. And it looks like this might be struggling a little bit. Once there are too many bots, we've got to make the tick time increase. Because CPU usage is at about, well, 10%. That's not too bad. 20%. Yeah. Hey, I just want to clean up the arena, guys. The chat actually gets in the way when you have a smaller resolution. Yeah, I know. And chat is going to be something that won't always be visible. And we got a lot of people online. Yeah, we got 10 people. Oh, it looked like I see a bot moving in my like start bar down there, but it's coming from a different window. Thank goodness. All right, so let's put fire artillery in here. We're gonna refresh this page, and we're gonna make sure artillery should now always create explosions, even if it doesn't do any damage. So let's try it out. Yeah, okay. So that screwed up a little bit. And actually, I think it just broke the game. What's going on? Cannot read tile X of undefined. Chase tile component sometimes doesn't exist. That shouldn't be possible. I'm assuming that's where that's coming from. Yeah, how does this not exist sometimes? How does that not exist? Let's put a... Oh, I'm broken in there now. Chase tile component. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Shell entity. Adam, speaking of chat, do you plan on leveraging Pixie to make translucent chat in the future? I won't leverage Pixie for that. That's something that I could do just by modifying it right now, actually. I could just say, where is this div? Yeah, I could just do this. Style, opacity, 0.5. And there. Now chat is faded out. So I could do that now, but yeah, I haven't gotten to those little like polish things yet. In fact, I probably won't do things like that for another several months. And Voice of Grog, hey. Right, so the weird thing here is that we have an entity that's an artillery shell that does not have a chase tile component on it. Oh, because it landed already and then we deleted the chase tile component. Oh god. Yeah. So here's what we could do. In the chase target system, reach destination, what we could say is, remove component. So we don't remove it if it's artillery. If entity dot has component named dot is artillery shell. Okay, so don't remove the chase component from artillery shells because that's the only place where their destination is stored. So this should fix that bug. Make the text more visible, like let the white color opaque and the text let how it is. Yeah, chat is gonna be totally different in the future. And also, that's why I try to make it as small as possible. I guess what I could do is just make it transparent as much as possible too. Like just give it a default transparency of 0.5. But yeah, I'll write that down. I'll say make chat more transparent. Make the chat DOM element. Hey Ken. Wait, when did you say hi? Oh, well, the reason I got Voice of Grog is because there's a big bright red message here. Can is just a awesome, things are working for once, a snarky, kappa-filled message. Which would you rather reply to? And yeah, resources should have a time to live. That's possible. I think right now there's no incentive to harvest, so people aren't harvesting. In the future, I think people will be harvesting more often, so hopefully that's kind of just works itself out. So let's do fire artillery. And let's put the artillery bots down, and now let's try this out. So what we should have happen here, good. Yeah, so the explosions always show up. They're offset by the wrong amount, but that's okay. We'll fix that. So we will now offset them by the correct amount. X plus 0.5 and Y plus 0.5. 0.5. Okay, and then yeah, let's just keep that as is for now. So yeah, let's try deploying a bot like that. So this is where saving scripts really comes in handy. I don't have that capability yet. Fire artillery, and we have our artillery, and when we deploy these bots, yeah, good. Alright, so now it's obvious that artillery is going to hit 5 different directions. The only thing that's not really obvious is that It's doing less damage to the cardinal directions. Okay, well, explosions are working. I mean, they're working as much as I want them to work for right now. I don't. I might want them to track the bot eventually, but I won't do that. All right, let's check in, and I believe we have a couple of things to comment here. So this we can get rid of. Create explosions. All right. Yeah, that looks good. Good, good, good. And then we need to comment both those functions. So create explosion creates an explosion at the given pixel coordinates. Good. And update explosions. Rather than make an explosion update system, I just threw the function in here. The number of ms elapsed since we last called this. Okay, great. That looks good. Chase target system, we updated a few things. We'll create explosions now, but not if, well, we won't remove the chase component if we're in artillery, because that way we can still get the destination coordinates, which we definitely need. And this, that looks fine, and this also looks fine. Yep, alright, great. So let's just pre-commit and I want to go use the bathroom. But I want to deploy this, I think. That way we can get some explosions going. Risa says, what about something that will check the distance and blocks from the nearest enemy? You have that. So you can get the closest enemy, and then you can do get distance to. So you can get distance to find closest enemy bot. So these things, this is the thing that you want, I think. Smooth dog. I think having a shortcut for bathroom breaks actually kind of makes sense, given that I call that function 2-3 times a day. What is this? Oh, fine. I'll just format this, I guess. Oh, that worked pretty well. Look at that. Isn't that nice? And then util is defined but never used. That is true. Added explosion sprites for lasers, missiles, landmines, and artillery. Like they're not, well, they don't look perfect yet, but it's a start. And remember, all this is placeholder art. The explosion graphics, the bot graphics, really everything's a placeholder. Okay, good. So this looks fine. Now we want to check this in, and we want to. I'll deploy this. Right? Do you guys want explosion sprites, or do you think I should wait to deploy that? How many people are even playing right now? Yeah, 9 people. Alright, well, I'll keep this over here, and I'll load up the BRB bathroom in a different tab. Yeah, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I only went to the bathroom because I hate Swift Blue. I wanted to be away. Alright. Cool. So explosions are done. That was one of the artillery related features that I wanted to do. Will this work? If get distance 2, find close to any bot is less than 2, reflect. Yeah, that should work. On 2 ego to reply to any of his new subs. Why are you talking about Bob Ross? Okay, let's try out the code that you just gave, Risa. So we've got this, if get distance to find close enemy bot is less than 2, then reflect. So let's put this over here. So we've got the reflect code, and let's see, does it work? So deep blue is one of them. And yeah, it reflected. Yeah, so then that'll work. Remember, checking to see if something is less than 2 away from you is checking to see if it's directly cardinally adjacent. So up, left, right, or down of you. So this works when something is like right next to you. Oh, you're talking about me? I don't have subscribers. I only have followers. Alright, so next up, shared variables and sensor ping. Let me look up sensor ping in the game design doc just to see how I want to code this. Because I'm pretty sure we planned this out already, but I want to make certain that we did. By the way, for anyone else who's joining the stream and wants to know how you can play this game too, it's free, but you need loyalty points. You'll gain enough loyalty points over the course of the week to be able to play. Eventually, it'll be just totally public and free. One distance away isn't directly on top of you. One distance away, what I meant is like as on top of you as you can get in botland. So 0 is literally on top of you. 1 is figuratively on top of you, where they're all up in your business. So like these two bots up here, ITGK and Winakis, they were right next to each other. That's a distance of 1. Sorry, I know I said that in kind of a confusing way. Yeah, so I was going to look up the game design doc and just make sure that this sensor ping is something I can code now. What I'd really like to do is get through these couple of things in maybe like 2 hours and then start working on shields. So let's find out, how does sensor ping work? Google Doc is taking forever to load. Here we go. So we said activate sensors. This is what we said. When activated, your sensor range goes up by X tiles for Y turns with Z cooldown. This terminator lets you spot for yourself in the case that the enemy has unbreakable failings. To increase sensor range still does not allow you to see shrouding. So yeah, ignore this and ignore this and this and this, because there are no tiers of this. It's just a terminator that you get. Get business all up in it. Oh, did I say it was 2? I think I said, well, okay. Yeah, Risa's code was less than 2. So I think what I said was the only thing that's less than 2 is directly next to you, directly cardinally adjacent. What does the prettify button do? The prettify button is you wrote some code and you might have written it like this: A equals 0, B equals 1, C equals 2. Prettify is going to put it into like a pretty format. So if you wrote something like if update, this isn't even code that makes sense, update, move right, something like that, and you're like, wait, where is this supposed to look? And just hit the prettify button. Okay, so activate sensors. When activated, your sensor range goes up by X tiles for Y turns with Z cooldown. I think we're gonna do it +2 for a total of. Does 3 turns make sense? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think we do it this way. Okay, so this is what we're gonna work on now. So code activate sensors, can activate sensors. increases sensor range by 2 for 3 turns, then a cooldown of 6. Yep. Okay, let's code it. So activate sensors and can activate sensors. We go into code API constants. We can close out of this file, and I'm going to close out of the local version of Botland. What else do I have running on my machine right now that's causing this to feel sluggish? None of that stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What is there something else that's going on right now? CPU, Chrome, and OBS. Why is Chrome using it? Oh, for Botland. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So let's add these in. We have built-in function is going to be can activate sensors. Good. And we can put this up here. It goes kind of hand in hand with can reflect. And we do need to tell the client about this eventually. We just don't do that yet. In fact, wherever we paint the vision range, make sure activate sensors works with this. We're not going to send any network messages for this for now, I'm pretty sure. And then we'll put this here, activate sensors. Okay, good. Next. Sorry if I'm annoying, but is there a method to check the direction of the nearest enemy or following the enemy? Following the enemy, yes, there is. So you can write code like this: update equals function, Java, C equals find closest enemy spot. And then you can just say something like move to CE. Well, really what you should do is if can move to CE, then move to CE. And CE is closest enemy. Then as far as getting the direction, you can do you could do something like this if you want. If can sense closest enemy, then if X is less than their X, then you are left of them. Rather, I'll write it this way: they are right of you. If X is greater than closest enemy dot X. So yeah, they are left of you. So you could do something like this. I'll paste this in the paste bin for you. Yeah, okay. JavaScript. There. Alright. So we have activate sensors. Let's go to the code execution system and do this. We have something like zap. So thankfully this is pretty similar to that. So we can actually just copy paste this whole function. Activate, delete, 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 delete. So now we need some components. We need like a sensor cooldown. Sensor cooldown and is sensing, I guess. And yeah, no problem, Risa. And feel free to ask whatever you want. Most of the time I'm going to answer you, and some of the time I'll say something like, well, just wait and see, which I guess is kind of an answer still. But there are only some times where I say you guys don't have enough information about the game yet in order to like see the bigger picture here. But yeah, things like that, definitely feel free to ask. So component names, we have a zap cooldown component. We're going to need a sensor cooldown component. Cooldown, and then we'll also put something like is sensing. This means that you used activate sensors. So then we need an is sensing component, and this should be changed everywhere. Is sensing. This component, is sensing. This component is only used to tag entities that have activated their sensors. All right, so there's a duration. And there's no related spray component for right now. Eventually, we probably will want this to be there, but we don't have it yet. Lowercase sensor cooldown. Oh, thanks. Jumping on the points bandwagon. Yeah. All right, so then is sensing. Put that there. Okay, we don't need to serialize this since the client has no way of knowing whether a machine took its turn and relies on the server when it stops. Sensing. It'd be cool if you had a sort of page where you have a list of the methods in the description, what it returns, and what it can do. So I have that page. I just don't keep it up to date right now because there's a whole lot of stuff I need to do. So it's this page. Yeah, so you can see there's just a list of things you can call here, and I haven't updated it since the first day. So it's only partially up to date. Can someone kill my bot? Lu Long? Okay, yeah. I can kill him. I'll deploy Ultra Killer. Missiles, Reflect, and Regen. Alright. There. The bots are dead. Or at least a couple of them are dead. Adam, have you ever used Lua? If so, what did you think? I've used it, yeah, and I think it's fine. I never liked it. I don't know why. I think part of it is because I never had an IDE for it. My favorite languages are one where either the environment is awesome or the IDE is awesome. And I know that should not be why you should like a language, but I like interacting with, I don't know, I like coding. And not necessarily, yeah, alright, I'll just stop there. Yeah, I've used Lua. I think it's okay. Okay, so we have this. Next we want a cooldown component for this. So we have, what did I call the first one? Sense cooldown? Sensor cooldown. It's going to be the same thing. Sensor cooldown component. So we call this sensor cooldown component. This is on entities that can call the, this is technically on every entity then. This is on every entity. Well, activate sensors API, which for now is all entities. Is there a method to check enemy bot's HP? No, nor will there probably ever be. But there might be. It's not planned right now. In fact, let me ask if we're gonna have something like that. Would there be a way to check enemy bots' HP values? Because it's not just HP that you'd want to get, it's also how many shields you have. In fact, that's something once we add in shields. Let me write this down up here somewhere. Shields. So artillery is pretty much done. Shields, make sure to add shields built-in variable so you can see your effective life. I don't know. I thought you can see the enemy bot health bars. Yes, you can as a human, but your bot has no way of getting that at an API level. And because your bot is deployed with code, it's not like you can later instruct it like via a cheating method or something like that. Also, is this what I think is happening up here? Are you guys conspiring with one another? I think Lu Long just happens to have artillery, and Darkstorm happens to have code that is not shooting. But this is cheating. So we have activate sensors. Now we have the, whoops, I forgot to change this. In fact, I forgot to finish all of this. Sensor cooldown. Alright, is ready, can use, low enough to use activate sensors. Yeah. Alright, I think this is good. So we need the is sensing and the sensor cooldown in order to use this. And we've got it. So now we put this as sensor cooldown. It does not use hardware. Oh, darn it. Maybe, how do I do this then? There are two solutions here. Either I put in hardware for sensors, like you have sensor hardware and it has a base range and it has all this other stuff, or I refactor activate internal. Activate internal has requisite hardware ID. And that's where we get duration and cooldown from. Hey, Vognar. Do I want to do this? This also routes out a message. I don't think I necessarily want to even do that. Maybe I do. Maybe I do just add hardware. There's no router action for this though. Alright, no, I think we're gonna make a special function for this. Activate sensors. No, this does not use activate internal because it does not require hardware and it does not send out a router action. Artillery is 5 to question mark blocks away. It's 5 to 12, but you can't see farther than 5 blocks away, so it's essentially 5 to 5. I'm coding it right now where you'll be able to see up to 7 tiles away, but you have to activate that. Wondering if a method that will check how far or close you are to the border you're facing. Risa, you could kind of do that with just your X and Y coordinate and then math. You have X, Y, arena width, and arena height. So you can compare yourself to see, like, is my X coordinate closer to the arena width than it is to 0? Okay, I'm closer to the right side of the arena. So you could always steer yourself toward the center of the arena if you want, or something like that. Let me know if these accommodate what you're trying to do. They should, hopefully. Alright, so we need to do this. And we don't even want all of this code, we just want some of it. So activated cooldown component, get component cooldown component name. So this is component names dot sensor cooldown component. Component names sensor cooldown, yeah. There it is. So if it exists, and it will exist, then can activate, we check to see if it's ready. Then if we're simulating, return can activate. Okay, good. So then in can activate, we get the hardware, we don't get the hardware anymore. Here we're gonna hard code this stuff for now. We're gonna say this is 3 and this is 6. Add an activated component class. So now this is gonna be, what is it called? Sensor cooldown component. Sensor cooldown component. So we have activate sensors. And that takes in a duration. Then we update it. Then we route something. We don't want to route anything anymore. Otherwise, we return false or enter. Okay, good. Yeah, that was good. Codebreaker says, what are you using to code? I'm using Sublime Text 2. Right, so I think this is fine. The to-do item here is to do I'll just make constants now. Why would I even write a to-do item? Let's just put them in. We'll say export const activate sensors duration is 3, activate sensors cooldown is 6. And then this is the number of turns you can that your sensors stay activated for. And then here is the number of turns that activate sensors is on cooldown. The number of turns that activate sensors is on cooldown. Yeah, and then we also should say something here like, what is it? Activate sensors bonus range is 2. The number of tiles, how do I phrase this? How far in tiles you can see beyond your base vision range, sensor range. Am I worthy of the title of community tryhard? See, community tryhard has a connotation of like, well, it's a bad connotation, right? The word tryhard. So, I don't know. Duration and constants cooldown. Alright, good. So we have activate sensors. Next we need, there's can zap. We're going to modify this. Oh no, this is actually incredibly easy. We also probably need an is sensing. Is are sensors activated? Are sensors activated? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if we want that. But anyway, can zap. We're going to turn into can activate sensors. And then we call activate sensors. We call activate sensors. Done. And then is zapping, I guess we might as well put is are sensors activated. And we need to put that in code API constants next to is zapping. So we do that, and then we get the is sensing component. Sensing. Okay, good. So all of that's done. The only problem is we have a get sensor range, and that does not take into account sensor range. Where do I do this? Share arena? Get sensor range? Yeah, here. So if entity.has component names dot is sensing, then so let sensor range equal base range. Sensor range goes here, this goes here, and then we add to it by doing plus equal constants, whatever I called it, this. So we put that here. Alright, does this make sense? So it's the base range, and then if you are sensing at the time, we add in the bonus range of 2. So now it should be functional as well. Oh wait, there's spam apparently. Oh, gold mine, garbage. There will be no banners because Adam's taskbar is way too important. Wait, did someone ask about banners? And I like my taskbar. That doesn't necessarily mean I can't put a banner over here for you guys to see. For example, the follower message shows up somewhere over here. I never see those. Those are only in OBS for me. So that's why I don't usually comment on them, because I don't even know that they happen. Alright. I think this should just work, and it'll take some testing. What's the code we can use to test this? Update equals function. How about this? If can activate sensors, then activate sensors. And then we'll do something like fire artillery. I don't know. Yeah, let's just fire them if our no. Let's always fire them. Okay, let's try this code. This could work. Oh, for us to be able to do this though, we need to log on to the server. So let's go do that. EL game run. You were a coding savage, Kappa. Thank you, Codebreaker. Yeah, Risa, I think this is gonna happen a lot in the pre-beta, where there's only a few people in the game at a time, because people want to test out what's brand new, and then they're like, all right, I'm done. So we need to deploy 2 bots. Let's deploy one called artillery, and then over here, let's just deploy idiot bot. An idiot bot is not going to do anything, so we're just going to deploy like 5 of these. But the artillery bot, that is going to do something. That is going to fire artillery and improve its sensor range. So let's see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was only 5 tiles away. It should be able to hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It should be able to hit this too. It's not even trying to fire there. So there is a problem. Something is wrong. Oh, but what? Wait, Risa, you said I love those effects? What are the effects? Also, what's going on here? Activate sensor should work. So when I go to fire artillery, alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change this code to if our sensors activated, then let's fire artillery. That way we're only firing artillery when our sensor range is improved. So what did I just modify? Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so yeah, we can refresh these with no problem. Oh, when you shoot someone. Oh, the explosions? Yeah. Okay, so let's connect over here as idiot, and let's connect over here as artillery. And wait, what did I just change? God, why am I forgetting this stuff? Oh yeah, I wanted to write a different script. Oh, so then I need to restart the server. That's unfortunate. Make them rotate. All of the stuff to do with graphics is going to change at some point, but I'm not going to change it until we get the graphics. We're still, well, I'm still waiting to pay the artist, to be honest, but then we're waiting for the artist to produce the concept work. So we're still a ways away from that. Let's deploy this, make sure that they have artillery, deploy one of these bots. Now we're going to deploy the idiot bots, and we're going to hope that they're within 7 tiles. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, perfect. Perfect. That is exactly the distance I want. Okay, let's go into the code execution system and we'll look at fire artillery and we'll figure out why this isn't working. Well, first we gotta just wait. I don't know why Chrome is being so slow. What is going on here? Code execution system. Fire artillery. Alright, let's put a breakpoint here. This should get hit. It might take a while because it's got to activate its sensors again, which takes up to 6 seconds. This isn't even getting hit. What? What's going on here? Fire artillery. Is our sensors activated never getting called? That shouldn't be the case. Are sensors activated? Okay, something's very wrong here. Oh, can activate sensors must always return true. No, that doesn't make any sense either though. Can activate sensors. We call in to activate sensors. This isn't even getting hit? What? Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, darn it. This isn't getting hit because none of it's executing on the client right now. It's all executing on the server. Oh, God. Okay, that's an indication that I want to eat lunch. That's what I'm chalking that up to. All right, so the only way for us to test this then, let's do this. Let's do our typical, we'll load up the simulation server, we'll turn off the simulation for right now, and then we'll make a bot at, I don't know, 7-0. So there's our bot. It's owned by player 1. It has, no, we don't want code that close. It does nothing. There. Good. Next, we go to the server arena, we go to create bot, and we make sure that if this dot fake, then tile x equals 0, tile y equals 0. Else this dot fake equals true. So now the second bot we deploy will always be at 0, 0. Meaning we have this set up for us perfectly right now. We just need to debug it. So we can get rid of the server code. We don't care about that anymore. We refresh this page and we get rid of this one altogether. All right, there it is. There's a bot at 7-0, exactly 7 tiles away from the origin. We deploy a bot that has artillery, and we get this hit immediately. That's fine. I don't care about that. Okay, our sensor's activated. What is this? Undefined. That should not be the case. It does not have a sensing component? Code execution system. Activate sensors. If can activate, add component sensor cooldown. Oh, whoops. Alright, I know what I did. Risa says, so how can I check for a distance that's 5 blocks long? What number to use? I don't know if you're being serious or not. But right now, really, the only thing you can do is something like this. If will artillery hit fire artillery. That's the code you'd want for right now. Rod SN says, oh man, that's cool. How did you set up that lamp? Wait, did you? Most people say that after my lights change colors. But, oh wait, they are green. When did that happen? Oh, Rod SN is changing them. I didn't even notice. How did I set this up? So how I set this up is I described it there a little bit. If you want to know anything else, feel free to ask. Yeah, what Rod is talking about, by the way, is that when you follow me, you get a link to this page, and this page lets you control the color lights in my room. So if I change, like, well, let me lean this way. If I change 4 to red, you'll see it change back there. So I'll set this back to green because that's what Rod had it at. No, I want to check if someone's close to me, and if yes, then reflect. Oh, so if your sensor range only goes to 5 tiles. So if you can see anything that's close to you, then they're already within 5 tiles of you. So you basically just have to say this code. Find closest enemy bot, and you store that to something. And then if exists CE and can reflect, then reflect. So this is the code that you want. Alright, so yeah, bug. Let's fix this. There was setup extra components, and this is where, yeah, this is if hardware is present. We don't want to do this if hardware is present. We really just want to add in the cooldown component for activate sensors. So we say, why do we even check this? This shouldn't even be the case. So let's just add in a new sensor cooldown component. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, and we should have this included from over here. We do. All right, but then there's still a problem, isn't there? We never add an is sensing component. In fact, this is the issue right here. This should be is sensing. And that means we need to incorporate this over here. Codebreaker says, I never got a link when I followed. Okay, let me just give you one. Codebreaker 0619. There you go. Neither did I. My PC crashed before I got the whisper. 09 Big Boy says, so if you buy something that's only meant to do a certain thing, you can go in and change it and make it do other stuff besides what it was intended to do? I don't know what you're referring to. Are you talking about in Botland? Yeah, I'm not totally sure what you're asking. So I think this part here, add component, new, whatever, we have cooldown component class. But then here we have activated component class where this is something like is cloaked. Yes, all right, that was the problem. And I think we fixed this, I think. Let's try it out. So we're gonna load this up again. We're going to deploy a bot with artillery that shoots 7 tiles away, and we got a bug. Is sensing component is not defined. That's a filthy lie. Is sensing, oh, did I spell it wrong? No, what? Where is that coming from? Where do I see your system? Is sensing component. It's right there. I probably just forgot to save the file. Oh, and Big Boy says code-wise. I'm still not sure if you're talking about the game or... Yeah, I'm not sure. What's the actual difference between each of the cooldown components? Just what they represent. So cloak cooldown is just for your cooldown for cloaking. And so the components themselves are all pretty similar. So I could have used one particular component and then put a type into it. But yeah, I didn't do it that way. And I don't mind having multiple components for these things, but I suppose it comes down to opinion. What is going on here? Alright, let's do this. So fire artillery. I didn't mean to do that. We put a breakpoint here again, and then we deploy the code that we want with artillery. We deploy, that should get hit. Okay, it does. And at this point, our sensor range, this.arena.get sensor range of the active bot should be 7. Good. That is perfect. So then we should just hit the play button and see it fire a projectile. Perfect. Oh, it worked. Oh, good. That's great. So then sensor range is working. Also, what's this? Oh yeah, that's fine. Will you add blocks, like where nobody can go, a map thing? Oh yeah, probably eventually I will. So there used to be walls in the game. If you look at recap video, I think number 6, you'll see walls, but then I removed them like immediately thereafter. Alright, so this code that we have right here. Oops, oh, I screwed that up. Okay, so this is the power of artillery. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was 7 tiles away. Nothing else can shoot that far, but you can only do that while your sensors are activated. So it essentially here's how this works. Let's take a picture of this, and I can show you guys really quickly. So we had a bot shoot from here over to here. That's 7 tiles. 7 tiles. That sounds really overpowered, but it required you to do 2 things. You needed to call activate sensors and then fire artillery. So for you to shoot that far, it took you 2 turns just to do this. Now let's say after firing the artillery, but before the artillery hit, this bot moved here. Instead of taking 600 damage, it would take 30 damage. So you cut the amount of damage into, like, well, it's not always based on anyway, yeah, you really minimize damage by just moving out of the way of artillery. Sure, you have no way of detecting that, and you might not even see this bot, but if you were within range of body, I'm gonna stop talking about balance. The game's not totally balanced yet, but I feel like this should be good, and this should be a new strategy that's added to the game. So we need to put in block reblocks for this. Block reblocks. Those should be dead simple to add. We also need to do some tests for this. So add tests. Is there a way you can unreflect so I don't waste it when it's not useful? No, because there's no such thing as not wasting it. Like, as soon as you've reflected, your cooldown is like set in stone. So if you were to turn it off, your cooldown wouldn't change. However, that is an interesting idea. I'm gonna write down something like that. Should there be so that you can turn it off? Just lower your cooldown. Alright. It depends how many bots you're able to sink if artillery is overpowered. Yeah. And a lot of this too is like, artillery could be overpowered in, let's say, 2 out of 5 of the game modes or something like that. And then maybe we say, all right, for those game modes, we're going to tone it down. So it's still useful, but it's not as powerful. In Deathmatch, I don't think it's going to be very powerful. So basically, all you guys are playing right now is Deathmatch. And the reason why I don't think it's very powerful in here is because you almost always have a bot within 2 or 3 tiles of you. And at that point, you don't want to shoot 7 tiles away at a bot that can't even see you. You want to shoot the thing that's right next to you. Bots can't transfer data yet, right? No, not yet. That'll be the first feature after lunch. Well, no, let me rephrase that. That'll be the first feature after this feature. I don't know if it'll be the first thing after lunch because this feature's not necessarily done yet. So we've got these things coded. We need to test them. The testing doesn't come now. We're going to do it in a separate command, so I think we can check this in. Let's get rid of that and that. You can sync them without communication, only kind of. Like, there are certain strategies you can't pull off right now that we expect you to be able to do once you have communication. So for example, artillery will be able to fire 12 tiles away, but there's no way for you to see 12 tiles away. So eventually, you need another bot to tell you there's an enemy there, and then your bot will be able to fire at it. Are people even still online? Yeah, 5 people are. Alright, yeah, let's go through this stuff. So we have can activate sensors, are sensors activated, and activate sensors. Yep, looks good. And I'll write one quick thing and add extra components. Wait, that's not extra components. Yeah, this. All bots can activate their sensors, so add this regardless of the hardware. Yeah. Okay, good. Now in here, yep, that's great. Oh wait, the comment might not be great. That's fine. Yep. Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward commit. I like commits that are straightforward. Can't check that in. And then these things I think are okay. So yeah, added 3 user accessible APIs. Let's just, I don't feel like typing this out again, but fine. Activate sensors, can activate sensors, and are sensors activated. One does not simply sync 2 bots and bot things. You know where the XY limits are and can move relative to boundaries and give every bot a different offset to move based on the boundaries. But it would be slow. Yeah, and so what you'll eventually be able to do, you'll be able to do something like this. You'll be able to say something like init equals function. You'll get 5 variables: shared A, shared B, shared C, shared D, and shared E. And these are just going to be things like numbers. So you could say something like this: if exists shared A, then like my behavior equals shared A plus plus. Else, well, then you could do this, I guess. Shared A equals 0, and then this here. And then in your update function, you could say something like, if my behavior equals 1 or 0, let's say, move to 5, 4. If my behavior equals 1, move to 6, 7. And if my behavior equals 2, let's say we store the closest enemy bot, shared B equals find closest enemy bot. And then in behavior 1, you could say something like fire missiles, shared B. So you'll be able to communicate between the bots and do better things than you could do originally, or different things at the very least. Adam, when you're talking about the border thing, do I have this right? Because it doesn't seem to work. If x is greater than 0 and x is less than arena width divided by 4, move right. So arena width divided by 4, the arena width is set to 18. So 18 divided by 4 is 4.5. And that means that you have to be at x equals 1, 2, or 3 for your code. Or well, I guess 4 maybe also. So you're only going to move right if you're in the first, not even the first 4 columns. If you're in like the first 5 columns, except not the first one. So your code is probably working, but it's just such a limited set of movements that it's hard for me to tell you if it is. Does that make sense? So if I were to deploy a bot, watch this. I'll do something like this. If x is less than arena width divided by 2, move right. Otherwise, move left. So if I do this and I put thrusters on here, this is just going to move to the halfway point and then like bounce around in there. So you can see those bots working. Hopefully your bots kill mine, because otherwise they're just going to dance around in the center like that. So does that make sense, Risa? Oh, see you, Walter. Thanks for joining. Did I check this in? I didn't check this in. Why did I not check this in? I wrote out the comments and then I didn't check it in. That doesn't make any sense. I guess I'll check it in. Oh, by the way, next week, guys. Next week on the 13th, I won't be streaming. I wrote that in my schedule already, but it'll be the first day I've actually taken off. And it's not even taking it off. It's I'm going to be having a meeting with the art director. So he does not live in Washington State, but he will be flying up to Washington State, and then we can have an in-person meeting. Okay, Walter. And yeah, I'll consider using that. Okay, what's next? Blockly blocks for these things. Yeah, let's do it. Blockly. So is zapping. We want our sensors activated. So built in our sensors activated. Code API constant. All right. Hey, Z exited. Welcome to the stream. So is zapping. We're gonna say our sensor is activated, and we're gonna put this here. Good. So there's that. Then we need the zap terminator. So we need this to turn into activate sensors. So we do this, activate sensors, and then here we do that. Here we do that. Okay, and then there's one more, and what was it? It was can zap. Yeah, can zap needs to change to can activate sensors. Activate sensors. Can activate sensors. Okay, good. Then we just need to put these here. So this is not offense, right? It's more support. So I think we put this here. Can activate sensors. Then the terminators for these. So we have a support terminator, and we'll put these in the same positions we put them in before. So we have this beneath reflect. So let's put a beneath reflect here. So this turns into activate sensors. And then there's one more, which is are they activated? Which is where can zap is zapping. Can reflect is reflecting. Alright, we're gonna move these a little bit. Are sensors activated? Perfect. Don't start about us talking Dutch. Yeah, see ya. Alright, and that should be that. Now we should have these. Let's try it out. So we should be able to do something like if. Oh, they're not there. Did I not refresh? Yeah. Okay. Let's wait for this to finish building completely. My bot stayed in the left for a while because something blocked the moving methods. Enemy bots can block it. So, oh wait, what? I was testing this on the server. That's why this didn't work. Yeah, enemy bots can block movement. Shouldn't that be is sensing? Probably. Where did I even write this? Can activate R. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just shouldn't I name it is sensing? Yeah, maybe eventually. I think for now I'm going to make it very explicit, but these are things that it's like, yeah, we'll go through the polish phase and see if we want to change that. I see you, Lulong. Okay, so we have if can activate sensors, then activate sensors. Then fire artillery, I guess. Fire artillery, no, not at something. I can't click the I gotta delete this for this to work, or set it to smaller, I guess, or display none, something like that. Yeah, let's turn this off. So styles, display none. Okay, there we go. Fire artillery. Alright, so we put artillery down, and we can put regen down. And now we'll call this the artillery bot. Deploy, 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 deploy. Oh, that thing got annihilated. Alright, then let's set up the simulation again. There. Oh man, artillery is flying everywhere. And you can see this thing trying to recover its life. It didn't. And there go all my artillery bots. I think they're all dead. Yeah, so we can deploy them again. Wait, No, I think there's a problem here. Hang on a second. Code execution system. Activate sensors. No, that's working. Dirk says, sorry, I shouldn't really be nitpicking. I'm still in code review mode from work. Shutting down now. You have is cloaked and not is cloak activated. Yeah, because you're technically always sensing, but your sensors aren't necessarily activated. And Risa, paste your code in, and I can tell you what's going on. Well, paste it in a paste bin, and then paste the link to paste bin in chat, and I'll tell you what's happening. Oh, hey, my artillery bot is still trucking over here. Except for now he can't... Wait, what? Who is he shooting at? Is it EX? I think it is. Oh, good. Nearly killed Johnny. See, artillery can be really good when things aren't even paying attention to you shooting at them. In fact, I just killed a cloaked bot there. Yeah, so this is a really good position for me to be in right now. 1, 2, 3. No, there's a problem somewhere. The duration that I'm... Okay, something's screwed up. Oh yeah, Risa, that's probably the issue then, is that it was an old bot. And yeah, that's something that isn't always apparent. So the duration is 3 and the cooldown is 6. I don't think this is being used correctly. Duration is the duration. And we make an is sensing component with the duration. Activated cooldown component. I don't know. I don't think this is right. Because if we look over here, when I deployed that bot at the upper left, it looked like it was shooting long-range artillery for more than 3 turns. That shouldn't have been possible. Let's try this again, maybe. But let's put a breakpoint and activate sensors and deploy this. And yeah, Risa, I'll take a look in a second. Let's see. So the duration for this should be... Whoop, what just happened? This dot active bot. Dot toString. Yeah, it has a sensor cooldown now. So let's take a look at its sensor cooldown. It should have a cooldown of 6 in there, or 9. Cooldown is 0. Oh, that seems to be a problem. Why did that happen? Oh, because I didn't activate the... Oh, I'm stupid. I know what happened here. Now it's calling in to activate sensors. So if we put a breakpoint there, we see... Okay, yeah, here it is. Cooldown is 6, duration is 3. Good. So now we have a proper cooldown component. Sensor cooldown should be set to 9, and we should have an is sensing component. Do we have is sensing? Yeah, here we do. And its duration is 3. I think I know what's going on. Yeah, I think I know what's happening. Cooldown. So in will update, we update. Yeah, alright. I'm stupid. Cooldown component name, activated component name, on removal router action. And we should be able to make this undefined, I think. So if we have the cooldown component, yeah, we never update the duration of this, so there was a problem here. So artillery would have been super overpowered. Activated component, get the component, set duration -, remove it, update it, and route an action. Yeah, so here's what we'll do. We'll say equals undefined just to make this absolutely clear as to what it's doing. And then if util.exists router action, oops, what did I just do? Then we route this out. Okay, so update activated component. Now we can put the same thing down here. So sensor cooldown is sensing. Whoops, that's not what I want. Is sensing, and there is no router action. So we can explicitly pass in undefined if we want. And now all of a sudden, this won't be overpowered. All right, let's take a look at Risa's code. So find closest enemy bot. If we can cloak, then cloak. If we're already cloaked and we can lay a mine, then lay a mine. So if we're not cloaked and there's an enemy, and we can reflect, then reflect. Okay, so see if we can fire missiles. So you have if can cloak here twice. So you don't need this code here twice. Will harvest, otherwise try to find the closest resource. If it exists, move to it. If the distance to the nearest enemy is less than 1. So this will never be true. distance is less than 1 means that the distance is 0. The only thing that has a distance of 0 to you is a U, or a resource, because you could be standing on top of a resource. But yeah, other than that, it looks pretty good. I think it'd be a good idea to add a bot number of your bots to the name, so when we have a problem, we can tell you on which bot it's happening. That could be a good idea for pre-beta, but if there is a problem and it's something that's persistent, I should be able to reproduce it just given your code. And then you have can move to nearest enemy, then move to. Oh, and then also this reveal mines, this will never be hit either, because move to is a terminator. So you got a couple of problems with your code. Can cloak is duplicated. This code will never get hit, the can zap code, and then reveal mines will also never get hit. Okay. So I want to test out this same code that we had here. I want to see if it works. I think we need to just make that bot again. So let's do that. If can activate sensors, oh, that means I gotta delete this then, don't I? Alright, yeah, let's set this div to display none. So if can activate sensors, then activate sensors. Otherwise, let's try firing our artillery, whoops, at any valid enemy. So then we want full artillery and full regen, and we call this our artillery bot. So we deploy that, it goes right there. Great. Next we deploy. Ooh, we're broken in. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so next we turn all of the AI bots on. So they are online. Please don't kill my bot. Okay, good. Alright, I think this is working now. So now only on 3 of our 9 turns will we be able to shoot something that far away. Then sensors are off for 6 turns. 6 turns is probably a little prohibitive. Yeah. Okay. I like it. Yeah, I think it's good. Why does it shoot a little below the center of the bot? That's just, I don't have real art, so I wasn't coding offsets correctly. So I know about that, but it's, yeah, just because I haven't polished it yet. Okay, so we fixed a pretty significant bug there. And we also added in Blockly blocks for these things. So let's put the bug fix in its own commit. And that goes here. Yeah, and then this needs to be a question mark. The router action is sent when the activation ends. Yeah, okay, good. So, fixed a bug where activate sensors would activate sensors permanently. I had forgotten to update the, what's it called? The sensing components. When will the next update come out? This one I'm working on right now. I can put it online before I go to lunch. In fact, that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably put it online and then I'll go eat food because I'm very hungry right now. All right, good. So added Blockly blocks for sense-related APIs. Sensor-related API. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I have a shortcut to do this now. Let's try it out. Keyboard camera off. So now when I push, you got, whoop, nope, that was not the right shortcut. I think, is asterisk off? Yes. Okay, now you won't be able to see my password. That would have been incredibly stupid. Let me just zoom in on my keyboard while I type in my password. So we're gonna do a deploy. That'll take a decent amount of time. And then, do we have a server running right now? No, we don't. And then, oh yeah, we're gonna run a giveaway when I get back. And let's run a lights giveaway right now. Let's run 2 of those. Alright, but we'll run a pre-beta giveaway when I get back from lunch. So let me write out my to-do list for after lunch. So tests for this and then shared variables. So yeah, post-lunch. Post-lunch pre-beta giveaway. That's number 1. Then there's add tests for for sensor ping, which let me, hang on a second. Yeah, I never wrote what the tests were. E.g. sense, activate sensors, reveal mines, then wait for sensors to go away, make sure mines is no longer revealed. And then we add in shared variables. And then if we get any other time after that, we start working on shields. I'll go to sleep about 10 p.m., but I'll use my gun, the smartphone. Okay. Yeah, so we are almost done getting this build up and running. Let's deploy this. New deploy, whoop, we gotta hit the all button here. This includes explosion graphics and activate sensors. Okay, good. So we push here, and then we pull over here. First, let's do an H-top. Yeah, memory usage is higher than I'd expect. CD dot get pull. Uh-oh. Need to do a git reset hard first because of my hotfix. Okay, there we go. Now I can turn the keyboard camera back on. Alright, and now I'll restart the client and the server. So you guys won't be able to connect for just a second. So I'm going to restart the client, and now I'm going to restart the server. Ooh, Z exited, tried connecting, but didn't have a password. I see everything. I am Lothep. He has an equal weirdy button. What? Oh, Spurtman. Oh, I actually do have an equals key on my keyboard, which is why. Yeah. Okay. Let's try connecting now. So, did anyone else beat me to the punch? No, not yet. Let's just see. Okay, good. So I'm the first person on the server. I'm going to deploy my if sense bot. So if can activate sensors, then activate sensors. And if and then just fire artillery. Let's just do that. No, you know what we'll do? We'll try moving all the way. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do what you guys do, because I see you guys doing this all the time. So if X is, oh, we can't do things that way. We gotta do this. If X is greater than 0, then move left. And then we duplicate this whole thing, and we get if Y is greater than 0, then move up. Alright, and then we put on artillery and regen, and yeah, let's just do that for now. There. So this bot's gonna move all the way left and then shoot you guys with artillery. Hey, Good Skinny. Welcome back. Okay, so I've deployed. I ran a couple giveaways. I think I'm gonna go get lunch. Then when I come back, we'll finish coding. Well, let's see. We're gonna do a pre-beta giveaway, so you guys can get access for this week if you win that giveaway. We'll add tests for the sensor pinging stuff. We'll add in shared variables, and we'll add in shields. Hey, Java. Okay, so there's a dummy bot. Let's see. I should shoot some of these with artillery. There we go. Nice. And look, we did 10 damage or something like that, maybe 30 damage. So this is the counter strategy to artillery, is just moving around. Like, look, I'm not even hitting this thing because it's moving. It's not even moving in a smart way, it's just moving. And how's the game going? The game's going pretty well. Oh good, I hit something finally. But yeah, oh nice, I hit it again. Nice. I killed a couple bots. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I'm gonna go to lunch though. So when I get back, like I said, I'll run a giveaway, and you've got to be present for that. So I'll probably run it at about like 115-ish or 120, and then we'll code shields and some tests and some other stuff. And yeah, anyone who has access already can connect and try out artillery and sensors and all this other good stuff. So let me go away for lunch. BRB lunch. Let's do 29 minutes. No, 28. Let's do 28 minutes. All right, see you guys in a bit. Alright. Did my camera just get pointed at that room, or did it... this one? Alright, let's... whatever. I don't really care if you guys see me walking back and forth through the kitchen. But I do want to read chat, so let's see what chat said. What's the range of missiles? Let's find out. Hardware, constants, missiles. Wait, did I deploy before going to launch? I think I did. So range is 3, 3, and 4 for levels 1, 2, and 3. So 3, 3, 4. How do you know if you have enough points to join pre-beta? Shady, yeah, so chat already told you this. Cut Skinny, is it possible to give players the option to deploy bots to different owners so that they would fight each other? Because it's often the case that no one's connected or playing, and it makes testing really hard since there's no one to kill off my bots. Cut Skinny, wait, first of all, are you even there? Yeah, Cut Skinny, I'll respond to your question when you're there. I'll just copy paste this for now. And maybe you're there now, in which case just send me a message. Send any message. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so question is, can we deploy to different owners? One of the things that I want to do, and actually I should probably do this, maybe I'll do this after Shields, so tomorrow. Yeah, I'll say Wednesday, auto deploy. So one of the things I want to do is get auto deploy working. How that'll work is every time one of your bots dies, it'll just redeploy up to 5 bots in the arena. And I'm going to do it very basically at first. So the way it's going to work is just, there's no cooldowns, there's no like money cost, there's no anything. You just auto deploy as a thing. So if there were 10 players logged in and they all have auto deploy on, then they will have a lot of bots in the arena. All simple one are mine. So here, I'll make a, let's do this. Let's make my artillery and regen bots. Oh, good. Alright, there. I just bombed your bots. Okay. Yeah, all your bots are now dead. And I'll deploy my artillery bots all over the place. Ooh. Alright, so I said I will run a pre-beta giveaway, so let's pop open this thing, and about 10 minutes from now, I think we'll run this. So yeah, let's say 1:16, I'll run the giveaway. So 1:16, run giveaway. And your name has to appear in this list to the left in order for you to be part of the giveaway, which just means you need to say something at any point in the next 10 minutes in chat. And I'll show you guys the list right before I run this so that you'll be able to see who's eligible. Okay. So where did we leave off? Post-lunch, pre-beta giveaway. So yeah, we're going to do that. And let me put this into that note. Bit shift right by Adam. Actually, that's 3 greater than signs. Alright, so add tests for sensor ping. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of tests here. Also, did I already do this? I forgot already. Yeah, I did this. Yeah, user, who cares? Yeah, so let's, wait a second. If I did deploy, then that means that this is going to have a bot at 5-0 or 7-0? Yeah, there it is. Hold on. Hooray for prime number of points. Much greater than. What if someone that has a pre-beta, will his time be increased? No, so if you already have the pre-beta and you win this, then you'll have an opportunity to give access to somebody else. Or, yeah, I'll do that. So if the winner already has pre-beta, they get to nominate someone else who is present. Yeah. All right, so tests. Yeah, let's get this. So we go into arena test. Arena test. I wonder if I should start writing some of these tests outside of this file, like this file is getting pretty large, and like it is all test content. We have a lot of tests. And test main. Let's do this. Sweet Jenny says, "Good afternoon, Adam. Can I win?" Yeah, you can win. Also, you have a ton of points, don't you? You have like the 6th most points in the chat. So you could win, but you could also just spend points and play the game. Hey Adam, can you expand on test work? Yeah, sure. Hang on, though, one sec. Someone else said something. Adam, have you ever procrastinated? Yes, of course, definitely. Okay, so Chahak says, "Hey Adam, can you explain how tests work?" So the way that my tests work, I have 4 different kinds of tests. 3 of them are just unit tests, but then there's the arena test, which is kind of an integration. And the way that this works is, so I use the Mocha library, which is what lets me do these describe, okay, here's what the tests are. Before all the tests run, I want to do this. Before each test runs, I want to do this. And then here are the test descriptions. So the way that these work is, I create bots in a fake arena, and then I manually update them. So if you had bots that were trying to move to one another, it might be something like this one moves here, and then this one moves up, and then this one moves here, and this moves right. And that would just keep happening based on time. Well, I don't want to wait all of that time. So what I do is, if I want this one to move, I say, force you to move to wherever I want you to be, and then force you to shoot a laser, and then check to see, did you take damage? So let me know if that answers your question. I'm not sure at what level of detail you wanted to know about the test. Alright, but the first thing we need to do before we can write the test is we need to come up with what the tests are. So I think test number 1 is activate, so make sure that reveal mines, I think this is going to be broken. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a bug. But then the other thing is, what's the basic test case? Basic test, activate sensors, make sure you can sense an enemy 7 tiles away, then wait for sensors to be off, and make sure you can't see the enemy. There's another test I want to do. Make sure activate sensors incurs a terminator cost. And Heck Behind says, "I don't believe you've ever procrastinated." No, I definitely procrastinate a lot. At least, I don't know, it's all relative, I guess. I feel like I procrastinate. And I think some proof of that is, oh, whoops, I have the mini-map hidden. I want that back on. I think some proof of that is the amount of things on my to-do list. Like, look, this file, you guys saw when this file didn't even exist, and I created it, and I'm like, oh yeah, here's some things I want to do today. And guess what? It took up maybe this much space, which is a good list to have for a to-do list. But now it's out of control. By the way, yeah, there's another 5 minutes left on the giveaway, so if you want to be eligible for the pre-beta giveaway, just type anything into chat. If you don't win the giveaway, you can still just go to bot.land/pre-beta and you can just purchase access using loyalty points. So it's totally free. Oh, Hardline, you're back. Lu Long was looking for you for like a week, seriously. He kept saying you got eaten by a spider and that who's going to be his dad now and someone's got to adopt him. So he was hit pretty hard, palpably hard. You might want to message him. Alright, what other tests are there with this? I guess make sure you can't sense bots outside of the increased range. Increased range. You should remove me from that giveaway list? No, that's how giveaways work. Then you'll be forced to play Monetic Vine. You'll be forced to play a game that you never wanted to play. And hey, defense. Alright, what are some other test cases for this? So we have activate sensors, reveal mines, make sure that they... So activate sensors does not interact with cloaking or reflect. It really just increases the range at which you can see. No, I think these are it for now. Maybe we just code these tests up, and I'm pretty sure one of these is going to be buggy, and it's this one. But whatever, we're going to do it. Also, is there a way to not bundle up the test? Could we have just done register? feel like there's a faster way to run these tests. Figure out if the test can be run faster by doing Babel/register. Isaac Newton over here. I think that's good, Hardline, but you really should contact your son. He wants to know that you're okay. And remember, we got 3 minutes left for the giveaway. In fact, I should probably just keep this over here for now. So anyone you see here is eligible for the giveaway. Except for Botland Bot shouldn't be. Whatever, Botland Bot wins, I'll just not count it as a win. Yeah, so we got 2 minutes left. Remember, just type anything into chat if you want to be eligible for the pre-beta giveaway. And if you don't win, it's not like it's that expensive to buy with loyalty points. It costs 90 points today. No, he's not available right now. Yeah, I think he went to sleep actually. He's like 8 or 10 hours ahead of me, I think, and it's 1 p.m. here. Hey, Grill Artist. Yeah, so I'm gonna run the giveaway in about a minute. And remember, if you already have pre-beta access, then you get to pick someone else who's here, and they'll get pre-beta access. And this is just access for a week, by the way. Where did that window go? Yeah, so this is just access for a week, which is all you'd buy anyway. Yep. Probably not. But I would have 90 points less. Got some structured programming homework to do. You should enjoy that stuff. That's fun, right? We'll just sit around, watch some Botland coding for a bit, maybe tune into the Bob Ross stream. Yeah, when my clock hits 1:16, I'm gonna press the roll button. So by the time you hear this, it might already be too late for you to enter the pre-beta, but if it's not too late, then just type any message and you will be entered into this. And no worrying, you can't keep the points. Yes, you have to play. Alright, so we're just waiting for the clock to strike 1:16. Hey, the milkshake. Milch is the word for yogurt in German, isn't it? What's the giveaway for? It's pre-beta. Okay, here we go. Roll. Whoa! Talk about some luck. Alright, there we go. So, the milkshake, someone who just followed, I think like 2 minutes ago, won this. So here's what we'll do. We go into here and we give away for this person. Wait, did that work? Yeah, okay. There you go. You win. So, have fun. It's not rigged. How can it be rigged? I don't even know who this person is. Yeah, so the other thing I'll tell you is if anyone wants to join pre-beta, you can do it. It just costs loyalty points. This is all explained on this site. If you want to learn how to play though, Milkshake, you can go to this YouTube video. This will teach you how to join and play in the pre-beta. Yeah, in the stream for 3 minutes wins a giveaway. He's your cousin. No, he's not. Kill the Orin bots. Kill. Jeez, see, this is where artillery is bad. It's really bad against thrusters. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna forget about artillery for now, and we're gonna do this. If can zap, then zap. And then C equals find closest enemy bot. If exists CE, move to CE. I'm not even going to pursue anything. So we're going to do this. We're going to put a zapper on here and then lasers. So if will lasers hit and not is zapping, then fire lasers. There. Or no, let's not worry about that part actually. No, yeah, let's just do that. Okay, fine. There. Take that, Orin. Aha. Hey Jack HGTV. And Hardline says, what's new in the game since I went MIA? So there are a bunch of new things. One, I don't know if you saw pre-beta, but now, yeah, people are actually playing the game. So you can see, you can type /online in the game, and there are 4 people connected right now. And they can deploy bots, and they can play and have fun and do whatever else. I don't know if you saw that. The other thing is, there's new hardware, there's thrusters. That'll let you, actually, let me show you this offline. So here's what we got. We got thrusters, that'll let you move faster. So when I put a movement down here, thrusters, check this out. This guy's cruising around way faster than the other bots are. So there's that. I just added explosion graphics today. There's regeneration, so that's new. There's artillery. This is a long-range area of effect projectile. That's new. And I don't know if you saw Zapper, but Zapper is that electricity field that, yeah, this. So it's this thing that's zapping everybody around here. And that might be it. I think that might be everything that's new. So what we're going to code today, we're going to finish up some tests, then we're going to make shared variables so your bots can communicate with one another, and then we're going to start coding shields. But before I do this, I actually want to see if I can run the tests a little bit faster. So right now, the way that this works is we type a command that's super slow, we hit the run command. And let's do this. Let's echo time and run and echo time. So it's, yeah, 119, so it's basically 120. I changed the color of Zapper. The color of Zapper is based on your bot. So my bots are reddish or pinkish, so the Zapper's based on that. If Orin were to use Zapper, it would be like a greenish, grayish color, I guess. Yeah, so you can see the tests are, this is taking a very long time for them to build. And I think I can make this faster by using Babel Register, which is what I had done with the game server. So we're going to try that out because that would be quite a performance improvement here. And maybe we do the same thing for the client too, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, I think it would be faster. It compiles everything on the fly if I do that. Alright, so let's see what we got. So that took... Oh, echo time, the time variable doesn't work that way, but that's fine. So it took 38 seconds. That is way too long. Let's see if we can make this faster. First, let's see, do we have any code that's already there? Yeah, but it's very little. So we go into test main, and I think we can do something like what we did in www. We just register, we require Babel /register, and then we require our actual test code. So what if we saved this as like test.js? I know this sounds stupid. Now we do require ./test main, and that's it. Is that all we do? I don't know. Why doesn't Mocha parallelize the unit tests automatically? I'm not sure. There might be an option for that, but yeah. Okay, so we have test. What happens when we do that? Node test. No, where is this? Node source test. Does this work? Does this run tests? Will it be faster? All great questions. Hopefully we find out the answer in fewer than 38 seconds. Describe is not defined, and that's an arena test, and that's coming from Mocha, which means that well, first of all, this means that it included this all right. But describe is not defined. Where do we import that? Well, let's look at test main. Yeah, arena test. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Let's open up the gulp file here, and if we look at test, this runs bundle first. And bundle runs on test main. Yeah, wait. Oh, and then we pipe that into Mocha. Interesting. So could we require Mocha? Is that a thing we can do? Where's the package JSON for this? Package JSON. Is Mocha in there? Gulp Mocha. Oh, there's Mocha. Okay, so we could probably require it from here, maybe? Let's try it. Require Mocha. If this works, then this will save like 20 something seconds. This did not work. Maybe we put this in here. Or rather, maybe we put this in here. Aha! Let's try that out. I'm kind of taking shots in the dark right now. I think this might work. No, it's still failing. Line 85. This is... Oh, there's a spammer. Yeah, okay, get rid of that. It's saying you can't find describe, which I'm pretty sure comes from Mocha. We can look into that. So if we go into node modules, Mocha, lib, Mocha, is this where describe comes from? Yes, it is. So that means that require is not working. But how could that happen? Require Mocha. Well, how do I do this in www? I do Babel register, and then require the ES6 file, which has imports and requires there. So I think the problem is that, yeah, Mocha is not being found. Or rather, let me try something. Save it to a variable. Yeah, that's what I was going to try. So we do node, and then we do var Mocha equals require Mocha. And then can we do mocha.describe? Does that exist? That's undefined. What does Mocha have in it? No, where is this exported from? Because I just looked at that node modules file. Not configuration. What's going on? Do I still have it open? Yeah, Mocha, here it is. This.suite.on pre-require. So I have to run pre-require apparently? Export. Wait, what? Or make a Mocha? New Mocha? Now do I have describe? Describe's not defined. Let's store off the new Mocha and describe. And that doesn't exist either. Alright, well, I don't really know what I'm doing then. Oops. I wonder how to use this with Babel register. Mocha Babel register. Also, what was that? Was there chat going on in here? No. Never mind. So using Babel, Mocha. What is this? Built-in build system. Oh, I see. This is just going to change the usage stuff down here. In your package JSON, make the following changes. Mocha -- compilers JS Babel - core register. And then what? Huh. Alright, see you, Hardline. Well, what happens when we do this? So could we just run this on our test the whole time and I didn't need to do any of this? What does this run this on? Cannot find module Babel core register. Maybe just Babel register? Okay, so that exists apparently, but now it doesn't know what to run. Cannot resolve path or patterns test. Yeah. So what happens if I specify something like source/arena test? Where's arena test? Will this work? Was I just using a stupid way of running this? Because if this works, then that's even easier than whatever I was going to do. Oh, that worked. Wow. Well. Okay, I didn't know you could do this. So then we can do test main now and run all of our tests. Test main. Huh. Who would have thought? Look at how fast that is, too. Yeah. Now I can probably change a test. Yeah, let's try this out really fast. Let's go to the arena test and let's just make it fail. Let's change this to false and rerun this. And let's see. Within like 3-4 seconds, we seem to have output. Oh no, it probably does some counting. But yeah, awesome. That works. Cool. Well, so much for running bundle on this. So then we need to run this. So let's echo that to our clipboard and put this into our gulp file for test. So now when we run tests, instead of doing this nonsense, we do this. Mocha -- compilers. Now there is gulp mocha, and what I want to see is, does this let us specify compilers in here? Compilers. No, it doesn't look like it. Unless there are other options that you can just provide and not necessarily. Oh, require battle register. Whoa, that's it? What? So it's even easier than that? I can do no, I can just do require babel /register and then pipe my source /test main.js into this. Does that work now? If I do run mocha -- compile, oops, I got commented in. Is this gonna be just as fast? Starting bundle. Oops, no, that's no bad. Delete this and this. Okay, let's try that out now. So this could be very fast still. Starting test. Perfect. Wow. Well, we just cut 37 seconds off our build time because I'm a moron who shouldn't have done that to begin with. Alright, so no, if we wanted to run Mocha from the command line using this, we would do, and then let's put that back on the clipboard, we would do Mocha -- compilers. Yeah, test main. Have you seen the Kung Fu Panda 3 trailer? Well, Exo Gaming, you sure like asking unique questions. No, I have not. Why do you ask? Are they writing Mocha tests in there? And yeah, JavaScript build times. I know that sounds funny, but it's the bundle time that was getting me. So now test, we just pipe our test main into Mocha. Perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, I think I couldn't really be happier about this. I think. I mean, sure, it's still taking 3-4 seconds, but that's not bad. I love it, Kung Fu Panda 3. I don't know. I can't even watch movies anymore unless they're like super good movies now. I feel like I've seen enough movies where I'm gonna be bored for at least like a 30-minute chunk of the movie. Alright, so this is sped up. Let's check this in. Actually, we can also get rid of the dist folder completely, I believe, since we shouldn't need that anymore. But yeah, let's check in. So the tests no longer bundle into a single file using Browserify. This was never necessary, but at one point it didn't take very long. Now it took something like 30 to 40 seconds, so I am instead using babel /register inside the gulp file. The tests now build in about 3 to 4 seconds. I'm not going to take an actual time for that. I don't think it matters. These things, we don't need to require Mocha in there. We can revert that, and let's just make sure that that's the case. I don't think we need it. We'll run the test again. We should see that passed. And then test is not needed anymore either. So we can delete this. Yeah, perfect. All the tests run. Great. Do you play the game? Do you play games? If yes, what kind? So my favorite games are like RPG or strategy or adventure kinds of things, not FPSs or
like fighting games. Actually, I guess I really like Super Smash Brothers, but that's not a conventional fighting game in my opinion. But do I play any specific games now? The only games I'm really playing are Hearthstone and Word of Mint, so not very like hardcore games. Although I do get into Word of Mint pretty heavily. So it was weird. I was at a Halloween party this weekend, and I mentioned it to someone. She's like, "Oh yeah, I play Word of Mint too." And other people are like, "Oh, Word of Mint," and then it turned into like 5 people had their phones out playing Word of Mint in front of each other, and like we were all comparing scores and stuff afterward. It's a very surreal moment because I don't know. There's only like 900 people online at any given time. So what are the odds that I met like 4 of those people? Okay. Yeah, so now we can write the tests, and now we don't have to worry about it taking forever for us to figure out if the tests work. So let's add in a test for sensor ping. Activate sensors. Yeah, let's do this one. What game? Oh, it's called Wordament. It's Boggle, essentially, but everyone in the world is playing the exact same version of it at the same time. So at the end of each round, you can see where you rank in the entire world. So you play the game, it's Boggle. Then there's like a 20 or 30 second delay where you can see what words you missed and what words there were. And then you see everyone who played that same game all rated from 1 till however many people there were. Okay, so let's do this. What does the bottom part of this look like? There. So it should stop revealing minds that were revealed when sensors were activated. Looks like something you need to be smart for. No, it's really all just pattern recognition. I don't even know if it's like, I suppose you need to have some familiarity with the English language, but there are a lot of like stupid words that you can get. All right, so how do we do this? We need to activate sensors, then reveal minds, then wait for the sensors to go away, then make sure the minds are no longer revealed. All right, this test really shouldn't go here. It should go toward the bottom. So let's look at reveal minds. It should stop revealing minds that were revealed when sensors were activated. All right, so we have the mind code. Let's do this. So we have the mind layer code, then the reveal code. The reveal code is actually going to be this. We're going to say activate sensors equals true. If activate sensors, then activate sensors equals false, and activate sensors. That'll put our vision range up to 7. So then the mine code, we're going to make sure that we lay a mine at 7, 0, and then we put our bot, the reveal bot, at 0, 0. I like old school RPGs only. I gave WoW a shot, but I got really lost. I like some old school RPGs too. Super Nintendo had some decent ones actually. I really like Secret of Mana, and I also really like Super Mario RPG. I don't know if you can. Yeah, I liked it a lot. And were there any other good ones I played on Super Nintendo? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was it. I wouldn't really call Legend of Zelda an RPG, but A Link to the Past is one of my favorite games. So we're going to lay a mine at 7, 0. So then we get the landmine tile 7, 0, the landmine entity, we make sure that it exists, and assert again that it's at 7, 0, despite that we already did that. Great. Then we update the reveal bot. So this will increase sensor range. Then we update it again. This will reveal the landmine. And then we set up the reveal bot as active and assert that there's an enemy mine at 7, 0, and then we can sense the mine. Great. Next, we need to update the bot however many more times so that we know how many times we have to do it though, because we have a duration saved here. Activate sensors duration. So the first time, I don't know, let's just do it this way. For let I equal 0, I is less than constants dot that, plus plus I. We'll do update the bot, the reveal bot. Now, at this point, it should not be able to sense the landmine anymore. So we need to do this. Assert that that's false and that's false. And this is probably going to break. I'm pretty sure it'll break. And we need it, we should also to do, make sure their sensor range is the base again. Yeah, how do we do that? Base sensor range, here we go. And we can do assert dot equal arena dot get sensor range reveal bot is base sensor range. Good, so that's no longer a to-do item. And then when they've increased their sensor range, we assert that this is now base sensor range. Whoops, that's a constant. We assert that that's base sensor range plus the increased bonus. Constants dot that. Okay, yeah, I think this is gonna fail because I think I have a bug in the code. Will I play Fallout 4? No, almost definitely not. Fallout is like a, what is it, like an FPS RPG? Well, let me search for Fallout 3, I guess. I don't know, what is it? I've seen this game on Reddit a lot. I've just never played it. Alright, what's this? Is enemy mine at 2? Yeah. Yep, okay, so that's the problem. We need to keep track of when you lose sensor range. How do we do this? So code execution system has something like will update. And here we do sensor cooldown. When you lose this, when you lose is sensing, we need to update any landmines you might have had visible because they're not visible anymore. We need to do that. Okay, so is sensing equals like are sensors activated equals, we have a function for this, are sensors activated. We can just check to see if the sensors component exists. Yeah, so let's do that. And then, so were sensors activated and are sensors activated. So if were sensors activated and not are sensors activated, this dot sensors were just deactivated. And then we call this function down here. Now this needs to check to see if you can still sense all of the landmines that you've revealed. Axel Gaming says this looks too hard. Wait, are you talking about the sensor code I'm writing? Because this is moderately complex as far as... So there's a very specific case I'm working on right now. I'll talk a little bit about it. Also nice. Code Skinny has a very good artillery array set up over there. So here's the issue. Bots can normally see 5 tiles away. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, there is a way for you to increase your sensor range temporarily so that you could also see 6 and 7, but only temporarily. So let's say there was a landmine on this tile right here. There's a landmine there. And Kutskinny does this code. Activate sensors, reveal mines. Let's put that in white. So if you wrote this code, activate sensors, then reveal mines, you'll activate your sensors so that you can see as far as here. Then you'll reveal this landmine. Now at some point, these will go away because your sensors are only activated for 3 turns. When they go away, you should not be able to see that landmine anymore. However, well, does this really matter? You can't do anything about this, so I don't think it does matter. Like, it's kind of a bug, but it's not. It's never going to impact anything about the game. Adam, for some reason all my bots deploy at 0, 0. Oh, whoops, I accidentally left that code in. Alright, I know exactly why that's happening, and it'll be fixed in the next deploy. Yeah, it'll be fixed. Yeah, and if there's a bot at 0, 0, they won't be deployed there anymore because there won't be room to deploy from there. So let's do this. See if I can make it over to your bots and kill them all. Oh, good. You were shooting Orin instead of me. Perfect. Wow, I almost drained you guys both down to 0 life. I'm not sure what you're actually doing at the moment. I just listened to you talk a totally different language, basically. If you want to understand more of this, just feel free to ask me to clarify. If you're content just listening to it, then I suppose that's fine too. I don't mind explaining things in more detail. So when your sensors are deactivated, we need to check all the landmines. So we do this in the arena already. We do this in bot moved or move bot or whatever we called it. I don't even remember where it is. Move bot moved. Here we go. So then we do check for landmines and update revealed landmines. So in update revealed landmines, we go through all of our revealed landmines and try to see if we can send the tile. We can't. Okay, so we just call this function. This is seemingly incredibly simple. So let's do this .arena.update reveal landmine for the bot, this .active bot. I think we're done. Let's run the test. We should have 233 passing now. So when will I give you some points? I have enough. Hey Adolf, I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I remember you. I remember you because I made a really stupid joke when you came to my channel. Because your name has a hex number at the end of it. I'm not going to go look up what VOD that was in. Alright, we fixed the bug. Problem solved. Excellent. Okay. So this function updates any reveal landmines any landmines that you revealed now that you can no longer see as far as you could when your sensors were activated. Good, delete those. We're good. For anyone new to the channel, if you want to head over to bot.land, you can get access to the game right now. Just click pre-beta, and it costs loyalty points based on the number of days away from Sunday it is. So we're pretty far from Sunday right now, so it's 90 points. But on Friday, it's going to go down to 50, maybe even lower than that if I decide to make them lower. And you can, make bots in the arena. And I'll talk briefly about the game too, because there are enough people in here where someone's going to be new. What you do is you make a bot by picking what hardware you want for it. So right now I have lasers, regen, and then something called Zapper, which is like a melee ability. But there's also things like landmines and a reflect shield and cloaking and harvesting and artillery and missiles. So there's a whole lot of different choices you can have. And then you write code for your bot. So here I have a visual coding language that you can use, but you can also use a subset of JavaScript. So I've written some JavaScript out here. If I can zap, then zap. My lasers will hit and fire my lasers. If there's an enemy bot near me, then move to them so that I can zap them. And you can do the same thing over here. So I could say something like, if let's just do a simple thing. If missiles will hit any valid target, then let's do fire missiles at closest enemy. Otherwise, we'll just move around. And then instead of lasers, I'll put missiles on. So now we deploy that bot, and there it is. And so you can see him firing missiles. And I didn't necessarily have to code anything for that, but I died. Okay. Well, Orin has too many bots over here. That's what I blame that on. And you can see I put on level 1 missiles. So had I put on level 3 missiles, I might have won that fight. Is that for the pre-beta? Did I miss the alpha? Oh, roving eye. By asking questions like that, it makes it look like I'm not answering you to people who haven't been in the stream. But I know that you know the answer to that question already. There is no distinct alpha phase. So no, it's fine. I understand some bits, but it's cool. I just enjoy the stream. I don't know why. It's just nice. I don't usually watch game development, but I mainly watch Lyric or Soda Poppin'. I just find this interesting because this is what I want to do in college, so I might get an idea of what I'll be dealing with. Yeah. Note to self, deduct 5 points from roving eye every time he's sarcastic. So I think we just fixed this bug, and that's pretty important, but that was just one of the test cases we wanted to write. So that is done. Next is activate sensors, make sure you can sense an enemy mine 7 tiles away, then wait for it to be off and make sure you can't see it. Oh, an enemy. Yeah, okay, so let's code that. Let's delete all those things. Activate sensors. So we're going to take this test case and put this here. Hey everyone. So activate sensors, make sure you can sense an enemy. Okay, so should only have increased sight range while sensors are active. Alright, so we don't need mind code anymore. We have the reveal code, and all that does is activate sensors. Actually, we'll keep that code in there. How about that? Okay, so we have the reveal code, and then we have a like far away bot, and this has no opcode on it. Okay, and what we do is we delete all of that stuff. So we increase the sensor range of the reveal bot. Actually, first what we do is, let's do this. So set up active bot, reveal bot. And then we'll do assert, where is can sense? Whoops, what did I even just do? Can sense entity. Here we go, source and target. Oh, we don't even need to do that then, do we? So assert dot equal can sense entity, reveal bot, and far away bot. So at first, this should not be able to sense an entity. So can sense entity 1. Because the reveal bot is 7 tiles away from the far bot, and sensor range is only 5. So 5 is less than 7, so this should be false. Then we increase our sensor range and we verify that you can sense it, because now your sensor range is 7, and we should really make sure that the sensor range is 7, that it's on. So ensure sensors are on. I'll get through points faster than playing the game. Honestly, none of this is taught in a traditional CS degree. It's a learn on your own type of thing. Yeah, I agree. With CS, this sort of thing wouldn't be taught. With a game design degree or with, I don't know, maybe software engineering, it might be taught. And by the way, you look tall, Adam. Okay. Yeah, the degree teaches you how to think about this stuff, though. Yeah, and that's the important part. And that's why you should pay attention in school for your CS degrees. So ensure sensors are on, then we run out of sensor range and we ensure that we're at. So ensure sensors are off, and then make sure that we can't sense the bot anymore. So we set this back to false and this to 3, and we run the test, and we should see 234 passing. And then we only have 2 more tests to write, and then we can work on shared variables and then shields. And so shield will be, I don't want to say the last hardware for this week, but we might only get through, well, maybe 1 or 2 other ones. That test passed. So what are the other tests? Make sure activate sensors incurs a terminator cost. There's a way to do this, but I don't remember. Should not make terminators terminate when you don't have the required hardware. There was something that I wrote about cooldown here. Where though? It was a test from a long time ago. But what is this? Cooldown is wrong? That's on cloaking. I don't remember where I put this. Everyone says you should look into Turn since it now supports ES6 that has plugins for Sublime and Atom. It's essentially an IDE helper. Oh, interesting. I looked into Turn a long time ago and I couldn't figure it out at all. Like, at all. And then I just gave up. So, yeah, maybe I should look into it again. Alright, let's put this here. Look into Turn as everyone suggests. It now supports ES6. And then Yadov says, is there Is it possible to capture network packets in web development? Check Wireshark. Wait, Yadov, it sounds like you just answered your own question. I'm not sure if you were asking a question or not. Paying attention to database structures and ACID properties is just boring, though. Well, your teacher might make it boring, but it does have a real-world purpose. Like, I didn't know about ACID properties until I started researching databases more seriously for Botland, and now I learned about them. What is it? Availability, consistency, and then durability. Oh, you want to capture network packets in a browser? Is that what you want to do? I don't think a browser would have access to that, since those are typically like low-level calls that it needs to do. Atomicity. Oh yeah, atomicity. Isolation. Oh well, shows how much I learned about ACID then. I took notes on all this stuff, so I where did I look into this? Databases. Yeah, check it out. This is from August 7th of this year. ACID, see below. Yeah, I wrote this all down and then I forgot it promptly. Cap theorem based. Yeah. So I had to take my own notes. I didn't learn that stuff in college. Okay, so make sure activate sensors incurs a terminator cost. Like I said, I know for sure that I did this. I just don't know where I did it. So let's read all these different test descriptions, I guess. Let's search for it.star function and then find all, Control L, Shift left, Control N, V. Great. Okay, so here are all of our test descriptions. I just gotta read it and see which one of these should return false, should not harvest, damage, not make terminators terminate, should have this. Prevent bots from moving, should terminate, even if it doesn't result in a valid move. This is it. This is what I want. How do we know that it terminated though? This doesn't. Oh, I see. That's stupid. Alright, fine. Well, we can write a test like this. So, should terminate, yeah, when calling activate sensors. So here's how I did this. This is how stupid this is. You call activate sensors, and then you call something like move up, and you make sure that the move up part just never worked. So we put a bot at 1.1, and we call this, I don't know, activate like sensor bot. Then we assert that it's at 1.1. We update it, and we assert that it's still at 1.1. And there, that's how we know activate sensors terminated. Exo Gaming says, I honestly think you should add better art to your game, and here's the reason. I feel as if more people would stay if the game looked better and click into your stream. I just found you because I liked your glasses. Someone might be looking for someone making a good game. I'm not saying his game is bad, but it doesn't look like the best I've seen. Okay, so glasses aside, because I've never heard that before, all of the art is temporary right now. In fact, I think I wrote something down about this in Bang Graphics. Yeah, all art and UI that you see in Botland are placeholders. The artist was only contracted as of last month, and last month just ended 3 days ago, so it's not like that was a very long time. And we're not even in the phase where we're getting art assets yet. We're getting concept art first, and then based on the concept art, we'll start getting regular in-game assets. So that probably won't happen for another couple of months. And I totally agree with you. I totally agree. I think that with the art that it stands now, this is professional art. I'm using it not totally the way it should have been used. And I've shown this picture before. I'll show it again, and I'll probably just continue to keep showing this. In the prototype for this, oh, what's going on in Explorer? Oh, my computer just seemingly got so this is how these graphics should have looked. And because they're temporary, I didn't make them look the same way. But this is what they look like in the prototype. And like, bots look pretty cool, I think, and they had nice shading and colors on them. and I just didn't do any of that. So now they all have this flat coloring on them. Yeah, and we just don't have assets yet. I'm only here for when he adjusts his desk. This is if Wouter were here, here's what he would do. He would type bang desk. Okay, so we have one test left to write. Oh wait, no, we need to run that test first, and then we need to write the last one. Make sure you can't sense bots outside of the increased range. That's kind of already done, but let's do it. Fine. Okay, so that test passed. Now let's write the last one. So should not allow you to sense beyond your sensor range, even with activate sensors. These test names are just stupid. I don't like how I'm forced to use should here as the first word in this. And I don't technically have to, but I feel like I have to. So we're gonna have activate sensors here, and that's our code. So we have our sensor bot, we update our sensors bot, so now the sensor code is there, and then we have a far away bot. And that is it. Let's put this at 0, 0. And let's put this bot at 8, 0. And make sure that we can't sense that bot. In fact, this is a terrible way of doing things. What I should be doing is bonus range is what I should be adding to this. So const max sensor range equals base range plus bonus range. And then I should add that plus 1. So max sensor range plus 1. Then I update the bot, and then I assert that the entities can't sense each other. Yeah, this. So make sure reveal bot cannot sense the faraway bot. Yeah, that's it. Done. Okay, let's run the test, and then I think we're ready to move on to shared variables. How many points for the desk? Cost Reddit karma for that. Reveal bot is not defined. There, now reveal bot is defined. We run the test, and we expect to see just green check marks all over the place. Come on, check marks. Yes, good. Excellent. All right, test done, and we found a real bug and we fixed it. So, fixed a bug. Let's check in just the test first, and then let's check in the bug fix. So, wrote test for activate sensors. Done. Next. Fixed a bug that the activate sensors test found. Landmines revealed when you had an increased sensor range were not unrevealed when your sensor is deactivated. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. I should have checked that code first. Alright, fine. Well, let's go to show log and fix that, because I didn't mean to do that. Oh, thankfully I already commented this, so I don't need to fix anything. Alright, BLSale pre-commit. Let's run a giveaway. Giveaway. I think we should have a vote to pick a color for the bots until you get better art. Colors are dynamic based on player name right now. Yeah, and they're going to stay dynamic, I think. That way you can check, you can kind of see at a glance which ones are my bots. So like I know that I have these pinkish color bots, and that's me. And ideally there'd be a better range there, but we don't have final art, so that's kind of what we got to do. So that's fine, and this we got to fix. Is sensing component. Is sensing component. Util is never used. Alright. So let's see what we got. This should have fixed everything except for those underscore variable name. Yeah, camel case. Yep, this is fine. So I fixed the most minor linting issue. Oh wait, 2 issues. Look at that. Fixed linting issues. Alright, good. So I think that's done. Add test. That's good. Yeah, Wednesday auto deploy. So I am going to work on shared variables now. Now remember, guys, shared variables. Oh, and then probably test for shared variables. And test for shared variables. Yeah, that was Tyron. That's what the giveaway does. It lets you have control over my lights. And you can see here, for the many, many pages of this, you see Tyron, Tyron, Tyron. Color lights orange, color lights yellow, color lights green. That's what was going on. But he changed them back to white at the end. So nice. Also, you get that privilege when you follow too. So if you guys want to follow me and change my lights to pink, feel free to do that. Alright, shared variables. These go into the player object, and that is how I coded them in the prototype. So I think that's what we're going to do over here too. We have a player.js, and that's on the server, and these keep track of shared variables. Do they not? Where are shared variables? Shared A equals. Oh, hard drives are slow. Owner shared variables 0. Oh, so I shared them in a variables this. These are variables that are accessible via shared A, shared B, shared C by all of your machines. Why did I put them in an object like this? I wonder how I should do this. I also wonder what. Oh, my resource usage isn't too bad. 264 megabytes. Yeah, I think it's just when a lot of people are connected, and I don't think a lot of people are online right now. Yeah, just 2 people. In fact, if I look at the SQLite database that I have, and I have to do this off screen because we have passwords in here. So if I go do this over here, we have 21 different valid players right now. So my thought was that I think we had 14? Yeah, we had 14 people as of Monday, so now we got 7 more as of today. Really only 6 more people bought it. Hey Squish Squirrel. Will this game be on any websites or just your own? I mean, no, this will only be on my own. This will not be something that you find on Steam or Congregate or any of those other sites. Alright, so shared variables. Let's go into Surf Player. And we can store shared variables here. So this dot shared variables equals an array. And we can really just take what we wrote for this here. And this is an array of star. Yep. Okay. And then we set them all equal over here. So we set up the shared variables, and they may or may not be. Oh, and then we need to do more than that, don't we? So we set them there, and then we save them there. Okay, so we need both of those things. Why did you choose to go with DigitalOcean? Well, I tried going with Vultr, and I had no way of paying them. So I tried a debit card that I have, and that was rejected for some reason. And then I tried 2 separate credit cards. So there were 3 different banks in question here, and I got rejected on all of those different payments. So I had no way of paying them money. I sent them an email. They took too long to respond, so I signed up for DigitalOcean. And I signed up with them because they gave me a $10 credit. So I so far have not paid anything. Is the game in open beta? It's in pre-beta. So if you want to find out more details about that, I'll link you the page. In fact, do I already have something like this? Apparently not. Probably should have done that. Okay, well anyway, here's the page you can go to. You can play right now if you have enough points, and I think you should, Squish Squirrel. Yeah, you have 133. So if you spend 90 points, you get access to the game immediately. You can just start playing. Orin is currently the only one in the arena. I will fix that quickly by putting in some janitor bots. Janitor, let's put regen and cloaking and deploy. Oh, and thrusters. No, thrusters. There we go. There. So 2 of these are going to be slow bots, and then 3 are going to have the new thrusters on them. So yeah, cleaning up the arena. Janitor bots. Hopefully he doesn't actually kill any of these bots, because they cloak and they regenerate. So they should walk away from him. Alright, there we go. Yeah, good. Look at that. Orin's tyranny has ended. Nice. Regen is one of my favorite things in games. I don't know why. It's just like the essence of economy. So we need to be able to do this. Let's take this code, save shared variables, and this needs to be done after init, update, and on destroy. Let's take this whole thing then. And then same thing, we want this block of code as well. So we want all of this stuff in this game. So we go into the code execution system, and I believe in will update, set as active machine. Yeah, so when we say setup active bot, this is where we're going to say load shared variables. So load shared variables. And we can do this, here, this dot load shared variables. All right, and that goes here. Now, how do we want to expose these? As executor.shared A, B, and C, and D, and E? I think so. Yeah, so I think we want to say this. And the owner is something we need to get still. And then we also need to save shared variables. And we need to say all that same stuff. And then this is this. I just made coward bots. And no, Risa Thrusters does modify this. Take a look. So if we go into hardware constants, the way that Thrusters works, it lowers your post-movement cooldown. And I know that doesn't show in game right now, but it only cuts off 17%. So I can prove this to you. And I'm gonna informally prove it rather than setting up a solid proof of it. Oh, whoops. Well, I'm breaking the game right now, so I can't show this right now, but are you ever going to remove your Easter egg I am a bot command? Does that exist? Oh. I thought it was a Phantom bot hidden Easter egg that it doesn't publish that, and then when you do that it whispers something to you. But yeah, Risa, it's not noticeable, so it takes 1 second of cooldown when you move normally. With Thrusters, it's going to cut off 170 milliseconds, but only for movement. So after enough movements, you will see that, oh, I'm very much ahead of this bot. But it does also drastically increase the animation time. Wait, what are people laughing at? I must have missed something. Oh. Alright, no, they're laughing at Yaki, I guess. Okay, so load shared variables, we've got those here. And now this dot owner doesn't exist. So I don't think we've saved this off ever, and I think we should. We set the active bot physics component and everything. We should also get the owner, this dot active bot owner. We use it all over the place. So this dot arena dot get owner of entity, this dot active bot. There. Now we can make use of this. Instead of ever doing this, owner, we can just do this. This dot active bot owner, done. Oh, that was it. Okay, well, we only had it in one spot. Problem solved. Okay, then we put these here and we put these here. Okay, next we expose this through the code API constants. So code API constants. The built-in variables are going to now include all of the shared variables. So shared A, and then we put B, C, D, E, and E flat. And then we need to call this after each. So we call this anytime you run a function, basically. Yep, that makes sense. So eval user defined function, regardless of what you ran, we call this dot save shared variables. I realize that there's a high element of randomness involved, but aren't you worried of someone making an undefeatable algorithm akin to what happened to Darwin? I am not familiar with Darwin, but am I worried about people making an undefeatable algorithm? So someone talked to me about this yesterday, and my answer was picture in other games. Like, there are strategies that are incredibly dominant. For example, I'm not going to come up with a contrived example. Let me just say it in a short way. If there's a dominant strategy and it's consistently dominant against any other environmental factors, what other people choose as their strategies, what hardware is being used, then we as game designers have made a problem. If there's a dominant strategy because, like, picture in a game like StarCraft, you've got a bunch of Marines clumped up and the enemy has siege tanks. Like, siege tanks beat clumps of Marines. That's how it works. So that's not a problem with the game. That's a problem with the person who's building Marines in the game. So yeah, there should be a changing meta game that makes it so that if you see, okay, look, Orin has cloaking and reflect. I can see that about his bot. So I might go into this hardware list and say, what beats cloaking and reflect? And I might say, okay, Zapper, that can't be reflected. And maybe I put regen and reflect on my own bot. And now I've got a bot that beats his the majority of the time. Well, him, seeing that I've got Zapper on my bot, which is a close range weapon, might say, all right, now I'm going to change to using artillery, which is the longest range weapon. And don't forget, there are teams at play. There are more bots than just what you see now. I mean, sure, there are 5 right here, but that's because no one's online other than Orin and myself. Once this is a 20 versus 20 game, it'll be a very different landscape. Sorry, Adam, that was the worst example. What, Siege Tanks and Marines? I don't actually know who would win in Siege Tanks versus Marines. But let's take, I don't know, Corruptors versus Overlords. Right there. The world's best example. Can we get adaptive bots? There's some maybe. Let's say maybe. I'm not going to tell you what we've already planned and everything, but possibly. So save shared variables back to the owners. Okay, so I think just by doing this, I think this is already working. But there's no way to know unless we test it out. So let's test it out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say init equals function if not exist shared a, then shared a equals 0, and then my behavior equals shared a plus plus. Update equals function if my behavior equals 0, then I want to move right. If my behavior is, we're just going to do this. We're going to do 1 moves that way, 2 moves up, and this moves down. There. Okay, so I'm going to deploy 4 bots with the same code, and we're going to test this out. Let's wipe out everything in the arena. And could someone link the last recap video to Squish Squirrel? Because there is a, well, if someone could do that, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll get to it in a second. All right, let's deploy this bot, and it doesn't work because shared A. You cannot assign to a built-in variable or function. Oh, that's too bad. What did I do in this game? Shared A. They were built-in variables, but you could assign to them. But assigning to them did nothing. Alright, how do I want to code this now? Do I make some new category of built-in variables, or do I let them assign to built-in variables? And Squish Squirrel, I can explain this quickly. There's no reason for other people to need to link this in. But yeah, in Botland, you create your own bots. So I might make something with missiles and reflect shield and then a little bit of landmines. And then you write code for the bots. And if you don't want to write code, you can use Blockly. So I can say something like, if can lay mine, then lay a mine. Otherwise, let's just move around randomly. And I deploy this, and I've made Roomba, who is laying mines and moving around. And you are in an arena against other people. So if you want to play this right now, you can join in the pre-beta and start deploying bots of your own. Eventually there will be different game modes and different kinds of hardware. Yeah, a whole lot of stuff is going to be different. But that's the short of it. So we either let you assign to built-in variables, or we come up with a new, so yeah, problem, shared A is a built-in, so you can't assign to it. Solution number 1 is allow you to assign to built-in variables, and solution number 2 is come up with a new kind of variable built-in but assignable. I think solution number 2 makes more sense. Can you expand on game modes? Yeah, so there will be what you're looking at right now in the arena. So every time, oh great, Oren deployed more bots. What you see right here when I just launched the game, this is like single player mode essentially. This is the game mode of deathmatch. It's just a free for all. You can see all bots are firing at all other bots unless they're owned by the same player. And that's one game mode, and this is probably going to be like the least used game mode. So this will just be for single player and for like transition screens or something like that. Team deathmatch will be the same thing, but now instead of it being a free for all, obviously they're just going to be teams. So maybe 2 or 3 different teams, and maybe blue team spawns sort of on this side and red team spawns sort of on this side, so that they're not just interspersed all throughout. Then there will be something like capture the flag. There'll be something like King of the Hill, maybe a resource gathering mode, maybe an RPG mode where you've got to take down enemies together. There will be a lot of different things, and that's one of the nice things about Botland is that if you come up with a strategy game that exists out there, chances are you can make some kind of variant of that for Botland. Now that doesn't always work. Like I was thinking, how would you make Bomberman in Botland? And I don't think it would be a very fun game mode, but it doesn't stop us from trying. Can you give them an object to assign variables to? No. No, I'm not going to do that because there are 2 things I want to do. One is limit how many shared variables you have to just something like 5. So you have to get creative with how you use them. And then 2 is I don't want to change the syntax that you have available to you just for the sake of shared variables. So right now, a.b equals x is not valid code in the game. And yeah, Squish Squirrel, I hope it's a fun game because I'm going to be spending a lot of time on it. So let's come up with new variables. So export const shared bears equals this, care bears. Alright, so now we have the shared variables. Let's go into the software validator. We're going to need to write tests for this too, but let's go to where built-in bears are used. So this is the only place that we use it. And we check to see if something's a built-in variable, whether you can assign to it or not. This is going to change slightly. Alright, see Axo Gaming. So where do we check is built-in? Sure, it's a legal param, so it's not a built-in. And then in escape, okay, yeah, so a built-in is going to be for this dot is shared variable name. And is shared variable is going to be the same thing as it is built-in variable with just a tiny difference. We're going to put is shared, and this is shared varies. Next, in the escape function, if it's, wait, where is the escape function? Here. If it's a built-in variable, then escape it. If this dot is shared variable name, then we do return this dot escape shared variable name, and that is probably going to be the exact same thing as escape built-in. Escape shared variable name. Return this dot escape built-in. Alright, does that work? And how many crazy tests can we write for that? So let's see what we got here. This finished building. After you're totally done with streaming, making this game, I'm going to be a pro programmer. That would be amazing. Okay, and we still have a problem. You cannot assign to a built-in variable or function. So why is that happening? I guess we're saying that it's a built-in here, so that's a problem. Let's take a look at where we use this. Sure, legal params. If it's a built-in, so we shouldn't let you do something like this, or this dot is shared variable. Alright, I'm done. Alright, let's try that out, and then let's try, sure, update expression is legal. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, okay, that actually might have just been it. Yeah, so let's copy this code again and try this out. Just gotta wait for this to finish building. I should really give this the same treatment that I gave those tests. Man. Wait, no, I can't do that. I actually do need this to bundle. So I reran the client every single time. Is there anything preventing me from setting the shared variable to an 8 kilobyte length string? Yes. Your code can only be 5 kilobytes long in total. So if your code were to set something to, like, you could do something like this, and like, let's say that carried on, but this can only be, I mean, you need the update equals function in here, so you're wasting some characters on that. So this is going to be something like 4,980 characters long, and then that's it. I mean, your code can't do anything else other than that, so I don't think it'll be a problem. Yeah. But perhaps there's something I'm not thinking of there where it would be. Okay, so my behavior equals shared A. The right side is update expression, which is illegal. Oh. Well, I guess I need to say this then. Shared A plus plus. Could I do a for loop and add A 5,000 times? No, that's prevented. So I wrote my own add function in here. Anytime you try to add two strings, it checks to see if their length goes beyond the max, which is 15. So if you store a string that's something like 5 kilobytes long, yeah, that's something that fine you can do, and then your bot doesn't do anything, by the way. So, by the way, a bot that does that, a bot that stores a string that's 5,000 characters long or something, does not have code to fire lasers. So it'll die pretty quickly. And if it does have code, then that cuts down the length of the string and everything. And if you try adding to it, then it'll get truncated. Okay, so this might work. The problem is the code that we wrote is not perfect yet. We got to do shared A plus plus. And I really should let you just assign to an update expression. And some of these things, it's like, got to test everything. So let's delete everything in here and set the cooldown. And then let's deploy it for these bots. So one should move completely right, one should move completely left, one should move completely up, and one should move completely down. So let's try that out. Probably should have deployed those in order that would have let me verify whether this is working. I just spam clicked. And let's try this again. Let's do it for real this time. So, oh, this isn't right. The shared A needs to be after this. So let's try that out. Okay, so the first one's gonna move right. So good, that one's moving right. Then the next one moves left, good. Then up, then down. Okay, yep, and that's shared variables for you. So you can see I can set shared A equals 0, and now all bots can see that variable here. So if you want, you can share enemies that you've detected. Now, don't forget, and I'm gonna have this in a tutorial somewhere at some point, but let's say these two bots are enemies. So let's say Rob saves something like this. Rob says shared A equals like the Harley bot, essentially. And yeah, sure, you'd have to, this is not an API, but let's just say that was possible. That's fine, that'll work. Now let's say you have a bot that was way over here, like Rob2, and it says move to Harley. So it has this code, or move to shared A. And shared A points to Harley. This won't work because although this is a valid reference to Harley, you can't see that far away. You can only see like 5 tiles away, so you can see something like that. So this does not really let you exploit too much, except for with artillery, and that's intended. Everyone says, nice man, seems like you got this down. Well, I hope so. I mean, if you break out of this environment, then I've definitely screwed up big time, but there's probably at least something that I'm missing. Squish Squirrel says, by the way, yesterday I ordered the same keyboard as you have 2 devices. If only Microsoft was giving me money. If only. They used to give me money back when I worked for them, but not anymore. Maybe I should tell them I'm selling keyboards. Please pay me. Please. Okay, so I think this is good. We need to write tests for this stuff. I will probably deploy this code pretty soon. And then we've got another 2.5 hours. So after I write the tests, we can get to shields. And shields I'm looking forward to. The only problem is we don't have a new graphic for them. So I think what we're going to have to do is, let's see. We have reflect shield. I think we're going to have to modify this graphic so that, I don't know, there's like a blue one means that you're reflecting and a green one means that it's life. Something like that. Because we don't have real artwork yet. Is there an API to analyze the properties of an enemy? So I can see he's got reflect. Let's move my laser bot over and move the others away. No, and that's intentional. So the way that you interact with Botland right now is that, oh, I'm going to drag these things on here and come up with a script that works, and okay, I've got it, and I pick my hardware, and all right, I'm good. That's for right now. Eventually, you'll be able to save this as sort of a snapshot and say, I want to reload the find closest resource bot. So once you have that, you'll be able to respond to the metagame much more quickly. Assume that you didn't need to do that, then I think the game would be less interactive. And it's a game about automation, so I understand it's not as interactive as something like Street Fighter, but it's also not supposed to be a game where you deploy your bots and then just walk away forever. There will be game modes like that where you kind of expect that the game will last for a week or a month, but that won't be the norm. Microsoft, pay me please, I sold the keyboard. I didn't sell the keyboard. You chose to buy the keyboard. I just influenced you. Real salesman would have made money from that. All right, let's check this in. We got shared variables working. We got to write tests for all this stuff. We got to make sure that we didn't do anything stupid here. Yeah, and we need a comment for that too. So let's go to code execution system and load variables, and for a comment, load shared variables from the player object into this bot. Now, there is something interesting going on here. No, I think this is okay. This should be done after, yep. Okay. Yeah, I think the rest of this is good. So it's not like shared variables were very hard to implement. And, well, they would have been harder if we hadn't already coded them once before in the prototype. So then code API constants, we're going to say user accessible shared variables. Oh, yeah. Names of variables that are shared amongst all bots owned by the same player. And then in the software validator, we put in some code. Yes, escape shared variable. Software validator, escape shared variable. Escapes a shared variable. See escape built-in for more comments. The string and this string. Yep. And then is shared variable. So is shared variable turns true if the specified variable is a shared variable. That's a string and that's a lowercase boolean. All right, yeah, I'm happy with this. I think I'll check that in and then I will write tests. Added shared variables, shared A, shared B, shared C, shared D, and shared E. These are accessible by all bots owned by a particular player, by the same player. Something like that. Okay, writing tests. So, let's see, what do we want to write? Basic functionality, I suppose. So, yeah, basic test, set a shared variable from one bot, then make sure it's readable from another bot. It's a dead simple test. What else do we want to do here? Any API tests for this? Try to assign to a shared variable. Yeah, I think it's going to be mostly API tests. So let's go into arena test and let's write one of these for shared variables. I think we just cover the basic use case here. And when a player leaves the server, we don't want to actually do those. So should allow for shared variables. So we say the code of one bot is this. Well, we kind of have the code for this already written. We say if not exist, then shared A equals 0. No, here's what we can do. We can just say shared A equals 5. And then it has no code inside it. In fact, we can do this. Set shared variable code equals init equals function shared A equals 5. Update equals function. There. And then we have the read shared variable code. And what this is going to do, git debug code, it's going to, if shared A equals 5, it's going to move right. So what we expect is that this bot is going to move right. So let's do the setter bot takes in the setter code. Good, and that's at 0, 0, sure, that doesn't matter. And then there's the getter bot, and that's going to take in this code. And that's going to be at, I don't know, 1, 1. Okay, good. So now when we update the getter bot, assert coordinates of the getter bot go from 1, 1 to 2, 1. So up here they should be 1, 1. And that's it. That's all we have to do. Let's try that out. What do I use for JavaScript tests? I use Mocha. And test passed. Okay, good. So that was that. I mean, it's pretty simple. We set a variable on one bot, and then when we deployed it, it was immediately set. So if I reverse the order of these two things, the test should fail. And do we see any red? Uh-oh. Okay, there's a bit of a problem then. Oh wait, oh no, that's not true. The order of GetterBot doesn't matter. It's if I put SetterBot all the way down here, then it would fail. SetterBot, as soon as it's been created, will already set shared A to 5. So now the test will fail. Alright, well, at least I understand what's going on. And if it doesn't show red, then I will be made a fool out of. Okay, good, yes, it failed. Alright, good, so we can get this back here. Just by deploying SetterBot, shared A will be 5. Good. Alright, then we go into software validator test, and we need to write a whole bunch of tests here. So I have some tests from before. I wonder if I can use any of those. Software validator test. Do I use shared variables in this? No, I don't. Well, I need to use them now. So let's test that. So should allow assigning to a shared variable. So we say shared A equals 5. That's pretty much it. This should pass. Should not allow using a shared variable named as a param, so we shouldn't be able to do something like this. And yeah, Squish Squirrel, I don't know your age or what you're trying to learn, but I'd say starting with the Code Academy could be a pretty good way to learn the basics of programming. What else can we test with shared variables? Setting one shared variable to another? Yeah, I don't know. Let's just run these tests. Well, how many tests did we have before? 237. So now we should have 239. Of course, obviously all should be passing. Yeah, good. That worked. What are some other tests with this? Well, what do we test with built-in variables that are now different with shared variables? Wait, what is this? This is the same test twice, isn't it? Well, that's a mistake. Okay, now we have 238 tests. Take one down and pass it around. Should not allow assigning to a built-in function. Should not allow assigning to a memory expression. Yeah. I don't know. I can't think of any other major tests. I can think of small tests like, can you update a shared variable like this, shared A++? So it should allow update expressions on shared variables. Let's just write a whole bunch of other random stuff here. Shared B, if shared B, then move right. I don't know. None of that matters. Yeah, and then let's check this in. Added a few tests for shared variables. Did they all pass? Yeah, they did. Alright, good. Yep. Done. Okay, then before I do shields, let's check in or let's deploy what I've got so far. So let's do this. Also, what was that about? Spam. So we want to add shields in. Can we remove, let's take this off of here. Make sure to add a shields built-in variable. What else do we want to do here? Refactor fire artillery. Yeah, that's something that we should probably do at some point. And then writing tests for this stuff. So thankfully now we have shared variables, we have sensor ping. So we got a lot of things done thanks to artillery. And what's going on this site? Yeah, nothing. And this bug is already fixed. I took care of that. Landmines, cloaking zapper. I don't need code in here. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So let's turn off the keyboard camera. I don't know if I just did it. I think asterisk is off. Yeah, asterisk is off. All right. So I'm going to deploy this. Big new, let's say new deploy. It adds, what does it add? Shared variables, fix some bugs. What else? Let's take a look through some of this. Yeah, that was a bug that we fixed. This is shared variables. That's another bug fix. Shared variable, linking errors. So I can't tell what I changed on the client without looking through Git logs, which I don't really care about. So let's just check that in and then push. Okay, good. Then on the server, we'll do a pull. I'll type that in over here. Excellent, that worked. And now we can just restart things. So let's go onto the server. I'm gonna restart the server now. Okay, before I do that, I like looking at the memory usage. 265, okay. And if I go restart this stuff, then we can see this as it starts up. Yeah, CPU is maxed. And it went pretty much right back up to what it used to be. Okay, so now let's try logging in. And am I the only one online? The only other person who would probably be here is Oren. Yeah, Oren's on now. And so when I deploy a bot, it's not at 0, that's good. I deployed a bot with nothing on it, of course. So now we have shared variables. Oh, I never put blockly blocks for them. Oops. Okay, fine, then we should really do that. Add blockly blocks for shared variable. All right, let me deploy. Oh, and I also want to add a pre-made script for Zapper, because I like showing off Zapper sometimes, but I don't like coding it each time. In fact, nobody likes coding things each time because you guys have asked me a lot now. Can you put in saving things? So yeah, let's just put in the Ultra Killer bot. I don't really. We'll give it cloaking, level 2. You know what we can do? Let's make an artillery and lasers pod, or missiles. And a little bit of regen. And then we'll edit code. We'll say if will artillery hit, fire artillery. If will missiles hit, fire missiles. Oh, in fact, I want to put this up here. And then I also want to say if can activate sensors, then activate sensors. And if I can't do any of that stuff, is there anything else I'd want to do? Yeah, let's do the Wanakis strategy of if percent chance 15, then move randomly. So we slowly move around. Thanks, Wanakis. Okay, let's deploy some of these bots. Yeah, so you can see there. Orange Ray said always here. Alright. Artillery's working. See, artillery rarely hits unless you... Oh, that seemed a little weird. But yeah, my bots are going to be slowly regenerating their life now. You can see it. Look. By the way, regen and thrusters work to your advantage so that you get ticks faster, so you'll regen faster too. Well, if you're moving at least. Oh, nice. Check it out. None of that worked. Huh. Yep, well, artillery's pretty bad against moving bots, but that's the whole point, is that they should be bad against moving bots. I feel like I should do another pre-beta giveaway. Yeah, we have a lot of people online. Alright, I'll do another one. So if you want to get access to Botland right now, just type anything into chat, and then after like 2-3 minutes, I will... Wait, why is this not working? Okay, there, yeah. Type anything into chat, and after 2 or 3 minutes, I'll click the roll button. And if you already have access, then I'll give it to somebody else, as opposed to you being able to give it to somebody else. If a bot is cloaked, it can't get hit by artillery splash damage. No, it can be. It can be. The splash damage for artillery hits everyone. In fact, artillery hits cloaked bots too. You just can't target cloaked bots with it. So yeah, security risk it is. It is the expected functionality. So yeah, I'll give you guys another minute, let's say. When this hits 2:47. Yeah, so in 30 seconds from now. So if you can hear me saying this and you want to type a message in the chat, now is the last time to do so, because there's a lag of 20 seconds for you to even hear what I say. And then yeah, there aren't that many people in here, so you'd have like a 10% chance of winning. Let me deploy one of these bots. Does artillery have friendly fire? No. In fact, basically nothing should have friendly fire, because I don't want to allow for automated trolling. Can we donate? Donate what? Okay, I'm gonna run it. Here we go. Roll. Pasta. Saute. I didn't even see pasta saute type anything. When did that happen? Wait, when did that happen? Out of curiosity. Oh, no, that was the spammer message. Oh, that doesn't count. Okay. No, take that person off. We gotta run another one. How do we do this? Okay, wait. There. Okay, Sweet Jenny 19 wins. Okay, so let's give access to Sweet Jenny, who definitely does not need more points, by the way. I have seen into the points leaderboards. There we go. Alright, welcome to Botland. There is a page, I mean, pretty sure you've been in the stream for like longer than everybody else. But there's a page with the tutorial video here. So if you still don't know how to play by this point, then watch the video. In short, the keys J for JavaScript and B for Blockly, or just swipe down for Blockly, and then the rest of it I think you've seen. But yeah, let me know what you think. Hope you have fun. And I'm gonna kill Orin's bots, and then we're gonna get to coding. Come on, kill him. Wait, why are these moving so much? Oh, I deployed the wrong bots. Oops. Oh well. Yeah, let's make sure I don't ever do that again by just deleting all this. What were we rolling for? Pre-beta access. So I've given out 2 different copies today. And remember, you guys can all just get pre-beta yourselves. If you go to that site, it gives you instructions on how. Actually, if you watch the YouTube video, you'll learn everything. And it's only like 3 minutes long. So Blockly blocks for shared variables. Let's add those in. So we have built-in X and Y. Let's try adding in built-in shared A and shared B. So I'm going to change, actually I'm going to change this. Oops. Shared A. And that is this, return shared A. Shared variable A. Alright, and then we put this over here. I think this should work. I think this shouldn't be hard to do at all. Did it finish building? I don't know. Gonna watch that YT viz, I'll be back. Okay. Built-in variables. No, what's going on here? Did setup Blockly? What happened? That was weird. I must have saved like very rapidly in quick succession. I mean, yeah, let's try this out now. Can you do Boss Ross like commentaries while coding? I haven't watched enough Bob Ross to be able to do an impersonation. I've watched very little. I don't know if I must have had that channel as a kid and just never watched it. I don't know. I don't even know when it aired, by the way, so I don't know if I was at the right era for that. Yeah, built-in variables, shared A. So we have this, and when I hit edit, yeah, okay, good. So I think this can just be duplicated a bunch of times. He has a gentle southern accent. I have a harsh northern accent, so I could never do an impression. Shared variable B. Shared variable C. And shared variable D. I could have done this in just a for loop, but I say pa to for loops. What are those blue and green boxes that say client inside? Oh, those. Okay, so this is my build script that's running, and the reason why there's different colors printing out is because I didn't feel like coding the real thing. So I ran into a problem a lot where I wasn't sure, did my latest build finish? So I had to alternate colors so that I at least knew, all right, I'm looking for blue-green as opposed to green-blue right now. But what I should do is just have it notify me that the build is done. And I know about the Bob Ross Marathon that's streaming on Twitch. I watched it for like a minute, and I thought, I'm not going to do this right now. Okay, so we have all of the shared variables here now. Let's try them out. And we don't have an init function. Oh. Wait, no, we can make one though. Oh. Does this work? Can we say something like this? Set. Wait. No, this won't work. Right? You have to type in the variable if you want it. I think you need to do something like this. I think I just screwed this whole thing up. I think you need to say set shared A2 and then pick a number or something like this, 5. And then put this in the init function and then hit edit. Does that work? Yeah, okay. So that works. So then I need to give you certain variables by default, I think, but I don't even think that's allowed in Blockly. So everything I just did is absolutely pointless because you can't set things that way. Because if I were to do away with this, like new variable shared B or just B, then now, yeah, that variable went away. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do anything about this for right now. I think we're just gonna undo everything I just did. Or we could leave it there, but there's no setting for them. I don't know. Maybe I should leave this here for right now. I'll just say this is terrible. Here's why. Added shared variable value blocks in Blockly, but there's no way to set the shared variables without using the set item to block. Alright, yeah, well, it works, but it's not great. Okay, this won't take too long, so I'm going to do this really fast. Let's try to come up with a good script for this. So I'm going to make a script that does the zap. So comment, what do we want? We want Zapper 3. Maybe lasers. Lasers 3 and regen 1. No, thrusters 1. Yeah, let's do that. You should put little trunks right in there. What? Trunks? Zapper, lasers, and thrusters. Let's put those on. And then let's come up with the code for this. So we're going to say, well, at some point we need to do, also I should add more snippets here. Let's just take this snippet out. Let's cut this out and delete. So set closest enemy, define closest enemy bot. If exists, then let's check how far away they are. So set, we'll make this distance. Set distance to get distance to closest enemy. Then if distance is less than, if distance is less than, let's see, 3, well, let's say less than or equal to 2, then we zap. Oops. If, well, now let's put this in an AND statement. So if can zap and distance is less than 2, less than or equal to 2, where's offense? Can zap. Then we say zap. Alright. Then, regardless of where the enemy is, we want something here for fire lasers. So let's take this, cut that out completely. Is Blockly my own creation? No, it's not. This is something that Google owns right now, and it's open source. So if lasers will hit, fire them. And then I want to do one other thing. If percent chance, I want there to be like a 75% chance to just fire lasers in a random direction. So we're going to duplicate this down to here, and if none of that works, then we'll move. You know what we'll do? No, we won't. We'll do this. We'll put in another thing here. We'll say if, no, not that. If can activate sensors, then we'll activate our sensors, and then we'll move. So what does this script do? Let's see. We get the closest enemy. If it exists, then we check to see can we zap it, and then we check to see can we fire lasers at it. If we can't, then let's do it this way. Let's put this here and let's put this here. Okay, good. And then let's say get XML and copy paste that before we forget so that we don't lose all that work. So we take this. Okay, now let's try it out. So we're going to deploy this as Mr. Zaps. Deploy. Alright, cool. Whoop. Mr. Zaps looks like he's screwing up. What's he doing? That definitely looks like a bug. Fire lasers in any direction that will work. What is this JavaScript? Fire lasers. Yeah, that's screwy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a bug. Bug. And then we can get the JavaScript code for that. Pretty sure you will see lasers attempt to get fired, but immediately go away. Yeah, what's going on with this? He's shooting lasers at nothing. Is he somehow firing lasers at himself? No, that doesn't make any sense. Do we see this one doing it too? Huh. No, that one's not. No, it is doing it. Oh, weird. You need to set a direction for fire lasers, don't you? Yeah, you do, but if you don't have it, it'll pick a random direction of the valid ones. And if there is no valid one, it'll just fire in a random one in case it'll hit a cloaked unit. So let's see, is this happening offline also? Let's do this and that, and then deploy this with what? Zapper 3 laser. Actually, we should just be able to put lasers on here. Let's deploy these. Do these shoot lasers at themselves? I don't ever see them shooting lasers. Does it have to do with thrusters then? Like, what's going on here? Oh, something just happened. Assertion error. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Okay, let's try that now. Whoops. Alright, well, I thoroughly screwed that up. Let's try this one more time. Are they shooting lasers at all? No, none of these are. So, should I put Zapper on here then? Like, what's causing this to screw up? Weird. I wonder if it's that they can see an enemy and then something weird is happening there. Let's try this out again. Yeah, okay, this is definitely broken. This is the scenario where this happened. So there's definitely a bug. Yeah. Maybe it's only when shooting to the right? I don't know. It's gotta be in sensor range though of an enemy. Okay, so deploy this bot with the commented out hardware and put it in sensor range of an enemy. Even if not in laser's range. The laser will attempt to get fired but go away immediately. Did that ally bot attack another ally bot? I don't think so. I don't know why that's happening. And I don't think this was ever a bug before this. So I'm gonna have to debug this. Well, either way, this script isn't really what I wanted it to do, because if you can see an enemy, but your lasers won't hit, then you never move. So I guess we say move to the enemy. Where is closest enemy? Variable, closest enemy. Okay, let's try that out. Let's deploy that, Mr. Zaps. Okay, that works a little bit better at least. Oh, wait a second. Maybe it was firing correctly, because this bot looks like it's not really there anymore, because it wasn't taking any damage. I wonder if that's due to the lasers bug, in which case that explains what Mr. Random Gamer DK came across. He was playing. Hey, Racer. And yeah, 33 days. That's how long it's been. Pre-beta is now out. People can play. Yep, and there's definitely a problem. So we gotta fix this bug. So let's take this XML, and yeah, because you can see Sweet Jenny has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bots thanks to lasers being broken. Okay, I better fix this. Hopefully there's some time to start working on shields today. So here's what we gotta do. We gotta go into setup Lockly, and where we have the Ultra Killer, yeah, we're gonna put in another we're going to put in the Mr. Zap spot. So we get rid of the XML part of this, and we put a category here for Mr. Zaps. Yep, we do that. And we get rid of the XML there too. Okay, then we run this through our IndentX plugin. Let's do that, and then IndentX. Good. And we should only see the Mr. Zaps area. This got modified? That's weird. But yeah, this is all new. Man. So yeah, lasers screwed up. I mean, okay, so if I fix this bug, I think I'll have fixed the other bug that I'd found too that I never found the cause of. Because yeah, these bots are definitely dead. Like this is dead, but the client doesn't know that it's dead. In fact, if I reconnect, watch this. If I reconnect, those bots will probably disappear, which would mean that the server knows that they're dead. Yes, definitely. So the server knows that that's dead, so we don't see any of the Sweet Jenny bots here, but we do see Oran's bots. So it is a client problem, and it certainly has to do with lasers, because we just saw that happen. Damage appears to be dealt at the time of reflect, not when the missile hits. Yeah, that is currently how it works. I'm not going to change that for a while, but I think that would get confusing for people, so I probably will change it eventually. Man, I don't even know what it's going to take to fix that bug. First, let's see if I got the Mr. Zap script in here. Good, I did. Yeah, it's a pretty beefy script as far as Blockly goes. Hang on, I'm going to mute my mic for a sec while I lower my desk. Can you mind control an enemy bot? No. Wait, what just happened there? Hang on a second. What is this? Use the last text. Yeah, okay, so added a pre-made Blockly script called Mr. Zaps. Yaki says, finally. Oh boy, I'm enjoying this. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Are you playing? Oh, the desk. Oh boy. Just wait until I take my glasses off. Wow. Whoa. Metsudo, you didn't have to give him 90 points. Could have just given him the 20 he needed. But that's nice of you. Very nice. So yeah, this bug, let's try to figure it out. Let's go into the simulation server and we'll create a bot. We'll make an AI bot that's at, I don't know, just sitting around there, and it's at like 5-0. And then we'll go into the game server, no, we'll go to the server arena and create bot down here. We'll do the usual deploy at 0, 0. So we'll say if this dot fake, then tile x equals 0, tile y equals 0, else this dot fake equals true. Okay. Yeah, can't short sell the gift. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so, oh yeah, we also got to turn off the 189 this. We got to turn that off. Okay, so when we do this, we're unfortunately going to get a whole lot of other bots get deployed too. Yeah. Alright, well, we got to just wait for the build to finish. There. Okay, so now we have a bot at 5-0. When we deploy the Mr. Zaps bot, let's deploy Mr. Zaps and just give it lasers and kind of just see, does this happen? No, that's apparently fine. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think. I'm not sure, but I think the way I would test this is by doing by putting this at 4-1. I think what's happening is that we're specifying what bot we want to shoot, but we can't shoot it, so then something's screwing up. And the client doesn't know how to handle that. I'm not sure. We'll figure this out. That we shall. So we put lasers on this. No, it's moving. Oh, I put that move code in the... No. We want to just use this function. It's actually cool with making it more pretty. Did you think about getting some help? Yeah, so Jenny, I think the actual graphics won't come in for another 2-3 months, and there will probably be some like cat themed bot armor or something like that eventually, just as a cosmetic item. But I know you're not being serious about the kittens thing, but yeah, I know the graphics aren't as good as they could be yet. How many lines of code for the whole game? I can only estimate how many I think it'd be, and it's probably going to be somewhere between like 50 and 100,000. Right now, I bet it's about... Actually, I don't know how much it would be right now. Maybe 10,000? Okay, yeah, let's try deploying this bot. The Versace logo on a bot. I'm pretty sure I'd have to pay a lot of money for that. What is this doing? This has the movement code that I think we just get rid of this move here. Like, how do I get this down to the simplest possible repro? Closest enemy equals find closest enemy. If it exists, if will lasers hit, fire lasers. Huh. How did this happen? I'm pretty sure it was coming from this code, but no, that wouldn't even make any sense. No, it was definitely this code. We know for sure it was this code. So let's put all of the same hardware that we'd had before. Maybe there's some weird interaction going on. So we put zapper 3, lasers 3, and thrusters 1. We deploy this bot. No, that seems to be fine. Okay, here's what we should do. Let's go into the bot config. We're trying to make this as easy as possible. You doing object-oriented programming or just functional? I would say those two are not opposites, really. Well, they kind of are, but I'm doing imperative, but it's not really object-oriented. It's, yeah, that I'm using the class keyword, but that's still syntactic sugar for prototypal inheritance in JavaScript. How do I do this? So we go into the bot config component on the local version of this, and then we put a breakpoint here. Then we just click. It should break in. Good. We get the XML text. So then using this XML text, they're not. You can have functional objects. And yeah, it's definitely not functional. I know that. Okay, so let's go into reducers temp. We go into the bot config initial state, and we put this XML there. This will give us the same hardware every time we load the game. Next, we want the same code every time we load the game. So we go into, where's the code? We go here, yeah. Let me put this here. Okay, good. Well, we tab that back, I guess. So this should repro. Well, I don't know how frequently, but at some point it should. Oh, what? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Oh, and then let's change one last thing. Let's change this, just in case there's some weird thing happening here. Okay, so if we open up JavaScript now, we have lasers, zapper, thrusters, and our code that caused this to crash. Not crash, but shoot lasers at nothingness, I guess. I don't see it shooting nothing. So now we add in enemy bots. Oops. Whoa, what? When did enemies learn how to use Zapper? Oh, we're recording that. Oh, because no, yeah, I don't remember coding that. I don't know what's happening. Let's refresh and try putting these bots at different positions. Let's try if we're beneath the bot. Like, is there a way that? Let's see if I can make this happen over here. So let's take the same code that I'd had. Yeah, and see if it'll happen on the server with orange bots. So we put zapper, lasers, and thrusters, and then edit it. Yeah, it's happening here definitely, and it's happening here when he's 2 left and 1 up of me. So let's set up that exact same situation. So 2 left and 1 up. What did that just open up? Oh, this is not the right project. Okay, hang on. Simulation server. So we're gonna set him at let's do it in the middle of nowhere. So 5-5, and then I get my bot deployed 2 to the right and then 1 down. So it's 7-6. So we put this at 6 and this at 7, and then rebuild this. And then we restart this, and we deploy a bot. This is exactly what just happened on the server over there.
Is it working?
No, it's not. Why did this happen that way on the server? Is there anything printing to the logs here? No, there isn't. I'm not sure what causes this bug to happen. I can't even get a repro for it. Or maybe it is reproing, but it's not obvious that it is. Oh, it's so confusing. Yeah, like, see, this is happening here, and this bot can't sense anything. I have a feeling this could be coming from the Lasers Wift code. Or maybe this bot isn't where it expects to be. Oh yeah, let's reconnect to the server and find out. Hopefully Orin doesn't kill me before that. No, the bot is definitely there. The server thinks it's there. And now, did I just do damage to the Orin bot? No, I didn't. Well, that's pretty weird. How do we figure this out then? Maybe we cut out the movement that we have? I don't even think that really matters though. Like, we just cut this out and then deploy. So, okay, one thing that's kind of weird here is that fire lasers is apparently not even getting hit. Is that true? Fire lasers. No, it is getting hit. And the direction is undefined, so then it goes into here. We call will lasers hit. We probably get nothing returned. Yeah, so we call will lasers hit, and we get lasers will hit valid directions is nothing. That's fine. So if we're still down here and we have nothing, then we say possible directions, and we just pick something that'll let us use this. So now our possible direction should contain all of the directions. We should have up, right, left, and down. Good. And then we randomly pick one of those. So let's say we picked down right. Yeah, you picked right. Then we get a line segment of those tiles, and we check to see if we hit something. And as soon as we do, we break out. Now, we did not hit something, but that's okay. We're not simulating, so we're going to go down here, and we're going to call laser wift good with the direction right, the range 5, the active bot ID, okay. So all that's fine so far. So we go into the arena and we get this in the whiffed function here. So something's screwing up in this function, I think. No, that's all fine. There are 5 tiles in here. So we make a projectile that has chase tile. But we don't specify a speed, but that shouldn't matter. Where do we add chase tile? Is laser ID chase tile right here. So we construct it, we have a tile X and a tile Y, and a speed is undefined. Oh, alright, yeah, that's a problem. Speed is undefined. Oh my god. You're kind of kidding me. Alright, well, we figured out the problem. But I'm not happy about it. Well, I am kind of happy about it. Does this need to be serialized with the speed? This is here because it's used by artillery shells, which are shared on the client and server. But on the client, they'll get a new speed produced. Hang on, I gotta sneeze. So do we serialize speed? Is that necessary? Where do we create these things? We create them in projectile assemblage and in this arena. Weird. So here we specify a speed, so that's not a problem. And then here, yeah, we deserialize it. So then wherever this is called from, this is not passing in a parameter for speed. Yeah, and this is called on, well, in many places. Well, let's pass in a speed, I guess. What did this ever used to be? This used to be something like, I don't know, 0.3 for, all right, let's take a look. Show log of a particular file. We want to go into shared ECS chase target system. Wait, where is that? Is that, wait, yeah, where is this? Public JavaScript chase target system. Show log. Oh, thank you, Best Form 1. Consumer day. Speed is now a property of that. So in this commit, I think we screwed things up. No, not quite in here. Oh, I see. We kind of did screw up here. Alright, so what's the solution? I think the solution is we pass in the speed everywhere we call make projectile assemblage. We have an artillery shell here. Well, yeah, let's take a look. This is in projectile was fired. And what is our hardware ID? Yeah, okay, well let's pass in the speed then of 0.3. I don't know what this should be. The laser entity, again, speed 0.3. And here, we pass this in, so create artillery shell, needs to get modified. Here we pass in params.speed, and we should make sure it's not undefined. In fact, we should have fixed this. In fact, not happy with that. Create artillery shell. Where do we pass all of these things? Here. There's no speed in here, but that's okay because this is a server. But we need to pass one in anyway, I guess. 0.1. Doesn't really matter. Hey, Void Dreamer. Okay, so then in chase tile component, here's what we'll do. We'll get smart about this. Assert speed's a number. Done. Alright, I think we'll have fixed that bug, but then that means that this is slightly different from the other bug that we'd found. Well, now speed won't be undefined. Let's just refresh that one more time. So now we shoot a projectile, so I deploy a bot, and we get, good, projectiles are firing and they're blowing up. Okay, yeah, I think the problem's solved. So then the only question I have is, why did these show up on... I'm so close to just being able to formulate this thought myself, but I also don't think it's worth looking into figuring out why there was this tiny little like one frame laser on the client. I think it's because network messages. No, I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. See you, Squish Squirrel. Have a nice night. Okay, well, I think we fixed the bug. I think that's what's most important about this. So, am I at a stable state where I can check in? Oh, I was worried about that. Wait, no, that's correct. That's fine. That is also fine. We're going to check that in. That's fine. That's fine. So, yeah, actually, we are at a stable state. Fixed a bug where a chase tile component would have an undefined speed parameter. Also added an assert so that this will be caught in the future. Okay, I think it's worth deploying that change, especially since, wait, are people on the server? No, it's just Orin. It's just always here. Yeah, Versace and Jenny are connected too. Okay, let's think about this. Yeah, let's do it this way. So we'll do a few things. We'll run the test. We'll go into the client. We'll lint. And then I'll deploy if the testing and the linting looks good. No, the testing is broken. It's like horribly broken. Oh, right, because I have a bunch of you think I would just get rid of this stuff by now. So I need to get rid of this code, revert, and this code, revert. And revert this too, I guess. Now we rerun the test, and now what do we have? Illegal trailing white space. Well, that's a legitimate linting issue. The rest of this is all fine. We can rerun this. Now, do our test pass. Good, good, good. 239 passing. And what about this? We will still see a couple of blocks of errors. That's because of how I wrote the pre-beta account system. I'm not particularly concerned with these. Alright, yeah, so let's revert this too. Oh, I don't want to revert. Yeah, let's revert it. Fine. Quit complaining at him. Fix the linting issue. Okay, then I'm going to deploy, which means I got to turn off my camera, my keyboard camera, so that you can't see me type my password. Type my password. Deploy. Go, 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 go. And then we do deploy. That'll take like a minute and a half. So I'm going to go grab some water really quickly. I'll be back before a minute and a half. I'll be like 12 seconds. Alright, so we got about an hour and a half left. I think that's enough time to code the start of Shields, maybe? Not totally sure. Tap water is good in Washington. It's horrible in Arizona. I went to Arizona. Everything else about Arizona is fine. Well, the heat's kind of bad. But the water's terrible. Don't drink water in Arizona. Alright, so what do we do here? Fixed a pretty severe bug where chase tile component should have an undefined speed. And what else is fixed? I don't even know. Let's just take a look at the the last couple commit messages. What else did I do? Oh, a pre-made script for Mr. Zaps. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Added Mr. Zaps. Okay, so we can push this. Ah, well, the tap water here is pretty good. Oh, what? Oh, good, there we go. Alright, get pull. Type in my password. Good, it's back here. And I restart the game. Restart that, and restart that. And then I can turn my camera back on. Good. Okay, so we refresh this and then connect. And good. Now let's see if Mr. Zaps is working finally. Zapper 3, lasers 3, thrusters 1. What? Good. Lasers are working. Which means, how did missiles work? Oh, missiles are chase target, not chase tile. So then how did artillery work? Artillery should have broken too. Oh, strange. Okay. So I think we fixed that bug. Alright, so shields. Shields are up next. Let's get the new hardware list. Where's the new hardware list? And I need to clean this up. I don't think I wrote Zapper tests either. Did I? I wrote Zapper tests. Zap. Nope, I didn't. Oh, that's too bad. Well, there's a lot of testing I gotta write. Ugh. Alright, so the hardware itself. So we're talking about shields here. So shields hardware. What are the APIs for this? Can shield, shield, and is shielded. But this is the first one that can target allies. So can shield is entity or undefined. If undefined, use shield on self. And then this is the same thing, entity or undefined. And then shield, entity or undefined. Or create shield. I'm not really sure what we should use for our wording here, but that's okay. So if undefined, use on self, shield. Yeah, well, that's kind of true for everything. So how do you check to see? How do you check to see? There needs to be like find closest ally bot. So find closest ally bot. Components. I guess there's a shield component. Now every time we modify life though, we need to go through the shields first. Shield component. It has a life value. Every time we modify life, we need to iterate over all shields first. Shields last for a certain amount of time and must be updated. Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done for shields. I think I should probably take a snack break or something. Maybe I'll do that at like 4 o'clock. Hardware itself, constants, can shield. Alright, so then what does the hardware look like? I guess tier 1, absorb 200 damage, lasts for... So can shield is to check to see if your cooldown is up. So we also need like a shield cooldown component. This is for the person with shield hardware. So it lasts for how many turns? How many turns should a shield last for? Well, by you using it, I guess it needs to last for something like at least 4 or 5 turns. Maybe 5 turns. Cooldown for 5 turns. I don't know. We can figure out the balancing later. Tier 2 absorb 300 damage. Lasts for 7 turns. Cooldown for 5 turns. I don't know. I'm just making up numbers right now. And we're gonna balance a lot of this stuff later. So here's what I'm concerned about. Shield is something that is essentially an overheal. You're guaranteed to do this thing where you create a shield and then you essentially just raise your life from 1,000 to 1,200, and these things can stack too. So that's fine. If you use this while you're in the middle of a firefight, it's almost always bad for you to use because you're going to absorb up to 400 damage, but the highest level lasers are going to do what do they do? They're going to do 400 damage. So you will effectively have wasted your turn by using shield while you're in combat. So this is supposed to be an out of combat thing, which means it needs to last for longer than a couple of turns so that you can get into combat and then be protected for a laser volley or two. Damage amount absorbed won't depend on the damage type? No. Well, I don't think we're going to put damage types into the game. I think we need I'm going to write this down to talk about shield balancing. What should shield tiers look like? Damage absorbed, turns, duration, and cooldown. Because used in and I'll write this down too. If the damage absorbed is always less than the max tier laser, then it's intended to be used out of combat. Now what we could do, and we don't have hardware variations in yet, but what we could do is we could make a shield that looks like this. What if we made like variation number 1? We made something where it's like absorb 1,000 damage, lasts for 2 turns, cooldown for whatever, 5 turns still. And then tier 2 is absorbs like 1,200 and tier 3 is absorbed, I don't know, something like that. Or we even, well, I guess we have to make this something like this, 600, 900, and 1,200. So okay, this is the in combat shield. So now by using this when you're getting hit by maximum lasers, you're going to essentially heal for 200 life. And when you use something like this, you're sort of healing for 400 life or something. Because in a 1v1, only 2 lasers will hit you in 2 turns, and they'll do 800 damage. So your shield will waste 400 of its life. So chances are people would just install tier 2 instead of tier 3. Well, this is not really a balanced conversation because we need to test this out and figure out how it works. So I think this is at least how we'll code it for now. We'll code it without this variation here. Something like this is the out of combat shield. So out of combat shield. Then the APIs of can shield, and you can specify an entity, shield that entity, check to see if the entity is shielded, and find closest allied bot. So that's good. Yeah, and I know that. Well, I should keep that there just in case. So there's a shield component. This has a life value. We need to make sure that we modify, every time we modify life, we go over shields first. Good. Then there's a shield cooldown component for the person who used the shield hardware. That's good. Sprites. Well, we need to make a new sprite. I guess that's something we can just do right now. It doesn't need to look great. It just needs to be visually distinct from the shields that already exist. So first of all, is anyone on the server? No, I'm the only person. People stop logging into botland. So if this happens every week, where it's like, well, auto deploy is going to fix things actually, and I'm going to do that tomorrow. So when we have auto deploy, this will be a very, very different arena. Yeah. Okay, so here's our reflect shield. I kind of just want to tint this and make it look. let's set the threshold higher. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Alright, did we get it all? There's some gray there. Maybe we should take this too. No, threshold's too high now. Nah, this is all pointless. I'll just select the whole thing and hit colorize. Because this is not final artwork anyway. So let's make what color would shields be? We had so this is what they were. Wait, no, this is not what it was set to. This is what it looks like now. It was like gray and blue, and we just want to make something that is distinct. A bright red shield. I don't know. I think I want to make it green. Yeah, let's just do this. It doesn't matter. It just needs to look a little bit different. That's all. So we'll call this shield.png. We'll eventually get real graphics for this stuff, but until we do, then yeah, here we go. We got a gray one and a green one. All right. So we've got the sprite. Let's start with the hardware. So we're gonna add in shield, and this is gonna go here. Shield. So let's see. Creates a shield to absorb damage. Yeah. All right. Then we need shield tier data. There's no such thing as a chance to reflect anymore. This is now damage absorbed. And what were the numbers I came up with originally? 200, 300, 400? That's good enough for me. 200, 300, 400. Alright, then duration and cooldown. Yeah, let's just set them. I don't care. 5, 7, 9. 7 and 9. And the cooldown is always 5. Oh, if the cooldown's 5, that means you can cast a shield and then wait and then cast another shield and you'll have 2 shields on yourself to absorb 800 damage. That seems a little too good. Maybe we do like 5, 6, and 7, and the cooldown for all of these is 6. No, I don't know. Let's just keep it like that. 5, 6, 7. So 5, 6, 7, and the cooldown is 5 for all of these. Done. Yeah, okay. Then we need shield tier data, and it needs to take in all of these things. So we'll go into hardware tier data, and where we have reflect, let's just copy paste this. No, let's copy paste artillery, because that had the most sensible 2-string, which is never wrote artillery's 2-string. So now we make shield tier data, and we copy off all of these properties, damage absorbed. So we do this. This dot damage absorbed and everything equals that, and delete those extra couple of spaces. Alright, good. It never wrote shield tier data. Because we have damage absorbed, duration, and cooldown. Now, when we send a shield across the wire to a new client or connecting client, we need to know how much damage is still left in the shield. I guess we need to send out messages when shields turn on and off. You know what would probably simplify everything? If every time you tried to get a turn, okay, I'm gonna write this down in a long-term to-do list. To save some network messages, every time you attempted to have a turn and it didn't result in anything, if we sent a network message every time you attempted it, then we wouldn't ever have to send this turned off message for reflect, shields, cloaking, zapper, etc. Which to be fair, this wouldn't really save a lot, but it would save something. The bigger savings are going to come from a better serialization. But I'll still write this on some long-term to-do list. For now, we have this. So we've got the hardware data in the game. So now this is technically no longer really needed. Didn't know whether there are classes in JavaScript? Captain Febu says, and there aren't. It just looks like there are classes. So this is syntactic sugar for the typical prototypal inheritance that you have. So when you say person equals function, this dot name equals name, and then you say something like person dot prototype dot say name equals function console log this dot name. So if you have some code like this, oops, actually lowercase, classes are just like sugar for it. So I can say class person constructor name and take this over to here, and then same thing, the say name function console.log this dot name. This is exactly the same code. ES6, ES5. So I'm using ECMAScript 6, and if you want to find out more about that, you can go to babelJS.io. And well, no, that's actually how you can use this. But there's a learn ES6 or ES6 features at this site. Yeah, so this site talks about all the new stuff. Some stuff in ES6 actually is new, like proxying. You can't do proxying in ES5. And there's some other things, yeah. There's some bits of reflection, maps aren't possible. So yeah, here we go. We added that. I think we consider that to be its own check-in right there. So added a shield sprite. It is just a tinted reflect sprite. Yeah, no problem, Captain Pebble. And then we also have hardware data. Added shield hardware data. No, shields are not usable yet on any level. These are just the initial commits. The next commits we're going to put in some APIs probably. Then we're going to start coding this. Typical new hardware coding extravaganza. So we start by, let's just get one thing to work. Code API constants. So we have reflect. Let's put shield. Well, I guess we might as well just write all of these out. So can shield, and then is shielded. Is shielded. And then find closest allied bot. Find closest enemy bot. Let's change them to find closest. Should I say allied bot or allied bot? Let's take a look at what I wrote in the prototype. Allied bot? Allied machine. Okay, I'm going to say allied bot then. So those are our new APIs. We need to make them work now. So let's start with shield. Oh no, we can't start with shield. We need to start with the components. So there's a shield component and a shield cooldown component. So let's go into component names. There is a shield cooldown, so that's something like this. Shield cooldown. Good. Lowercase that, so Bind doesn't yell at me. And then a shield component, which I think we could just call shield. Agents of. Okay. So we have a shield component name and a shield cooldown component name. Now shield cooldown is going to look exactly like reflect cooldown. So let's take that shield cooldown component.js and we take the reflect out of here and do shield. Good, and that looks like this. This is on entities that can call the shield API. Yep. Low enough to use shield. Yeah, so this works. Alright, next. We have a shield component which looks kind of like a health component. So this is a shield component. And whoops, did I change the? Yeah, I did. Okay. Health component. So we change this everywhere to shield. And then we pass in a life value, I think. I don't know if we need anything else. Can we assert that it's a number? Sure. Then we set it. and then we forget about all this other stuff. And this is going to change too. Let's, how do I do this? So when you modify life on here, we need to return, let's just write this when we need it. Let's keep it that way. And then we take these things. Okay. So there's our shield component. Has life, the life gets serialized across the network, it's restored, and we will eventually need a modify function, but we don't have that yet. So we've got the components now. Next, when you call shield, here's what we'll do. We'll give you a shield. So we'll duplicate this. This will take opt entity, opt target. No, let's say target entity. Alright. So if you can't run terminators, then return false. This goes into every terminator that we have. And then at the end of it, we just want to call ran terminator. So how's this going to work? Well, we need a shield component. So let's take shield component and shield cooldown component, and let's copy paste both these over to the ends, and we'll lowercase them both. That was a mistake. There. Alright, good. So in shield, we create a shield component. So for now, let's just do this. This dot active bot dot add component new shield component, and the duration I'm just gonna set to 5. Like to do pull constants out of hardware. Yeah. Now we need all of the router actions that we just love. So how are we gonna do this? Well, we have entity activated zapper. Maybe we say create shield. I think that makes the most sense. So create shield. And where do we want to put this? Probably right beneath the reflect stuff. Let's put it right above reflect. How about that? Good. So then everywhere we have entity activated reflect, we need to put something there for shield. So here we have a pub sub. We're going to say this create shield. We may rename that at some point. So then this to create shield. Don't care about that one. We care about this one. We call it server create shield. And we say sent by the server when an entity creates a shield. Good. Then create shield, and down here the same thing. And then there's one more place to do this, and that is here. Entity. Whoops. Yep. Alright, there we go. Alright, I think that part's good. So now we can route that in the code execution system. When we have router actions, what's going on? Why is it searching inside the selection? I basically never wanted to do that. Okay, yeah, router actions, here we go. So we take this and we put this in the shield, the end of this function. We call this with the active bot real ID. That's not even totally true. We got to do this, and we got to do the target entity's real ID. And then also to do check to see if target entity is defined, find a new one if it isn't, etc., etc. We're not going to do any of that yet. We do need to get the target entity real ID. This.arena.get real ID from entity target entity. So we need to assume that it exists. Oh, and it won't exist at first. So fine, let's write this code now. If not util.exist target entity, then target entity equals this dot active bot. So it's basically it's yourself. And then down here we do get the real ID and pass that in here. Okay. Next, we make it so that Pixie Wrapper takes in the shield graphic, and then the client arena responds to create shield. So let's just duplicate this whole function and delete the comments, change that, and say that the entity, so there's the shielder bot and then the shieldee, but I think that's a terrible naming, so I'm just going to say source entity ID and target entity ID. And these might be the same. They might be. So we get the source entity and we get the target entity, and then we put both of these at the end here. And then what do we do? So we add in a shield sprite, and that's where our component needs to look very much like the is reflecting component. So this was technically incorrect. Related sprite. Okay, yeah, that was a problem. Shield component. Oh, and then shield component also needs a duration. Whoops. Yeah, whoops indeed. How am I going to do this then? Yeah, I guess we'll just take it here. Life, duration, and then a related sprite component. We set that equal to undefined by default, which I know is a JavaScript norm, but this calls it out for us. So this is only used by the client. So then, yeah, we also need to set the duration. So we put this down here and this here. Okay. I think there's a bug. No, maybe there isn't. This is a sprite component. The sprite component will destroy itself. I think we do need to set this to null and dispose though. Yeah, let's write a dispose function. We gotta take out that parenthesis. We don't need that. We want it here. Super dot dispose. Yeah, let's do this then. So everywhere we have a related sprite component equals undefined, which hopefully we've just been copy pasting so we get the correct spacing there. Yes, then we need a dispose function all over the place where we set this back to null. So let's copy paste this into the 3 locations where we had this code, and here, and we put a space there. Alright, and then we also need a serialized duration. Yaki says, I've never been so angry at Visual Studio until now. What's wrong? That is dead. Or this dot duration is less than or equal to 0. Is this is duration in turns, right? Is reflecting? I should really write that here. Duration in turns. Units equals turns. Or turns remaining. Let's just say number of returns remaining. Yeah, and this was in 3 places, the whole related sprite component. So I think we want to write this comment in those places too. Visual Studio is just so bloated, and whenever I want to write a simple project, I get 5 additional files. If I just want to write some unit tests, I get an additional 12 files. Well, I find it funny. Maybe that's why they wrote that at Visual Studio, because they think it's funny too. Okay, cool. This is good. Let's just check for one other thing. This dot duration equals duration. Did I ever duplicate this line? We should only ever see this showing up. Yeah, good. I didn't. Alright, so now what have I done? Let's go into Client Arena, and here we have shield. So we get the shield sprite, and that's going to take the shield texture, and it's got an offset which has to be the same as the reflect texture, so that's totally fine. Then we add that to the target entity. Now what we'd have to do eventually is animate the source entity, but we don't have that yet. No, Monadic Bind, that was the old version of Visual Studio. Empty Project now adds 100 new files. You want really empty project, which only adds 10, but you can just delete them afterward. So then we add an is reflecting component. That's not even true. We don't do that. We don't do that at all. We do a shield component. And we look at shield create. Alright, and what are the arguments for this? Life, duration, and a related sprite component. So I guess we also need to pass in the life of the shield, so life, duration, and a related sprite component, and then we update the entity. But we update it based on the target entity realigned. And this is the target entity. Okay, so then what are we missing? We're missing one other thing, and I don't know what it is. Oh yeah, that's right, the router action. But we do this in the code execution system, we need to pass in the life of the shield also. So we'll say shield life, damage absorbed. Makes more sense. Alright, so const damage absorbed equals 500. Const shield duration, or just duration equals 5. Duration. Okay, let's try it. I'm just gonna close the server so I don't try to load that up. Oh, this won't work. Wait, what's that? Why did I? Okay, that's shield hardware. No, hardware tier data. Yeah, so shield tier data. This is the problem. I just said all this stuff. I need to say this is params dot. Is there a VS alternative for Mac usage? Not too sure. I didn't work on Visual Studio. I actually never really had problems with Visual Studio. I guess there were some weird things. Maybe I'm just an apologist. Maybe I just want to watch the world burn. Let's comment this back in. So, in the meantime, we can just delete these things. There. And now let's make a shield. Oh, we can't make a shield bot. Well, we kind of can. We can say shield. And then we deploy it, and we should get a shield, and we didn't, and so something's definitely wrong. What is wrong? Util is not defined. Are you kidding me? Are you joking me? Is reflecting component. So we need to say star as util. We take this into the shield component and we put this up here. Yeah, here. Let's do that. Game is really coming along. Hey, CC Gaming TV. Flawless TVH says, dude, I'm so lost. I can write Hello World though. If you ever want to ask me any questions, feel free to. And yeah, CC Gaming TV, did you ever play Botland yet? I don't know if you knew that it's now playable. This is true for everyone who's in the channel. You can play the game by reading how there. And in short, just look at this tutorial video. This tutorial video will teach you everything you need to know about how to get access and then how to play. And it's only 3 minutes long. Okay, so let's deploy a shield bot. Shielded mini bot. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? No, it didn't work. Router actions not defined. Art thou kidding me? Where is that coming from? And why do I care? Coffee, 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 coffee. Let's try that out. Haven't played yet. Too many exams coming up. Graph theory, abstract algebra, and operating systems. Woo. Woo. What a Thanksgiving for CC Gaming TV. Alright, let's update one other thing as long as I'm testing this out repeatedly. We have code set to this. We're going to change it to shield. Shilleld. Shillelagh. Still no sign of Quantum KO? Yeah, I don't know. And is this beat though in chat? No. Oh wait, no, yeah, no, this beat though is in chat. But is this beat though listening to me? Are you there? You won a giveaway yesterday. but I don't know if you're aware. See, if you want to be lucky, you just need to go AFK. Alright, router action is not defined. Let's find out the error stack for this. And it is in the shield call. And that is why... Wait, what? Router action? I seriously just typed router action? Let's... Router action dot something. Router actions dot something like this. How long have you been programming? Quite a long time. I don't share the exact amount. Because then people could figure out my literally age. So we're gonna call this create shield. And the reason we're gonna call it that is because we already came up with that name and we have to use that name. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 33 days. I was born 34 days ago. And then I started coding. I took a day off. Just to kind of get used to things. Look at that, look at that. Look at that green shield, oh my god. And they're just gonna keep stacking infinitely because I never made them turn off. Toxic green shield. So is that differentiable, if that's even the correct word there, from reflect shield? Reflect. Well, it's kind of hard to tell because one is like stacked 100 times and the other one's only once. Good old Mark Walbot. If I could give myself a high five for that name, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. It's not a high fiveable name. Okay, so I'm gonna go take a snack break. Snack break. And then after I get back, so post snack break. Oh, and also let me run a couple giveaways. Here, you guys can just, there's like 5 giveaways, I don't care. So post snack break, here's what we gotta do. Clean up this commit, then make shields go away after some time. Make can shield work. Make shields work on allies, and then make shields functional. Good job, Yaki. Good job. You really showed me. Okay, I'm gonna go get a snack. I require calories. BRB snack attack. 5M. Oh no, feel free to just not use it if you don't want to, I guess. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit.
I'm back. And Void Dreamer, I don't think you're misspelling that. I just don't think that even works. I'm not sure why it's even a command. Oh wait, no, that does work. Wait, what? Okay. What's the name of someone who's usually in here, but who's not in here now? Oh, Metsudo. No, he's here. Liu Long. Oh, Wouter. Yeah, okay, never mind. That command does work. Yeah, that's weird. I'm pretty sure that's how you spell his name. Okay. So clean up this commit. Will do. Will do. We need to put a comment there. Does the data carry over from day to day? The last seen data should. I don't know how that works. I really don't. I didn't code it and I didn't look into the code and I haven't been happy with it, so I don't know if it really works that well. This is called when the server tells you that an entity created a shield. The amount of damage the shield can absorb. Add a sprite. Yep. Yeah, alright, this is great. See, the problem is if I used any other bot at this point, well, it depends. If it provided some extra functionality and just kind of filled in the gaps, that wouldn't be so bad. But I think I still need to use Phantom Bot unless I have a loyalty system on a new bot, and then I need to copy over the database and everything. So thankfully lots of files are going to look like that one, where it's very little modified, just a new constant that we've added, or a new graphic. Yeah, these things don't even need to be updated. Yeah, we don't have hardware yet. We still need Blockly blocks for the hardware, but thankfully we can get away with not having those. Not for a little while at least. And so yeah, all this stuff is looking very straightforward. I've done this so many times now, added new hardware where this isn't so bad. It's just this like tour de force of typing for like 20 minutes. Yeah, all this stuff looks good. I think what little there is left to code is going to hopefully be straightforward. The only thing that's going to be kind of interesting here is how I modify light. Oh yeah, lights are colorful again. That's what the giveaway was for. Was light control. Okay, so shields can now be created with the shield API, but only on yourself, and they don't absorb damage yet, and they are never turned off. Hey, Hardline. So yeah, it sounds like there are a lot of college students in this chat, and there are lots of tests coming up for people. I mean, I can definitely commiserate. I too was once in college. Well, I think everyone can commiserate. Everyone's had a test in their life at some point or another. Alternative2.net has to be one of my most visited sites. Never heard of this. Interesting. Okay, so what happens if you type in Sublime? Notepad, Vim, gedit. Never heard of this. Genie. Atom is there. Okay. Okay. This is pretty interesting. Node.js. Java. I don't know why I find that funny. I guess it is an alternative to Node.js. Because I didn't expect it.
Was I your son? Are you my dad? Wasn't it Lu Long who was your son? Okay, so clean up the commit. Done. Make shields go away after some time. Okay. Code execution system, we have a will update, and here's where we update an activated component. We have cloak cooldown is cloaked. This is not exactly what we're gonna do. In fact, this isn't even... We need to do this a little bit differently. We need to say update shield components. Oh yeah, no, I know you're not saying it's always accurate. So check this out. I have 1 bit of, wait, is that even visible on the camera? I have 1 bit of Halloween candy in Airhead. Actually, technically this is an Airheads because it's called Airheads. I'm going to eat it at some point. Does this work in Sublime? Oh man, nice. Look at that. It does work. Alright, we should just pepper this all over the code. Yep, looks good. So we gotta update the shield components at some point. So let's just call this update shield component. And the way this is going to work is we go through each shield component that we have, we set its duration lower, and then, yeah, so what we need to do is this. Const all shield components equals this dot active bot dot get components, no, components, component name dot shield. Okay, then we iterate over these. So we say all shield components dot length. We change this to left. Did you just copy my emoji? Yes, I did. Look, it's still highlighted. Oh, I accidentally unhighlighted it as I dragged the window over. All right. What am I coding? So what I'm coding right now, you can see this very brightly shielded bot right now. So what's already in the game is reflect shield, which is this. This can reflect incoming missiles and lasers. What was not in the game is this, which is a different kind of shield. This is just shield. And what this does is it, I'll show you. So shield absorbs a certain amount of damage for a certain amount of time. So if 5 turns go by, or if you absorb 200 damage, the shield will break, and then you'll start to take damage into your life value. Okay, so we get const shield component equals that. We say shield component dot duration minus minus. If shield component dot is dead, then this dot active bot dot remove component shield component. Now at the end of this, if we removed any components, then we need to do some code. Where is some code? I don't know. It's in here maybe. Update activated components. Yeah, update this. So let removed a shield equals false, and then we set this to true down here. Removed equals true, and then if removed a shield, then we update the active entity. Okay, that's good. So now shields will go away. If you removed a shield though, we need to tell the clients about it. So we need to go into router actions, and everywhere we see create shield, we need to change it into destroyed shield. This shouldn't be too bad actually, because it's gonna be a lot of copy pasting. Yeah, so destroy shield, destroy, whoops, how did that even happen? Oh, I see. I gotta just select this text. Good. All those variables were created by you, Adam, ex shield components, etc. Yeah. Yep, and there's video to prove it. Sent by the server when a shield is destroyed because the time ran out. So it's really more like shield deactivated. But whatever. Okay, yeah, so create shield, returning destroy shield, and then here we do the same thing. Yep, and one last one. Here we go. Change that and that. Great. By the way, on bot.land there is a link to YouTube, and on YouTube there is a playlist, and I believe, yes, the Twitch development VODs. So this list, and I'm trying to update this as much as I can. I know it's only up to day 28 and we're really on day 33. So yes, there are some days missing, but that's because Twitch export is not very reliable. Also, have people been tweeting at me? I have not looked at my notifications. There are 3. Automated retweet from twitch.tv. What? Nightbot. Wait, yeah, what is this? Huh. Strange. But yeah. And then every once in a while, well, I'm not going to show this on stream because it's, well, some of my followers are apparently bots. And they all have this description, currently working for, and then there's some made up company, and then some made up things here. I don't know if there are any other ones. But yeah, then they advertise this website when you go to their profile. And it's presumably for getting bots like them to come follow you on Twitter or Twitch. Okay, so we have Destroy Shield. Next we need to code this. So client arena, we have Destroy Shield. This is the opposite of Create Shield. And the way that this works is, I guess we have to take in an entity, real ID, and we need to know which shield it is. How do we do that? That means that the shield would need its own ID. How do we do this? Huh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we can do this. I think you need to know which component it is. I think the only way for you to know that is, if you pass in the index of the shield. Which sounds really stupid, but I think this can work because you are guaranteed to get packets in order thanks to TCP. So we say destroy shield here, and then we pass in the active bot, and then we have to pass in the index of the shield, I. Keeping in mind that you might get multiple calls here and then this will get screwed up. So what would be really nice is having a better way to identify a shield component. This is the identifier though. And you know what, if we iterate over this from length down to 0, then on the client you can just delete them in order because you won't be screwing up the other indices. In fact, I think we have to do it that way because the client doesn't know there are multiple of these. Yeah. Alright, let's try that. So start this at length -1. I is greater than or equal to 0. And then minus I. No, we have to iterate over this backwards because the only identifier we have for a particular shield component is its index in the components array. And the client gets individual deactivation messages, meaning they should be able to just pull a shield component out of the array without having to update indices. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Hardline. Hardline said, just subscribe to your YouTube channel. Yeah. Yeah, and for right now, I was telling you guys yesterday, all the different things you see on bot.land, like, I don't make money on any of this stuff, so getting followers and everything is nice because I know that people are interested and that my content is going out to people. But it's not like I see a lot of popular YouTubers who are like, don't forget to click that like button and don't forget to... I'm assuming based on however many likes and subscribes and follows and whatever else they get, that they're getting some money based on that. But I don't really know how YouTube partners work. But yeah, if you want to follow on any of those sites, I do greatly appreciate it. Okay, good. So we have the destroy shield and we pass in the index in the array, which we can now use here. So we have the entity real ID and then index of shield component. So first thing we do is we get the entity. Entity equals get the entity instead of create, it's destroy. And it's really the only thing we can insert from here. Okay, so then we need to get that particular, so we say const shield components equals entity.get components, component names dot shield. Then we say underscore dot pull shield components. Wait, how does this work? You'd think at some point I'd remember how Lodash works. Actually, I don't even know if we need this. I think we just use splice. You have an array of 1, 2, well, let's make it strings. A, B, C, D, E. Alright, and you want to pull out the third element. I think you do a.splice 2, 1. Yeah, yes, that's all we have to do. So not that. Shield components dot splice index 1. And then that returns it, so const shield component to remove equals that. So when we remove this, we need to look at deactivated reflect. We remove the component and we also get rid of the related. Yeah, we remove the component and we get rid of the related sprite component, and then we update this. So we have to do all this stuff. So if this exists, then remove it, then remove the shield component, then update the entity. Perfect. Now, does this work? And then there are some very important tests to go through. So tests. Oh, but these are only on the client that these will get. Test. So make sure 2 shields get deleted at the same time due to duration running out. Then ensure that there are 0 shields left. This is a good test for the client. Unfortunately, I can't really do that. Where should I go to learn how to make games? To Ill Clan asks. Well, what's your programming experience? Because based on that, I might give you a different answer. Alright, here we go. Can we create a shield? So let's do this. Init equals function a equals 0. So if a equals 0, then a equals 1, and create a shield. Okay, good. So this will create a shield, and then it won't do anything. And hopefully the shield goes away. Please go away. Please go away, Mr. Shield. Oh man. Like none, I'm just getting into it. Okay, then where I would suggest you start is learning Python at Code Academy. This. I will link it to you. I think this is a really good way to start learning Python. And then once you know Python, you can look into something called Pygame afterward. And Pygame will help you make, I mean, it can make complex games, but it'll help you make simple games, I think. So it's not like a super advanced thing. Okay, so this screwed up. Did we have any problems in the code? Let's take a look at this, and also let's take this code and we will display none. Good. Prettify this, save this off, put it here, and yeah, rerun this. Okay. So this is not working for some reason. I don't know why. The shield is getting created, but then we're never seeing the shield go away. So let's try again. And now we'll see, does it break in at all? Oh, you know what we can do? We can go to the code execution system and go to update shield components. And then in here we set a breakpoint. What is the duration? It's not a number. Well, isn't that a problem? Shield component duration. Because when we make a new shield component, we're only putting in a life value. We're not putting in a duration. And yeah, no problem, tool. Yeah, here's the problem. So what should this be? This should be life duration and related spread component. So it should be damage absorbed. Yeah. Okay. This should fix it. Should be it. Should be all I need to do. Let's try it out. Deploy a bot. Okay, don't care about that. No, make it stop. Code timeout reach, I don't care. Does the shield go away? Oh, we were so close. Okay, I'm guessing component is... It's an array. What? That shouldn't be possible. Shield component to remove. Oh, splice returns an array. Oh, right. Because when you do this, splice 2, 1. Yeah, I just need to... Okay, that was stupid. So where is that code that's happening? In destroy shield. So find arena, destroy shield. We need to do shield component dot remove is this 0. Which we need to assert that this exists. So assert util dot is array shield component to remove, and this, oh man, what is on my clipboard? There. Dot length equals 0. This is kind of a long assertion. I think we do it this way. Did not splice out a shield component. And then if we did, then we say shield component to remove equals shield component to remove 0. Alright, good. And then let's try that code out. So if this works, then shield should now be deleted after 5 turns. So let's try it out. So that's 1, 2, I don't know, I'm not going to count turns. Let's just see if it goes away. Nice! Nice! One of the big issues I think when starting out is getting caught up in technology instead of making what you want to make. I think that's true. I think there are a lot of problems if you're starting out. And one of the things can be not having a lot of direction. So making what you want to make when you're getting into programming is like basically not possible. So when I started programming, what I wanted to make were these like, oh, I want to make an RPG and I want to make whatever else and none of that's possible because I didn't even know what a for loop was. So when you first start out, you really got to scope down like, I'm going to learn. And I feel like this would be the case if I were to go try anything new right now. Like if I wanted to go learn how to snowboard, my goal would probably be, oh, I want to do like backflips and stuff, but I probably need to learn, I need to just stand on a snowboard on flat ground first and not like trip over my own legs and fall over. Yeah. So did I say make cooldown work? Yeah, so make it so that shield incurs a cooldown and can only be used when off cooldown. Good, so we have this code for right now. Let's check in what we just did. I think we can probably get through like 2 or 3 of these items if we're lucky. Yeah. So shields will be like partially working. Yeah, we got sprites in. Oh yeah, and then how does shield work when you can reflect? I think reflect takes precedence. So yeah, test. Make sure shields are not cut into when reflect triggers. Oh man, Captain Babu, 1:30 a.m. That's crazy. And well, I do the same thing. Just watch Twitch streams until really late. Except for really late for me is earlier than that, since I need to be streaming at 9 in the morning every day. What was I just gonna do? Oh yeah, destroy shield. So destroy shield. That's not coming from here, is it? It's here. Yeah, it's this. This is called when the server tells you that the shield was destroyed based on, well, because its duration ran out. And this is a number, and this is a number. The index of the shield component in the array of components, in the array of shield components attached to this entity. The index of the shield component to remove. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. I'm reasonably happy with that. I think that's an okay function. We have here, we have the destroyed shield call. Here we're not checking that in. Here we're also not checking that in. And here we have damage absorbed. So we fixed a bug there, and then update shield components. We need to put a comment here. So this deletes any dead shield components and tells clients about them. This should only be for shield components that die due to a duration death. I have a lot of European followers. And I think it's because I'm streaming during American work hours. Alright, so when a shield duration runs out, the shield is now removed on both the client and the server. Shields are still not functional. And won't be for some time. What do we have next? So there was that. Next is make it so the shield incurs a cooldown. Let's do that. Code execution system. When you cast shield, I say cast, it's not like a magic game, but when you create a shield, we need to incur a cooldown. And we need to check to see if you're off of cooldown here. So check to see if you're off cooldown here. So that's a to-do item for that, but then we also need to do set of extra components that needs a hardware ID shield. So this is gonna break. This is gonna break immediately, and then we need a shield cooldown, which we don't have, and a zap cooldown component. So shield cooldown component. Oh, we do have this. That's good. Okay, but we need shield, so we gotta go into setup Blockly, and we've gotta do a couple things. So we're next to regen, let's just put shield here. Shield, and let's put shield, and it's everyone's favorite time. It's come up with a color time. Is it shield or shield? It's shield. Let's put this right beneath regen. Okay, so regen is totally pink. Shield, I feel like should either be like what's that color? It's one of these. What's it called? Cyan. Cyan. I feel like it should be cyan, or it should be like maybe purple. So what do we have as far as colors go right now? We have all these things in the red end of the spectrum. We have cloaking, which is the darkest one. Landmines, regen, thrusters. So let's make shield 260. That looks good. I'm pretty happy with that. See you, Captain Fabu. 5 hours of sleep. Holy cow.
Hardline, you said your birthday was boring. When was it? Also, I gotta sneeze. So now there's shield hardware, and we need to make sure that it's being used before this is possible. So now you have a shield cooldown. There's a reflect cooldown component somewhere. Oh, reflect. I see. Reflect calls into activate internal. But this isn't totally how we want this one to work either. I think we need to. How do I do this? I think I do this. Can activate. So this will be in the shield. So check to see if you're off cooldown here. So we need to say activated cooldown component. This is like component names dot shield cooldown, and so this becomes shield cooldown component. Can activate is when that's ready. Which, by the way, did we make that? Yeah, good. And then if we can activate, then we get the hardware for that. We get the duration and cooldown. This is component names dot shield, and this is shield hardware. But that's not even true. This is not how this works. Oh yes, this is how this works. Hardware tier data. We have shield tier data has cooldown and duration. Yes. Okay. Well, that's working then. And then we add a new shield to our bot. That's if we can activate. If can activate. Yeah, so this should be in here. Do we update the entity? We don't. So that should have been done. So yeah, we need to pull this out of the hardware, which I guess we have now, so we can do that. Dot damage absorbed and dot duration. Well, we need to say duration at this point, which we already have, so we're done. Then we add the shield component. Then we get the real ID. We route that over there. We update the target. And we get rid of that. Okay. I think we did it. Birthday was at Halloween. Wait, I think I knew that, didn't I? I just forgot to wish you happy birthday. I do have it. Oh man. Have it written right here. Whose is the next birthday? Mulong's is next. And then Tiburon. I haven't heard from Tiburon in a while. Tiburon's not even in my chat anymore. Huh. Well, happy belated birthday, Hardline. So why was your birthday not good? Or was it boring, I should say? Because it was also Halloween? Okay, so now when we test this out, we should have... Well, let's do this. Let's just write shield, but let's call into the shield. Whoop, we broke it. Cannot read duration of null. I wonder why. The shield hardware is null? This shouldn't be possible. Oh, it's not component name.shield. It's like constants, hardware constants.ids.shield. That's what it's supposed to be. So hopefully you'll be able to create a shield. Also, before I forget, do not let me go without picking someone else's stream to host. In fact, I should start looking at that now. Does anyone have any ideas for who I should host? I don't want it to be someone who's already one of the top channels. And you guys probably know about other streamers more than I do. It was boring because I was stuck at home all day. Aw, man. Yeah. Too bad I wasn't streaming or I could entertain you. Okay, so let's put the shield hardware on here and try this out. Okay, so this should shield, then it should stop, and then it shouldn't shield again for another like 5 turns, I think, but then it should shield again. So we should see it turn back on, and we don't. I know why. We're not updating the cooldown. We'll update. We don't update the cooldowns of shield.
So we need to update the cooldown component. And then we need to, how do we do this? So we get the cooldown component. If it exists, we do cooldown minus minus. And actually that's it. That's all we need to do. Right? Yeah, that's it. Update shield components. So this is update the cooldown. Let's get the cooldown component equals get component name dot shield cooldown. Yeah, that should be it. Okay. Check for Wizard Foo. I watch his stream after you finish streaming. Okay, let me see. Wizard Foo. Oh, for Songbringer? Okay, whoa, day 247. Oh my god. The guy's way ahead of me. Okay, yeah, let's host that stream afterward. I've never hosted a stream, so I'm not totally sure how to do this, but yeah, I'm gonna only be streaming for another about 15 minutes or so. I want to get this done at least. And I did start a little bit early today, so well, I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but this should stop. Good. Then it should turn back on, and that's how we'll know that we did this. Good. Excellent. All right. Cool. We can commit this. So as usual, we don't check that in. Now there's shield hardware. We just need to make it required. And yeah, we modified all this code too. Yeah, but looks good. So shields, using the shield API now incurs a cooldown commensurate with the, well, just based on the shield hardware. It's the pedantic police. I tried typing commensurate, they're gonna come kill me. Alright, let's check that in. Alright, so make can shield work. I think we can do this pretty quickly. We don't have can shield right now. Well, how does can reflect work? I think we do the exact same thing for shield. We do can reflect, this turns into can shield, and we take in target entity. There's only, yeah, so we take in a target entity and we call this dot shield, and this is can shield. Alright, so here we return false if you can't run terminators. Looks good. If, well, there's gonna have to be a check here to do check to see if you're in range of the target. Return can activate, return false. Yeah, okay. So can shield should be done. Let's try this out. Let's make code that does this. Update equals function if can shield, then shield. Otherwise, move around. So when we try this code out, so it should move, and there also should be an is shielded, which I should code really quickly. And then it keeps moving around, and then as soon as it can shield again, it shields. Yeah, okay, that looks good. So let's finish coding can shield and is shielded. So, but is shielded is not really, I'm not gonna code is shielded yet. Make is shielded work. So a lot of the tests that we're gonna have to add here are test is shielded on an ally. Now here's what I think. I think that if you have an ally saved from like across the map and you do is shielded on them, it should return the value of that. I'm gonna ask the designer about that tonight because I do have a meeting about that tonight. Well, maybe whatever, I'll just write it on my list. Should is shielded ally perform a range check? I think you should always be able to sense allies. Test is shielded on an ally that's very far away. Yeah, add this to AI bots. We don't really care about AI bots right now. Okay, I think that's good. Let's check that in. Then let's make it so that you can get allies. And make it so that you can shield allies, and then that'll take more than 10 minutes. I don't think we get to all that. But we coded can shield. Coded can shield. Alright, so getting an ally. We go to code execution system and we see find closest allied bot, and we take find closest enemy bot, and we copy paste that function because this should be incredibly similar. We just take an allied bot and we don't care if we can even sense them, and then we get the closest bot and we return it. We just call it something different. Closest allied bot. Done. Hey Panda. Okay, let's write some code for this. No, wait, we screwed something up. Hang on. To do check to see when you're in range of the target. To do check to see if the target is an ally. Also, is anything happening on the server right now? I don't even think anyone's probably online. Oh, of course our tray is there. Yeah. Once we get auto deploy, I think it'll be a little more interesting for people. So we're not going to do this yet. What we're going to do is this. Watch this. So closest ally equals find closest allied bot. Oh, but this can't be you. No, what do I do here? Okay, no, we need to change something. We need to do find closest owned bot, I believe. So, did I have this in here? Allied machine, friendly machine? What was the difference between friendly and allied? Find my closest machine? Find my closest bot. I think that's what I would rather say here. But what was the difference between allied and friendly? Oh, allied was just your allies. Friendly was either your own or an ally. I think we want to keep that distinction. Find closest ally bot that's not 0 tiles away. Yeah. This just checked friendly. Serve constant friendly. Same team, possibly the same owner. So ally is same team but different owners. Mine is same owners. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna keep that distinction. But I think I'll just say find my closest bot. Yeah, and so find allied bot, we'll do this. Find my closest bot. So this dot my closest bot. So the entity match flags we're going to use here, entity match flags. We have foe, ally, can sense, is friendly, blah blah blah. Then we need like is mine in here. But not is landmine, like is owned by me. Is owned by me. How about that? So is owned by me, but is not the active bot. So then arena get bot matching flags does get closest entity, which calls in to get all entities in range, which if we're checking for is mine in here, so we have this is owned by me. This dot do entity share owner, reference entity and entity. And then also they can't be the same. So let's go write this function. Do entity share owner are owned by the same player. Okay, return that player IDs are equal. And they can't be owned by the same player. Okay, so there's that. Then we need to code one more thing in here, that the reference entity is not equal to. So if it's owned by me and they share owners, then continue? No, that's not right. They're owned by me and they don't. Or there's one other little bit of logic here. Or reference entity equals entity. So owned by me should never return the reference entity. No, is owned by me can never return the reference entity, despite that it is indeed owned by you. Okay. We gotta write tests for this stuff too. Find closest, find my closest bot, and find closest allied bot. Alright, this might work. So we say closest, my closest bot, if exists my closest bot and can shield shield bot. Okay, let's try it out. And just to do something quickly. Okay, good. Yeah, so let's deploy a couple of bots that have shields and no, let's deploy one that let's try this out. So it does not shield itself. That's important. Then when these eventually find each other, so let's deploy one more. Okay, yeah. So when these eventually find each other, they should shield each other. Yeah, I think that worked. Alright, cool. So there's some interbot strategy now. Finally. At least for your own bots. It's a little hard to tell, so I think what we do is we make a shield ally bot. We call this shield ally, and then we get rid of that and we just make thrusters bots that move around. Oops, darn it, they're all called shield ally. Well, whatever. This is the only one that can shield allies because it's the only one not moving super fast. So yeah, this does seem to work. Whoop, nope, I take it back. I take it all back. Destroy shield just screwed up. What is shield component to remove? It's an array of length 0. Yeah, that's a problem. How could that have happened? Entity.toString. Well, it doesn't have a shield on it. I guess that's how it could have happened. Maybe because I'm setting the target to the wrong thing. Shield. Shield hardware, target entity, real ID. Oh, whoops. This is the problem. This should have been target entity, add component, shield component. How did I screw that up? Okay, well, thankfully we at least tested that. And this is why we gotta write tests eventually, but we just haven't yet. So I'm gonna get this working, then I'm gonna probably call it quits and host the other person's stream. So shield ally. And then we're going to make sure that we don't name the next one the same thing. This will be thrusters guy. And there. Okay, perfect. So now we just have to hope that it got removed correctly. So we're good. And then eventually it'll cast another shield on them. Right? Okay. That was a little strange. Oh, we're gonna have to write a lot of tests for this stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so Wednesday, here's what I'm gonna try to focus on. Finish cleaning up shields code, make it work on allies, make it shielded work, make shields functional,
Bright Shields test, auto deploy, and then I think we start to work on teams maybe. Either teams or more hardware. I'm not sure which. Or maybe the meeting tonight will come up with a whole bunch of different things that we gotta do. So yeah, here's the code that I was working on. Good, so we can get rid of that. So now let's figure out how to host somebody. So first of all, thank you all for watching, and I will try to figure out how to host Wizard Foo. Is there a /host button? Or /host, okay. /host. Alright, so I'm gonna dump you all off into Wizard Foo's channel. So I wish you all a good night. Thank you for joining. And I'm gonna go watch Wizard Foo also, since I've never actually watched this person. So yeah, take care everyone. I don't know how this actually works, so I'm gonna go to my own channel and see. Am I already hosting someone else, or can people still see me? Offline.